Chapter 168. The Downside of Listening. While the commanders at the table debated whether the assault force was sufficiently prepared for the push into the mountain, the general looked over the most recent casualty numbers coming in from the battle currently going on outside the walls. It wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been. Without any support from a summoning portal, the kobolds were solely reliant on what few reinforcements they could bring up from the mountain city through their singular tunnel. As he was currently in the war room under the keep, he was able to utilize the imaging table to follow the battle in real time. He took note of how the commanders he'd assigned to lead the battle were deploying their forces, and he was filled with pride at how well their troops were performing. In many ways, the divisions that had been deployed were the most expendable troops in the entire army, although it hadn't really been a conscious decision, as they were the only ones available at the time. Most of his forces were busy prepping for the upcoming assault on the mountain gate. Regardless, the forces he'd deployed were handily beating back the kobolds' assault and inflicting upon the enemy devastating losses while they were doing it. Compared to how many thousands of kobolds they'd killed, at worst he'd lose a couple thousand troops by the time it was all said and done. While unfortunate, it was an acceptable enough trade for regaining control of the surface. Skillfully manipulating the table's controls, he changed the image to display an entirety of the mountain's surface. He carefully looked over the various encampments his survey teams were building, noting that progress seemed to be moving along smoothly. He had worried that there were more hidden tunnels filled with kobolds, just waiting for their opportunity to join in the surface assault. However, that didn't seem to be the case. Despite how hard the kobolds were pushing out of their singular tunnel, no other breakouts have occurred. Does that mean there aren't any hidden forces? Or could it be that they are just choosing to stick to whatever their original plan was? He wondered, hating the fact that he was working with such limited intelligence. His internal debate over what the kobolds were planning was interrupted by Commander Dahl trying to get his attention. "Sir?" Looking up from the holographic display, the general locked eyes with the man. "What?" he asked tersely. Commander Dahl gulped, but repeated the question the general had ignored. "Sir, when are the mages going to be able to counter the kobolds' illusions? Without a way to see what we're getting into, this debate is pointless." The general nodded, his grim face displaying how unhappy he was with the situation. "The Tower of Magic is giving me conflicting answers. It could be anywhere from 3 weeks to months. Currently, they're still patting themselves on the back for being able to get through the density shift's ethereal interference and show us the battlefield. I'm not holding out much hope, to be honest." Several grim-faced commanders nodded along with Commander Dahl. All of them had enough experience to understand what that meant. They were on their own. One of the commander's aides leaned over to whisper something into his boss's ear. The commander nodded, as if he had just been reminded of something. Standing up to address the table, he said, "I understand the difficulty of bringing in Lord Walker now that he is up for a citizenship promotion to unique status. But I think it's our best option to take advantage of the fact that the promotion hasn't technically gone through yet. As of now, he's still under our command. So I recommend we stick him in the Tower of Magic's scrying hall and have him get us through those illusions. He did it once, and I don't see why he couldn't do it again." The general grimaced. It wasn't like he didn't want to just order the little bastard locked up in the tower and forced to scry through the illusions, but he wasn't in any position to play an offensive game with the young man at the moment. For the time being, he needed to repair Lord Walker's opinion of the military, or at least hope that the young man wasn't interested in holding grudges. Whatever leverage I had was neutralized the moment he was put up for ascension to unique. I'm going to have to remember to do something special for Captain Angelton when he gets back here. If it weren't for him and his hells-be-damned honor, I wouldn't have to be putting up with any of this," he thought to himself, almost growling mentally in repressed rage. Looking up at the commander who suggested forcing Lord Walker's involvement, the general's glare nearly froze the man in place. He then said in a voice devoid of any warmth, "Thank you for your suggestion. I never would have thought of that. I'll be sure to take your counsel into consideration. For now, let's return to our plan for taking the mountain. I want a comprehensive list of how kobolds have acted in similar situations, and counter-strategies for whatever they might throw at us." The commanders all took the hint, deciding that they shouldn't mention Lord Walker or his ability, which they so desperately needed. Instead, they focused on what the general asked, working hard to ensure the success of the upcoming mission to retake the mountain city. Nero's mind was spinning. He just couldn't accept what he'd just heard. For the entire day, he'd been listening to Vera try and impart a lifetime's worth of knowledge in an endless series of small and understandable mini-lectures. After the history of Oglevark's founding, she went on to explain the house system, the various iterations of the center and how it came to be, even the founding and development of the guild and tower systems. Yet her main focus was always on the Oglevark's universal culture of nobility, which, while influenced by the local customs of the cities, had elements that were the same everywhere. It was a matter of law, and the pillar on which their entire society was built. She went into painstaking detail about their definition of honor, the various responsibilities and rewards, and generally what it took to survive being a member of the noble class. He listened to her give countless examples of nobles interacting, up to and including duels, which then led to an in-depth conversation on when to demand one and how to avoid dying in one. When it finally became late enough in the day for dinner, she even included a not-so-short lecture on proper etiquette and table manners. She went so far as to scold him for thanking the servant who wheeled in their dinner on a little cart. Apparently, as a noble, he should have been thanking her, the host, and not her servants. Throughout the day, he'd heard variations of the same warning. He needed to learn how things were done here, and how his actions would be perceived. Otherwise, all manner of trouble would come for him. She warned of economic ruin, loss of status, and being forced into the arena to suffer an ignoble death in front of the cheering masses. She'd explained how a person's status, their home city, their family name, all of it dictated what they were allowed to do and what could be asked of them. The accords governing the restrictions on how people could help one another and the cities they were in were so strict that someone could end up being sentenced to death for saving a person from being run over by a carriage. While she had gone into excruciatingly punishing detail on the philosophical reasons for such laws, Nero couldn't help but wonder why anyone with sufficient power didn't just ignore the law whenever they felt like it. Would the populators really assemble to go execute some high-level badass because he didn't feel like standing by and doing nothing while a village was left to be ripped apart by a beast tide? Apparently, the answer was yes. They would. Everyone in Oglevark had a role to play, and it was dictated by a variety of factors: where they hailed from, how powerful they were, what rank they were, what their job description was, what ties they had. It all came together to dictate what they should be doing and what right they had to interfere with those below them in status. Vera even went on to explain why Jennings had been hiding out in his tower since things had gotten more and more out of hand. It wasn't like he didn't want to get involved. It was that he couldn't. These trials were for Dorchester to handle alone, and his aid would cause more problems than it would solve. Or so she said. Vera's tone, along with Kathleen and Rose's apparent affirmation of how serious the subject matter was, led to him paying attention to every word as if his life depended on it. From everything he was hearing, it truly sounded like it did. But now, he slowly set down his fork and leaned back in his chair. Eerily calm, he asked, "I'm sorry. Could you repeat that last bit?" Vera, who'd not even touched her meal, was still standing next to her hologram. It was currently showing what she described as the standard model for an inter-house ladder system. To Nero, it had started out looking like an overly complicated pyramid, or a family tree. However, by the time she finished, There were so many exceptions and rules defining special circumstances that it had turned into more of a cloud model. Turning away from the hologram, she looked over at Nero and replied, "I said that your house will not look like this at all. Remember, if you do become a unique, none of these rules will apply to you. You would be completely outside the house system. Therefore, you'd be able to start houses which would look like this in any number of cities. But you would never be in a house that arranged itself in this way." Nero looked at her, fearing that the conclusion that he was coming to might in fact, be true. "When you say, 'these rules won't apply,' you're just referring to the way my house is set up, right? Not the stuff about perceived honor and its effect on my position in the city's ladder. The various levels of ritualized dueling and all that stuff about implied collateral, standardized betting, city rules, and how important it is to keep up with them. All of that crap. That would still apply to me if I end up being a unique, right?" All three ladies looked at Nero in confusion. Even the silent servant who was manning the dessert tray threw Nero a look that seemed to question his intelligence. Vera replied simply, "Of course not. Haven't you been listening? These are the rules and codes that nobles live by. Anyone that would want to duel you, attack your house through either an economic war or a formal declaration of war, they would only be going after whoever you put in charge of your localized interests. As a unique, you'll have no home city, no local standing on the ladder, no reputation that you need to defend. You'll be able to interact with whoever you want, influence local events at your pleasure. Your participation in anything is completely voluntary. If you want to duel someone, you can. But if not, you don't have to. If anyone has a problem with you, they'd have to file a formal complaint with the capital, and then hope that someone there cares enough to ask you politely to stop whatever it is that the local powers had a problem with." "Honestly, Nero, this is very important. I need you to listen and try and pay attention to what I'm trying to teach you." Nero looked at the incredibly sincere expression on Vera's face and came to the conclusion that he must be missing something. After lightly slapping his cheeks with his hands a few times to make sure he was fully in the moment, he said, "Okay, I promise you that I've been paying attention. All goddamn day I've been paying attention. But what I'm asking you is that if I'm going to end up being a unique and none of this is going to apply to me, then why have you been telling me any of this?" Vera's mouth opened as if she were going to say something, then immediately closed it. This repeated a few times as she tried to figure out how to reply to Nero's most recent idiotic question. Nero's eyes didn't blink as he stared directly into her eyes. Vera finally replied, "Because this is important for you to know. It's the framework behind every interaction between the nobles. Everything they do, the way they think, how they see the world, all of it stems from the noble system. Without understanding why they do what they do, you will never be able to act like them. You will just continue to go through life, causing chaos, upending the delicate balances of every social situation you find yourself in. You will forever be an outsider." Nero's glare didn't falter at all. "Vera, I appreciate what you're saying. But has it ever occurred to you that I might not give a shit? It's one thing to try and fit in when there is the possibility of some asshole putting out a hit on me. Knowing how to avoid getting killed is a valid subject, one I'm very interested in studying. In fact, it's probably going to end up being my favorite subject," he said, then slowly raised his voice as he continued. "But don't you think learning how nobles legally kill each other is a waste of time if it isn't going to apply to me? How about telling me how nobles interact with uniques? What are the ways in which I'm liable to get myself killed? You're going to be running my Dorchester house, and you already know all of this. For all I know, I'll be on the first teleporter out of here in a few days. I'll probably be in the capital, getting a medal or something, then doing something altogether different to get myself killed than anything I've done here. Tell me about things that might actually affect me," he nearly screamed. By the time he was done, he had stood up and was clenching his fists at his side while taking heaving breaths. He just couldn't believe she had wasted the entire day explaining things that wouldn't even apply to him going forward. This is what you get for going to class. You learn a lot about shit that has nothing to do with you. Learn from this, Nero. And remember why you've always been a staunch and steady advocate of self-study, he told himself, while feeling his muscles unclench as he dropped heavily back into his chair, completely done with the subject of Oglyvarchian nobility. Chapter 169. Haven't you been listening? Archmage Jennings was sitting at his desk, his shoulders slumped in defeat. In front of him were printouts of correspondence he had to deal with concerning his lifetime of connections, all of which were being called upon to aid in the Tower of Magic's efforts to publicize and demystify the science around fate prediction. As it was technically his plan, he couldn't very well tell them that he was too busy to participate. So, here he was, up to his elbows in paperwork, trying to remember when, throughout his long life, he'd ever met any of these pretentious, self-important nobles. It was times like these that he regretted not filling the office of director of the Tower of Magic with personal aides when he'd had the chance. For the past few hundred years, he'd preferred to treat the Council of Mages as his aides. He had figured that they'd be doing everything they could to avoid talking to his aides, and coming to him directly anyway, so what was the point of surrounding himself with more people that he had to deal with on a daily basis? Besides, if every time one of the council contacted him with a problem, it ended up with them receiving more work from him, eventually they'd all stop bothering him. It had worked wonderfully. Archmage Mathers and the council dealt with everything, and they only came to him when they didn't have another choice. But, now that he was in Dorchester, away from his center of power, he had no busy work to assign anyone. As a result, he's slowly but surely getting inundated with projects that only he is suited for. Looking up from his messy desk, he saw Mage Adept Newbanks standing there with a disappointed look on her face. "What?" he asked testily. She took a deep breath, silently begging for patience. "I asked what you wanted me to do about the Lord Walker situation," she said again, realizing that the Archmage in front of her hadn't been listening to a single thing she'd said since she'd come into the room. Frowning, the Archmage tried to figure out what she was talking about. "You mean the unique thing? I already took care of that. He'll be around to deal with the kobolds and figure out how to get them through the density shift. I mean, he's here, right? Might as well stick to the plan," he said. Raising a singular eyebrow in surprise, she asked, "And how exactly did you deal with it?" "I just told you that the young man refused to comply with the evaluation team, and somehow got the team leader written up for abuse of power, threatening a new noble, and interference with the househead's growth. As far as I can tell, he hasn't committed to staying in Dorchester, nor has he developed any kind of loyalty to the city at all. Do you want him to leave these people to their fate? You and I have both seen the predictions. Without intervention, the city is doomed, just as Tower of Fate predicted." Archmage Jennings waved a dismissive finger at her, replying, "No, it is not! The Tower of Fate predicted that the density shift wouldn't happen for decades, and the kobolds aren't nearly as large a threat as they predicted. The Cosgraves haven't been replaced, and the army is still at full strength, more or less. It is entirely possible for them to get through this without any outside intervention. Using Nero is just the most effective means to do it. There are plenty of mages here capable of figuring out the kobold's essence echo technique." Mage Adept Newbanks folded her arms in front of her chest, giving the Archmage a look of disregard. "I've been working with these idiots since I've arrived here in Dorchester. If you'd bothered to speak with any of them, then you'd know how pathetic this tower is. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get them to look up the relevant research in order to finally put them on the right path to figuring out how to scry through the essence disturbances, all without actually just telling them how to do it? I had to remove Mage Adept Melkins from his position and lock the man in his chambers in order to stop him from taking over the entire scrying department. The Archmage looked at Newbanks with confusion and asked, "Who the hell is Melkins?" Mage Adept Newbanks stared at the Archmage, her normally composed face slightly frowning in anger. He was the director of applicable magic for Dorchester. As a citizen on loan from Pleatings, he's not allowed to do anything other than advise during city events, she replied icily, not knowing how the Archmage could spend the past few months here and not know who was heading the different departments. Not admitting to anything, the Archmage waved away the subject, saying, "Right, that guy. Good job. I knew from the moment I saw him that he was too emotional. You did the right thing." Mage Adept Newbanks said nothing, just stared at the man. The silence got a little awkward, and Archmage Jennings asked, "Is that all?" Dropping her hands to her sides, her voice raised a little louder than necessary when she immediately replied, "No, it's not. You haven't told me how you're going to handle the Lord Walker situation." The Archmage nearly flinched at the woman's tone. "All of the heavens above! I really hate administrators," he said to himself. Straightening up in his chair, he said, "I already hinted to those who needed to hear it. Lord Walker won't be going anywhere. I've also looked over the application the Army put in for his citizenship upgrade, and despite it being obvious that the young man qualifies as a unique, I don't think anyone will require his immediate presence in Hennings. Rest assured, I've taken care of everything." Right after he said that, the communication orb connecting his office to Hennings lit up, and a scry window appeared with Mather's face taking up the entire hologram. Mathers did not look happy. Not even bothering with a greeting, he asked, "Why am I being bombarded by requests for temporary leave? Each one making it clear that they intend to take up teaching positions at the Centerpoint Academy in Hennings. Every one of them is requesting a letter of recommendation so that they can be assigned the mentorship of Lord Walker. It's been less than 5 minutes, and I've received over 60 of them already." "I thought you said you were planning on keeping him in Dorchester for the time being." Archmage Jennings looked at Mathers with a shocked look on his face. Not knowing what to say, as he had no idea what the man was talking about, he just matched the man's stare in silence for a few seconds. "Oh yes, you've got it all handled. I believe you," Mage Adept Newbanks said, her voice filled with as much mockery as was humanly possible for her to convey without sarcastically calling the man a genius. "So, provisionally, I'm already a unique? And therefore I can create my own personal group which no one will object to me calling my adventuring party? Then all I have to do is sign a few papers, and then you're allowed to take over the running of my house while I fuck off and do whatever the hell I want?" asked Nero, not believing for a second that it was as simple as she made it sound. Nodding, Vera replied, "Yes, technically that's true. The evaluation team will follow you, wherever it is you choose to go. They are not allowed to limit your decisions, and are required to work with you to complete their evaluation at whatever pace you decide on. However, if for some reason they believe you are avoiding the evaluation, then it is another matter entirely." Nero nodded, his mind moving 1,000 miles an hour. The recent revelations about what it meant to be a unique were filling his mind with all sorts of delightful possibilities. Although he was pretty sure he wasn't a mutant, and his ability to see essence was entirely due to his abnormal stats, according to Vera, he still qualified as a unique. Furthermore, his ability was so impressive that everyone in power should already be trembling at the thought of what he might do after the paperwork finally went through. From what Vera said, it seemed like he was no longer under the nobility's control. No more trials, as they were put off indefinitely. No more threat of assassination from the locals, because he now had zero power to affect their position. If anything, Vera was now in more danger than he was, as she was the de facto head of his house in everyone's mind. a fact she didn't seem to care about in the least. No more elite training. No more monsters and kobolds trying to kill him. No more camping in the woods or getting his ass trained by Kathleen. He could do whatever he wanted. A thought popped into his head, and he asked, "Could I go to magic school?" Vera's face was calm, her personal opinions completely hidden. "Yes. As a unique, any school would be more than happy to have you as a student. The kingdom would even pay for it. I imagine that they would go so far as to personalize your curriculum if you asked them to," she said. Nero nodded while pressing his fist to his chin in thought. Everyone could tell that Nero was no longer paying attention. It was clear that he needed time to process what he'd just heard.
I could just leave. I could go to magic school, cash my checks from my investments while Vera runs all my businesses. I mean, other than Vera and Nick, I don't owe the nobles here anything other than a middle finger as I head off into the sunset, do I? He thought to himself. After several minutes of silence, he stood up and walked a little away from the couch in order to pace a little while he continued to think through everything he'd just learned. His mind raced through all the various routes his future might take. He could leave, go back to school and focus completely on his magic. Or he could apply for some kind of tourist visa and have the kingdom sponsor him traveling around Oglavark while seeing the sights, studying at whatever pace he felt like. Maybe he could get a job with the Tower of Magic and do some kind of internship study program. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the three ladies were all patiently watching him. Rose looked mildly interested in what decision he might ultimately come to, and Kathleen looked like she didn't care one way or another. But Vera, she looked too calm. In fact, now that he thought about it, she'd been acting weird all day. Something was different about her. Like always, she was calm and collected, but now that he looked closer, it wasn't the same kind of calm and collected. He'd thought it was just how she taught, but now he wondered if there might not be more to it. As he looked at her blank expression, which was completely devoid of any hint of what she was thinking, he decided that he was once again missing something. Her demeanor seemed fake, as if she were pretending to be as in control as she usually was. Before he could verbalize what he was thinking, the essence in the air to his left started churning. Taking a step back, he instinctively raised his hands as if he were preparing for a fight. Less than a second later, a golden flash caused him to blink before he opened his eyes to see an irate Archmage Jennings standing there with a furious look on his face. Glaring at Vera, the Archmage didn't give anyone any time to breathe before he barked, "Are you trying to get him out of Dorchester? Is that it?" Nero didn't know what the old man was talking about. The abrupt arrival and outlandish accusation had made his brain stutter to a halt. Vera, however, was made of sterner stuff, and matched the old man's glare with one of her own. "I hear what you're implying, and while I appreciate that there are matters that I am unaware of, I choose to act as proxy and friend to Lord Nero. I thought about what you said, and I decided that neither your nor anyone else's feelings or desires should influence his decisions. Not even mine," she spoke with determination, squaring her shoulders as if she were preparing herself for a futile fight against an unimaginably strong opponent.
Nero blinked a few times, trying to figure out what the hell they were talking about. The Archmage ran a hand through his hair, as if he were overwhelmed with frustration. "I reviewed your so-called explanation of society, and I think I understand what you were trying to do. However, I regret to inform you that you are going about it all wrong. You're trying to impart a moral foundation on the young man as if he were a child. You don't seem to grasp the concept of him already having a moral foundation that is completely alien to us. Don't you see, your lesson plan is inherently flawed. You're practically driving him off," he shouted, his tone becoming increasingly angry the longer he spoke. Vera didn't back down from the shouting powerhouse, despite the fact that the essence in the room was vibrating in tune with every huff of angry air that billowed out of his mouth. Gripping her hands in fists at her side, Vera replied, "I don't agree at all. Nero is a good man.
He'll do what's right in the end. Nobody has the right to dictate his path, least of all you, sitting up there in your tower, playing games with the mortals below you. How dare you accuse me of influencing Nero?" The young man in question was completely lost, and he didn't like the way this conversation was going. He saw that Rose had somehow disappeared when he hadn't been looking. Kathleen had taken up a flanking position and now had a look in her eye that promised violence. Her intention to side with Vera was more than obvious. Before things escalated any further, he shouted, "Hold up! What the hell are you two talking about?" After tossing a final glare at Vera, the Archmage turned to Nero and replied, "Nero, there is a lot more going on than you are not capable of understanding at the moment. Vera here, while having noble intentions, is steering you toward a decision that you should not be making."
Nero's eyes bounced between the Archmage, who was looking at him like a child in way over his head, and Vera, who was glaring at the Archmage as if she had been mortally offended at the accusation. All of a sudden, Nero recalled a lesson he'd learned a very long time ago. His mind brought up a memory of an unenthusiastic college professor telling the class that everything they would learn in his class would only represent his opinion on the information, and if they really wanted to study philosophy, they'd better come to their own conclusions. However, if their conclusions were stupid or poorly defined, then they shouldn't bother complaining when he failed them. It had been an introduction to philosophy class which he'd taken because it was supposed to be an easy general studies credit. Honestly, the only thing he remembered from the class was the singular lesson that every piece of information someone offered usually came with an agenda attached. For the most part, the conclusion you were supposed to reach was included in the information presented if you bothered looking for it. Right as he was about to respond to the Archmage, a voice interrupted him. Coming from the hallway behind him, Nero felt Nick coming into the room. "Hey, Nero, are you feeling something weird going on with the essence around?" Nick started to say, before trailing off when he saw the tense situation, along with the unexpected guest. After taking a second to gulp in fear, Nick said, "Greetings, Archmage. What seems to be the problem?" Archmage Jennings rolled his eyes and replied, "Your wife is trying to instill a lifetime of values into a foreign soul without any regard for the extenuating circumstances. Why in all the hells did you rely on a politician to disseminate any information to the boy?" Nick's eyebrows rose in surprise, his eyes immediately going to Vera, and starting the type of silent conversation that only people who had been married for years could have. Nero took this opportunity to interject. "Seriously, stop talking about me like I'm not in the damn room. Someone better start making sense before I take off my shoe and start beating you all to death with it." Nero could only assume Nick and Vera were having a conversation over their link, as their faces were going through a variety of expressions in less than a few seconds. Nick took a deep breath, then turned to look at the Archmage, and with his voice absurdly calm, he asked, "Archmage, perhaps you could start over from the beginning. I'd like to understand your grievance and see if I can alleviate any of your concerns. Please, take a seat." As he spoke, Nick made his way over to the couches and sat down. Almost immediately, the tension in the room seemed to disappear, and everyone took their seats. Meanwhile, Nero remained standing, not understanding how a few words resulted in everyone calming down and the atmosphere completely changing in an instant. "What the hell? Are you people bipolar or something?" he screamed, his adrenaline still pumping from the almost violence he'd just suffered through. Vera's voice sounded like a patient parent trying to placate a child who was currently in the middle of a tantrum. "Nero,
This is a perfect example of what I was trying to explain to you concerning how nobles interact and the various methods through which they can resolve conflicts. Narrowing his eyes, Nero stared at the woman while slowly taking a seat next to Nick. Currently, Kathleen and Vera were sharing a couch opposite them, while off to the side, Archmage Jennings had taken a couch all to his own. They were sitting around the coffee table in silence, as if they had all silently come to an agreement to discuss everything with civility and logic.
Nero's mind started working again, as his heart rate began to calm down. It was obvious that Jennings had once again been spying on them, and something he'd seen had caused him to lose his shit. Was it something Vera had said that he disagreed with? Or maybe some agenda Nero hadn't noticed? Could Vera have betrayed him in some way? Chapter 170. Who We Are When No One Is Watching. Vera looked at her reflection, unhappy with the accusation she could see in the mirror woman's eyes. Looking past her shoulder, she could see Nick easing himself into their bed with a sigh. Poor man really isn't cut out for life outside of the lab, she thought with a smile. Her mind went over the hectic day she'd had. The stress of having to rush to the keep, trying and failing to come to terms with the fact that Nero had been put up for unique citizenship, and that the evaluation team was already here. It was all adding up to more than she could handle. She'd known he was special, but a unique? I'm not sure if I can play at this level, she thought, her emotions tinged with the feeling of not being good enough. Looking through the mirror's reflection, she stared at her husband and closest confidant. Nicholas, how could you let this happen? She asked, her voice devoid of judgment but full of remorse. Nick locked eyes with her through the mirror, his wry smile full of understanding. That wasn't much of a choice, dear. He closed a planar rift, on his own, in full view of a war mage. Not to mention the fact that he copied and used soul magic in a way that even I don't understand. It was either expose the secret, or try and explain the impossible. Her shoulders dropped, accepting that it was out of their hands. Now, she had to focus on how to handle the nuances and changes to the plots she had so carefully set up. So much that she had planned was now irrelevant. I know you intended on keeping him close while helping him build his house and learn what it means to be a noble, but I don't think that's a possibility anymore. He's meant for a bigger stage than Dorchester, he said, his voice laden with concern for his caring wife. He knew that she struggled with herself on how to deal with Nero. On one hand, she thought of him like a son, but on the other, she was using him to progress her plans for their own house. While he wasn't overly concerned with politics, he knew it was what she lived for. She was a complicated woman, his Vera. As Nick looked on, he watched her rub Losha cream on her face as she went about her nightly ritual. He listened as she started speaking, voicing her concerns and relying on his unwavering support. It's just that there is so much he doesn't understand. He's clueless about the games going on around him. He thinks he sees through everyone, but he is still too naive. Being a unique won't help him at all. If anything, it will make the situation even worse. You haven't been here. You haven't seen what they've been doing, she said, her voice sounding tired. Nick asked curiously, What do you mean? Vera scoffed, as if the plot was so obvious it was insulting. They're spreading rumors and manipulating the commoners. Someone is propping Nero up as some kind of budding legend. I don't know who it is, but I can guess their plan. They intend to pin the hopes of Dorchester onto his shoulders. After all the grief they've put him through, they have the gall to trick him into fighting for them. And if the city falls, they'll say it's because he failed. And then, during the rebuild, while House Walker has no income, they will petition for his removal. Nick asked, Won't him being a unique interfere with their plans? Vera shook her head, replying, I would have thought so, but now,
I don't know.
The Archmage himself asked me to influence Nero to stay here in Dorchester. I'm sure they're planning something, but I just don't know what.
Nick's eyebrows rose in surprise. Really? That's surprising. I would have thought he'd want someone like Nero out of danger, and hidden somewhere he'd be able to keep an eye on him. Nodding, Vera said,
Yes, that's what worries me.
I can understand the general and the city lord playing their games, maneuvering Nero into the forefront of the battle, and I already had plans to deal with that. In fact, I've been in contact with the new court mage who'd helped me get your team assigned one of the survey missions. Nick frowned, unhappy with the idea that she was doing the same kind of backroom political dealings that he usually spent his time ranting about.
But I think I was played. I was under the impression that you were being sent somewhere safe, out of the way of any potential danger.
Now it turns out that you and Nero were assigned to watch over the kobold's exit tunnel.
I can't imagine that being a coincidence, she said. Nick thought about it and replied, Don't be so sure. It very well could have been. We don't really know what the kobolds were planning, and from what I can tell, the only one in Dorchester who can breach their illusions is Nero. It would be very difficult for the general and the city lord to have deliberately arranged for this to happen. Vera turned around and stared at Nick, her face utterly serious.
That's what worries me. Who could have known about the kobolds? Perhaps an archmage? One who wants to push Nero to his limits? One who has come in person from the capital to watch over his personal project?
Nick's jaw dropped open in shock. It was one thing to consider that the Archmage had miscalculated and allowed an assassination attempt to go through without interference. It was quite another to consider that the man had actively put Nero in danger in order to inspire faster growth, and to possibly see what Nero was capable of. It would be both highly illegal and morally reprehensible. Nick's eyes firmed, and his entire being took on the aspect of a protective father. What do you think we should do? I'm not sure I like the idea of letting Nero go if he's going to have to face plots at that kind of level. Vera sighed, simultaneously glad that Nick felt the same as her, while also unhappy that he didn't seem to have any ideas. Turning back to her mirror, she matched stares with her reflection. I've been trying to keep my desire for influence and power in check when it comes to my position as proxy, and my plans for our own house. I wanted to raise Nero into a powerful noble, completely reliant on only himself. Something about him, maybe the sense of friendship and trust he exudes whenever he's around, makes me want to keep him close.
But I'm starting to feel like I won't be able to protect him from the kind of people who are interested in him, she said, staring into her frustrated reflection. Getting out of bed, Nick walked over and placed his hands on her shoulders so he could stare into her reflection. Locking his eyes onto hers, he said, We'll just have to do our best. We may not be his parents, but we are his friends. He needs to know how this world works. Being a unique isn't going to stop them plotting. Tomorrow, focus on teaching him how the world really is and what he needs to know to survive. We'll let him make his own decisions, and then we can plan around them. Nodding, Vera looked lovingly up at her husband and said, Yes, that's really all we can do. Teach him the right way to look at the world, then hope he makes the correct decision. Nick smiled at her and asked, And what decision is that, dear? Vera leaned back into her husband's chest and replied wistfully, To stay where he has support and where he can make a difference, but to do it on his own terms and not at the behest of anyone here in Dorchester. He'll have to blaze his own trail and make a decision without anyone influencing him. He needs to embrace the idea that he can do whatever he wants, while still choosing to remain with those few people he can trust. Us. Nick's smile was all teeth as he replied, If we intend to help him, then we'll have to do our part.
He's already put you in charge of his house. I'll apply for the completion of my noble trial on account of the battle I just survived. That will only leave the trial of legacy left, and that's an easy fix. Why don't you come to bed, and we can see about getting me a title?" Vera smirked while offering her husband a mock glare. "Sure. Let's see if you're up to earning it, my lord," she replied with some mirth.
Archmage Jennings started off the conversation by stating, "Before we begin, I'd like to formally state that I am in no way advocating for Lord Walker to take any particular path, and I have not interest in his life aside from that as of observer." Nero recognized legalese, otherwise known as ass-covering bullshit, when he heard it. However, in the interest of seeing where the old man was going with this, he kept his mouth shut. That being said, there are a lot of considerations that should be taken into account when Lord Walker decides how he intends to move forward in the coming days, said the Archmage, who was obviously trying to talk around whatever subject seemed to be at the center of this confusing conflict. Nick replied with a calm smile. "We also do not wish to overtly influence Lord Walker's path. As allies of House Walker, we only wish to help him achieve whatever goals he chooses to work toward. My wife is Lord Walker's proxy, and as such has a responsibility to inform him of the proper protocols and social systems that make up Audiobooks. It is her duty to provide advice and guidance, while not leading him down any particular path. There was never any intention to, or plot to, influence his decisions, or affect his path in any way outside of an educational, supportive manner." Nero listened to Nick's response, trying to understand what they weren't saying. He'd been around long enough to know when people were saying one thing while meaning another. However, as good as he was at understanding people's motivations, he was always crap at reading between the lines. In fact, he usually went out of his way to play dumb until whoever was playing word games snapped and finally stated outright what they were annoyingly trying to say without saying. Figuring he'd save everyone a lot of time, and himself from a headache, he said, "Look, I don't really know what's going on, but obviously there is a lot of subtext and crap that I'm missing. How about we just cut the bullshit and put it all out there? First, let's start with Jennings. What is your beef with Vera?" Surprisingly, it was Vera who answered him. "Nero, remember the lesson we just had on what people certain stations are allowed to do and what limitations they are required to operate under?" Turning to look at her, he said, "Yeah, stupid-ass policies that result in limited freedoms and end up getting people killed. What about them?" Everyone in the room stared at Nero, each one silently urging him to think harder. After a few seconds of silence, where Nero looked around the circle and wondered why everyone was staring at him, Nick asked, "Vera, dear, did you happen to cover the ways around said rules?" Like a flash of lightning, Nero's mind exploded into understanding. All that crap she was spouting about how the nobles live their lives was supposed to be teaching me something that I was supposed to learn through inference. She couldn't say what she wanted me to learn because, well, why the hell not? He wondered, feeling like he was so close to an epic realization but just falling short. Vera replied, "Of course we covered how social monitoring works, and the automatic regulation of interaction. I just don't think he was listening." Nero, now offended, replied quickly, "I heard everything you said. Is this about those assholes that are always scrying me? Can't we just put up a ward or something to block them out? That way you can tell me whatever illegal crap you want and they'll never know about it." At that, Kathleen started chuckling, while Vera and Nick both dropped their heads in defeat. Archmage Jennings could only shake his head at the young man's audacity. Seeing their reactions, Nero asked, "What? Just freaking say what you want to say." Archmage Jennings finally broke, Nero's straightforward demeanor leaving him with little choice. Looking up into the sky, he said, "As the director of the Hennings Tower of Magic, and the first mage of Audiobooks,
I hereby invoke this discussion to secrecy and list this entire meeting under the accords governing military intelligence." After he spoke, Nero felt the entire room's essence flow come to a startling stop. It was like the hidden world all around him froze in place. Like a series of rubber bands, he felt countless snaps rebound against his mind, as if multiple tethers had all been severed. Reeling back into the couch, Nero rubbed his temples and shouted, "What the fuck was that?" Nick reached over and patted his shoulder, saying, "That, Nero, is what it feels like when an archmage takes control of all of the essence in an area. What you just felt was the multiple scrying links attached to your identity being forcibly broken."
We are now in an isolation sphere, and completely at Archmage Jennings' mercy.
Looking up in confusion, he saw everyone in the room completely frozen in fear. Vera looked like she was 3 shades whiter than she had been, and even Kathleen was clenching her jaw and trembling. Turning to look at the Archmage, Nero asked, "Okay, but why?" The Archmage gave Nero a look he hadn't seen in a while. It was that look that reminded Nero that he knew nothing, and he should really take the time to think before he opened his mouth and burdened everyone around him with his idiocy. Nero watched the Archmage lean forward to pour himself something to drink from the tray on the coffee table. To Nero, the man looked calmer and more peace than Nero had ever seen him. After seeming to relish the silence for a few moments, Archmage Jennings took a sip of coffee and smiled. "It's been ages since I've been completely separated from any connections.
I really should schedule a few hours every year to just bask in this feeling."
Nero, reaching out with his senses, tried to figure out what the man was talking about. To him, everything still looked mostly the same. Although he couldn't touch or take control of any of the essence flows, they were all still there. His sight and senses were not affected in the slightest. But before he could ask what the big deal was, Jennings spoke up. "Okay, Nero, straight talk," he said, then set down his cup and leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees and meeting Nero's eyes with a glare. Nero leaned forward to match the man's posture and replied, "All right, old man, hit me with it." Chapter 171. Through the Eyes of the Wise. Mage Adept Newbanks stood off to the side of the Astra platform, watching the Dorchester Council of Leadership say goodbye to the majority of the evaluation team.
Only 3 members were being left behind in Dorchester, primarily because someone had to stay and maintain the monitoring link with Lord Walker.
What a complete and utter disaster. Not to mention a colossal waste of time, she thought to herself. When she'd learned about Lord Walker's ascension in status, she hadn't had a lot of time. Nevertheless, she'd still managed to arrange for sympathetic agents to lead the evaluation team. It had taken a lot of effort, and no small amount of promises, but Lord Cranston had really come through. Or at least, that was what she had thought 14 hours ago. Now, all that effort had been wasted, because the agent she'd been sent couldn't swallow her pride and use what limited mental stats she had to think before she spoke. Mage Adept Newbanks may not have been in the room when the confrontation occurred, but it is obvious that the woman had been played by Lord Walker. That poor excuse for an academic had one job:
Keep the young man in Dorchester for the time being.
How did she manage to fail so spectacularly and so quickly? She thought to herself heatedly. Now the new evaluation team was coming in, and she hadn't managed to get a single agent onto the roster. All she'd been able to find out was that the group had members from several of the great houses, each of which had close ties with the Tower of Magic. As a member of the Tower herself, that should have made it easy for her to find out who was coming. Instead, she found herself being kept out of loop. It was almost as if there were some hidden faction inside the Tower, intent on playing their own game. With a flash of light, the people on the Astra platform switched, and the new evaluation team appeared in Dorchester. Only 7 academics had been sent, and their leader was a youthful young man with a wide smile on his face. They were all dressed as academics, yet none of them had the gravitas or presence of anyone of importance. Narrowing her eyes in suspicion, she tried to figure out how people like this managed to get assigned to such a high-profile case. Stepping down from the platform, the leader approached the council directly and slightly bowed, as if he were simply offering a courtesy. "Thank you for the welcome. I am Academian Quincy. I'll be taking over the evaluation of Lord Walker. I apologize for my predecessor's actions and assure you that I have no intention of abusing my very limited authority. My team and I are only here to observe, and we will do nothing to influence Dorchester's path or any of its citizens, including those of Lord Walker," he promised, his words full of warmth and sincerity. Mage Adept Newbanks kept her face neutral, but inside she felt herself panicking. She recognized that young man. It was years ago, but she knew for a fact she'd seen him in mage robes. How did a mage manage to get himself onto a team of academics, she wondered.
As usual, you have a frame of reference problem. You're not an idiot, so you know that many people, including nobles here in Dorchester and probably several other cities, all have some interest in limiting your options and steering you to act in accordance with their goals. For example, I can tell you for a fact that the evaluation team is being led by an agent from House Cranston in Hennings. If you recall, their lord was the one who'd arranged for the assassination attempt you suffered in the arena. He and several houses spent a lot of political capital to take over the evaluation team. I don't know what they want, but rest assured, they want something. But not all threats are from so far away. Both the city lord and the general are very interested in what you plan on doing once you formally become a unique.
They are plotting in secret, while their agents and associate houses attack your economic interests and try and force you into going along with their plans, warned Jennings, speaking rapidly and not pulling any punches. Nero nodded, not at all surprised, replying, "Duh, so what?" The Archmage merely smirked and continued, "What your wonderful proxy was trying to get you to realize was that regardless of what title you have, you'll still be involved in the political games of whatever city you find yourself in." Nero interrupted him, saying, "Once again, duh." Frowning, Jennings ignored Nero and kept talking. "Since you've arrived in Dorchester, several people have skirted the lines of legality in many ways. It was all technically legal by the local standards, but a unique is not a local citizen. If you wanted to, you could bring in lawbringers from the capital to mediate and review your disputes with the local powers. Since Dorchester is currently in a state of war, while also suffering the effects of a density shift, this is the last thing the leadership wants to be dealing with. Kingdom lawbringers may not agree with how the locals have handled you, and they are fully in their rights to demand that further action needs to be taken in regards to how you've been treated," he said, his voice full of doom, implying how bad that would be for Dorchester's nobility. Leaning back in understanding, Nero thought, "Oh, so they're worried I'll call in the feds now that I've got some juice at the kingdom level. I guess that makes sense." Jennings continued, "Now, that being said, the Dorchester nobility still wants you to stay. You see, you were able to pierce the kobolds' technique which was hiding their forces. Properly utilized, you could change the entire face of the war. You could allow the humans here to regain their primary advantage of fighting within their city's domain. With your aid, you could allow the local Tower of Magic to find what the kobolds are hiding, scout their deployment strategy, figure out their plans, and shorten the duration of the war considerably." Nero nodded along, seeing sense in what the old man was saying. "And let me guess. The only reason I can act, while someone like you cannot, is that I'm outside of the political structure now. So why don't they just ask me for my help?" Archmage Jennings smiled and replied,
Because currently, you're under evaluation for your elevation to unique citizenship. You see, while you are outside the rules, they are not. While you were a noble, you operated under the local hierarchy. Now, your only tie to Dorchester is through her. He pointed at Vera and continued, She's the only one in Dorchester who is legally allowed to ask for your aid, which she was refusing to do, and the primary reason for the conflict you just saw.
Vera, still shaken by the feeling of the essence being completely out of her control, stuttered,
I will not abuse my friendship with him to influence or affect his path in any way. Miro is a good man, and will do what is right without me plotting against him.
Rolling his eyes, the Archmage scathingly replied, So that's it. You really are a politician. Your entire being is mired in the game. Nick, handling the essence issue much better than his wife, chimed in. Hey, watch it. I might not be able to duel you, but I can still think of several laws you've broken that I'm sure the Tower of Law in Hennings would love to hear about. Nero looked over at Nick, proud to see his friend standing up for his woman. The Archmage waved a dismissive hand in the air, as if he didn't take Nick's threat seriously at all. You see, Nero, she wasn't trying to teach you about being a noble. She was using the subject to convey how nobility here works. The unspoken rule that is illegal to talk about is, if you don't say it, it's not what you mean. From what I can tell, wherever it is you hail from, it was incredibly easy to hide your actions and your plans. Here, though, someone is always watching. I'm sure there are many houses watching Vera's every move. The only safe place to have a conversation is probably in their bedroom, which they couldn't bring you into, as you are currently under evaluation. If you haven't figured it out, it is currently against the law to hide you from your evaluators at the moment. Therefore, she couldn't just come out and tell you what she wanted you to know, not without knowingly violating the law. Nero, while mildly surprised, was quickly catching up with all the various things he'd overlooked or simply misunderstood, said, Okay, so I'm under constant watch for the moment. While that's creepy, I guess I can see how that makes sense. I've grown pretty used to feeling people's eyes on me, so no worries there. But I don't understand. Wait, I get it. You put up the secrecy thing because what you're telling me now is technically illegal too. The Archmage nodded, his face utterly serious. Yes, Nero. As an exceedingly high-level citizen of Hennings, I'm not allowed to influence your choices, whether it's for your own benefit or not. Me being here, explaining these things to you, is entirely unethical and more than a little illegal. Nero took a moment to think, then asked, So, influence means anyone offering suggestions or recommendations on how I should go about leading my life. Doesn't that seem a little impractical? How can you have a conversation with anyone without some kind of influence happening? This system seems inherently flawed. The Archmage leaned back in his chair with a fond smile on his face and replied, It is, and it isn't. I know you learned about the social hierarchy from Vera's lecture, but she didn't do a very good job of putting it in a way that you'd understand. For Oglevarkians, these aren't just laws, they're moral imperatives. It is not just rude to try and influence someone you have no claim over. It's outright evil. Lots of people can be an influence on who you are and who you become. The laws are there to formalize how that is structured. Your family members, househead, and personal relations, all of them have a legal right to give you advice and help you on your path. People immediately above you on the ladder, along with supervisors and mentors that you've chosen to work with. But there is a massive difference between that and someone like me coming along and telling you what I, in my infinite wisdom, think you should do. The law is there for a reason, because with such an inherent power difference,
Will you do what I say because you fear me, or because you agree with me?" Nero groaned, immediately drawing a mental comparison to what he remembered as ridiculous Earth laws about power dynamics and crap like that.
Looking over at Vera, he asked, "So you were like what? Trying to let me make my own choices without being an evil influencer or something?" Vera narrowed her eyes, not liking Nero's tone.
I wouldn't put it quite like that, but yes, essentially.
Nero turned back to the Archmage, giving him a scathing glare, and said, "I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Your entire society is stupid, and you're all crazy. You stop powerful and informed people from helping those less fortunate, and you even go so far as making laws to enforce your idiocy. The entire point of civilization is to pass on knowledge to the next generation. Hoarding knowledge, let alone wisdom, is a surefire way to slow humanity's development to a crawl." Archmage Jennings surprisingly didn't take offense, but instead replied easily, "And what would the alternative be? Allow a few strong people to dictate the lives of everyone weaker than them? It used to be exactly like that.
Powerful rulers spanning the entire spectrum between benevolence all the way down to the truly vile. Ideological principles forced onto the masses through the threat of the common citizen's safety being stripped away. Our society developed this way for a reason. I understand how you see it as completely foreign to what you're used to, but it didn't develop this way without reason. The journey to wisdom has to be taken by each and every citizen on their own. Civilization is not about passing down knowledge, but developing a framework to ensure the process is protected." Nero narrowed his eyes and leaned back into the couch cushions so that he could stare up at the ceiling and take and try to see it from their perspective. In many ways, he understood that it was just an application of give a man a fish and he eats for a day, but teach a man to fish and he eats for a lifetime. But they'd taken it well past the point of common sense and approached the level of extremism.
That being said, should he really fault them? It wasn't like he couldn't see how the entire system was based around letting people grow up, make mistakes, learn their lessons, and level up on their own. And it wasn't like they hoarded knowledge. It was there for anyone to go looking for it. The leveling system itself was based around the idea of people interpreting knowledge and incorporating it into their own personality. So, in a way, it made sense not to limit what people could learn. Furthermore, restricting how people taught and presented their opinions allowed the masses to come to their own conclusions. However, it also resulted in a society where no one said what they actually meant. Which was, of course, totally ironic, considering the fact that translation magic made sure everyone understood each other. It also left everyone all alone, completely reliant on themselves for all of their deep insights. All of the sudden, Nero finally understood what the center was really for.
It was a place that legally allowed someone to go and ask someone what their options were. They didn't go there for advice or for a job. That was all secondary. What they really went there for was hearing what options were available by someone who had legal authority to disseminate that kind of information. Nero was brought out of his thoughts by the Archmage's voice.
Now, Nero, this all leads to a very important question. What are your plans moving forward? Take this opportunity to ask any question you want, and I will give you as clear and concise an answer as possible. I won't hide my answers in riddles or otherwise prevaricate in any way. But by the end of this conversation, you'll once again be on your own. So think carefully and choose your questions wisely, he said, his voice overladen with wisdom and authority. Nero deadpanned at the man, his face doing a very passable impression of an anime character.
Seriously? Overly dramatic much? As usual, you're all unnecessarily complicating things.
You guys don't want to interfere with my personal journey and all that crap? Fine, I get it. Your fascist government is listening to everything we say and are just waiting for their chance to come down on you. Sure, why not? I'll even agree that there are probably tons of schemes and plots that I'm currently unaware of, and probably going to have to eventually deal with. But besides all that, I think that you are all overestimating how much I actually care about your opinion. That being said, you all do you. Now, if you really want to waste an afternoon answering my questions and hiding me from the evil overlords in the sky, I'm all for it, he said. Sitting up at the edge of the couch, he rubbed his hands together and said, "Get comfortable, old man, because you're an archmage, and I'm a magic user with questions." Chapter 172. The Bigger Picture. Director Weatherby was sitting in his office, thoroughly displeased with what he was hearing. Leaning back in his high-backed chair, he drummed his fingers on his desk and glared at the man standing on the other side of his desk. He could see the man's team standing behind him, all of them currently cowering in fear, their heads lowered and their shoulders slouched, as if they feared bringing any attention onto themselves. 23 cities, all at once, and no one knew about it beforehand. How is that possible? He roared. His mouth hurled spittle all over his desk as a result of his anger. The man giving the report shivered as the director's voice shook the room. From what we've been able to gather, this is a coordinated campaign from the Tower of Magic. They say that it is due to the surprising events in Dorchester, sir. It seems that a great many noble houses have approached them, complaining about our claims of prophecy. I spoke with Archmage Mathers personally, and he was rather dismissive of our concerns about the secrecy accords governing the management of fate, the man claimed, his tone remaining as submissive as possible in the face of the director's wrath. Director Weatherby listened closely, trying to pull out the threads that would lead him to understand the Tower of Magic's greater design. When the man finished his report, the director remained silent, as he was still deep in thought. As the uncomfortable silence became too much for him, the man continued. We've verified the Tower of Magic's claims. There were reports from numerous Towers of Magic, each having been dealing with complaints and demands for the mages to explain the method behind our practices. From what we can tell, the Tower of Magic is not coming after us. They simply no longer want to be bothered by people who don't understand the limitations of fate magic. That snapped the director out of his thoughts, and his head whipped up to once again glare at the man. There are no limitations to fate magic. If I hear you ever again claim that there are, I will personally see to it that you and your family are stripped of whatever meager titles you have managed to claim. And then, I will assign someone the sole responsibility of ensuring you spend the rest of your life suffering the most tragic fate imaginable. You hear me? He screamed, his face completely red with rage. The man shuddered at the director's threat, nodding vigorously and assuring the director that he was simply relaying what the Tower of Magic had said. Unsurprisingly, the meeting ended shortly after that, and Director Weatherby was left alone in his office to contemplate everything he'd heard. He felt his thoughts going over the same questions he'd had since all of this had started. How did such a simple miscalculation cause so many problems? What made this failed prophecy so much more damaging than any of the others? Was it just the scale? Was there a hand steering fate against them? How could so many coincidences be considered anything other than someone's active manipulation of events? Why was the matrix of fate silent on the matter? Could a singular anomaly in an insignificant city in the middle of nowhere have anything to do with the kingdom-wide problems that were showing up with alarming regularity? The door to his office swung open, and one of his aides strode in with a grim look on her face. Director, we've just received a communiqué from the burgeoning city of Brauntail. They have cancelled their plans to raise a Tower of Fate within their walls. According to them, they no longer see it as a worthwhile investment.
There were plenty of courteous words and apologies,
But the tenor of the letter aside, they no longer believe we can help guide them toward prosperity, she said while sliding a copy of the letter across the director's desk. Director Weatherby's face contorted into a furious scowl. Months of planning and work wasted. Granted, it hadn't been him who was working on the project, but it still caused his blood to boil in rage. Standing up from his chair and picking up the letter, he quickly scanned it, confirming what his aide had said. Seconds later, his fists crumpled the letter into a ball, and with a quick spell, he burned it to ash. His aide stood in silence, her face a mask of patience, waiting for the director to decide how they should deal with this latest setback. With his hands clenched in anger, his mind was consumed with a single, solitary thought.
I will figure out what is happening, find who is responsible for leveraging a minor error into a kingdom-wide debacle, and then I will personally ensure that an entire tower's worth of Fate Weavers are dedicated to making them suffer, he promised himself.
Archmage Jennings looked at Nero in surprise for half a second, before sighing and slumping his shoulders in defeat. Trying to make the young man understand, he said, "Nero, I don't mind helping you with your magic when you ask. However, I have a feeling you're going to be asking about things you aren't nearly ready to deal with. You have barely covered the basics of elemental magic. Do you really think you're ready to deal with planar dynamics and observational essence theory?" Nero pointed at the old man and yelled, "Ha! You already know what I'm going to ask about. So, since I'm already dealing with it, you're not affecting shit by talking with me about it. How about instead of telling me what I'm not ready to deal with, you help me figure out what I am dealing with? Sound good?" The Archmage seemed to deflate, then waved a hand as if he were telling Nero to get on with it. Meanwhile, he sank back into the couch, trying to make himself comfortable. Nero's enthusiasm was obvious, but everyone in the room could see that he was having trouble deciding where to start. While Nero thought that Nick was a wonderful resource to bounce ideas off of, the man was too focused on the application of magic. What Nero needed was someone who understood the theoretical basis for magic, and the Archmage had proved more than capable in that regard. First, I'd like you to confirm something for me. How is my ability to see essence flows all that different than what everyone else does? Also, is it merely a result of my messed up stats? Or is there something weird with me that gives me this ability? Asked Nero, his left leg bouncing in excitement at the prospect of finally getting some answers. Archmage Jennings chuckled and replied, "Yes, your ability to see essence flows is the very definition of unique. Whether it's a result of your impossibly large soul stats, or due to your soul being modified during its journey through the multiple planes of existence, I couldn't tell you. I'm not even sure how I'd go about testing you to find out how you're doing what you're doing. You see, most people can sense the ethereal plane, but it's more a matter of interpretation and inference than actual sight." Nero wanted specifics, so he asked, "How exactly do normal people see or sense the ether?" Archmage Jennings replied, "Well, normally we'd say that people can see the ether. However, compared to the way you do it, I'm forced to use a different term. Even high-level mages like myself see the ether as a flowing mass of informational waves that we join and interact with. Through those interactions, we become familiar with them and begin to get a sense of what they represent. Over time, we get a better sense of what is happening and can recognize the various flows, and we become better at influencing them. But you see the flows themselves and can interact with them immediately. The only reason I understand how you're seeing the ethereal plane is because it is very similar to how some of our most advanced technology interprets the essence flows. For example, I've studied the essence knots you described, and with the aid of technology, I've actually been able to see them the way you described them. You're like a walking essence passing and monitoring array, and a very advanced one at that." Nero nodded, figuring that it must be like everyone is walking around with really poor vision and relying on equipment to act like a pair of corrective lenses. Perhaps this was his proverbial golden finger that he'd gotten as a transmigrator. He was in a world of people with crappy eyesight, and he was the only one with 20/20 vision. Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm also guessing that you're not going to be able to help me much with all the applications and tricks that having this gift will allow me to figure out, he asked. The Archmage scoffed and replied, "That's an understatement. Your method of interacting with essence will be completely different from the magical standard. I doubt there is anyone in the kingdom who'd be able to guide you on how to use your gift. You're just going to have to figure it out on your own."
The application of spell forms and magical techniques will functionally work the same way for you as anyone else. But your method of learning will be solely reliant on your own understanding of the ethereal plane.
Nero frowned and said, "You see? When you say stuff like that, it makes me question everything that you've been saying. Didn't you just get through telling me that guiding someone was considered super evil or something? So why would I try and find someone to mentor me? How do you even have teachers? Do you all even hear yourselves? You're not making any sense." While the Archmage and Nero were talking, the other three people in the room had remained silent. Even though Nero wasn't bothered by what Archmage Jennings did to the ether, the rest of them were feeling uncomfortable to the point of nausea. Even Nick was starting to feel the effects. The Archmage looked over at Nero's three companions and said, "Why don't you all leave Nero with me for a while?
I promise on my honor to not unduly influence his path."
Kathleen seemed to be having an internal debate with herself over whether or not she should force herself to stay and keep an eye on her charge, while Nick didn't seem to have any reservations about leaving Nero with the Archmage. Immediately standing up, he picked Vera up by her armpits and beelined it out of the room. After a few seconds, Kathleen followed them out, all the while looking over her shoulder as if she weren't sure she was making the right decision. Nero didn't really care about them leaving, and he didn't want to be diverted from his questions by asking about why they were acting so weird. Instead, he remained focused on the Archmage, his eyes demanding the man answer the question. Archmage Jennings waited for them to leave the room, then turned to Nero and said, "You've had to have had a very different experience with authority and mentors back in your old world."
Here, guiding and teaching are about imparting simple knowledge, not wisdom.
There is no limit to what spells someone can show you, or what legends they can recommend you read. However, those lessons should not be an answer to any problem you're currently facing. If your reason for acquiring knowledge is merely interest, then your teacher has the responsibility to guide you. However, that aid shouldn't be offered if you need that knowledge. Nero's eyes narrowed, as he didn't see how someone could so skillfully make being an asshole sound so noble. The Archmage saw that Nero still wasn't getting it, so he tried another approach. Think about a person's life from an outsider's perspective. I've outlived a great many people, from their births to their deaths. At any point in time, I could have intervened and altered their paths. In fact, when I was younger, I did just that. However, I also saw the damage I did to their identity by stunting their growth.
If I could go back, I'd let them face their trials on their own. Let them grow to be more than they were. A guide should only give the tools. They cannot and should not steer the boat. Do you understand? Nero didn't. But he also no longer wanted to talk about it, so he replied, "Fine. So, what can you tell me about soul magic, and why everyone was freaking out when I did it?" Caught off guard by the subject change, the Archmage replied, "Soul magic? Well, that's a complicated subject. You see, if you remember what I just told you, you'd know that familiarity with an essence flow is required for a mage to be proficient in its use. So, what do you think that implies when it comes to soul magic?" Nero replied quickly,
Yeah, I already heard that from Nick. Soul mages are creepy and deal with death and souls and whatnot. What I don't understand is why he implied that soul magic was a corrupting influence and could somehow affect my soul by doing it. The Archmage was again surprised. It seemed Nero was really not in the mood to put up with his usual method of teaching. In fact, Nero seemed as if he were in a hurry, as if he needed his questions answered. This immediately made Jennings hesitant to answer. "Why do you want to know? Is there a particular issue with your soul that you are dealing with?" he asked. Nero groaned, annoyed at Jennings's evasive answer. "I thought you said you'd just answer questions and not be all teachery and crap. Why does everyone in this god-forsaken kingdom avoid answering questions simply and concisely? Shouldn't a mage like you have perfected a 30-word synopsis on soul magic, including its dangers and its uses?" The Archmage chuckled at the idea of a subject synopsis being remotely worthwhile. "Nero, why are you in such a rush? By the time you've used soul magic enough to have caused a problem with your soul, you'll be powerful enough to deal with the consequences. Well, most likely.
Either way, it's an important lesson that will provide you with a great deal of experience."
Nero felt like he'd just been smacked in the face with an insight stick.
This is all about levels. Of course it was. That's why they're all so standoffish with direct answers. Lessons learned on their own are better for a person's growth. Probably. But I don't have time to reinvent the wheel. Wait.
Nero looked at the Archmage, remembering that the guy was like 1,000 years old or something.
Okay, so they're all about the journey, and the destination is immaterial to them. What a stupid way to live their lives, he thought sourly. He thought back to his lessons with Specialist Howard and how the man had shown him the elemental wheel spells, only to then have him endlessly practicing them while continually reminding him to work on his control. Everything he'd learned from the man was secondary to the actual lesson the specialist had been trying to teach him.
Nero, his face utterly serious, looked the Archmage in the eye and said, "You guys suck. All of you. If this is your idea of teaching, then I'm sure as hell not going to any school that follows your concept of education. Why'd you even bother to give me books with spells in them if you didn't want me to learn them?" The Archmage smiled, seemingly not offended at all, and replied, "Were any of those spells particularly helpful to you in any of your trials?" Nero groaned, realizing that everything he'd learned from the books was only useful in the most abstract of ways. Mostly, everything he'd done, he'd figured out on his own. Even the spells on how to find hidden enemies had more or less been useless. However, the subject matter had helped him develop his technique for finding empty spaces in the ether and isolating things that interrupted the essence flows around them. It was all helpful, just not directly.
"You're the kind of guy who shoves a kid into the deep end to teach him how to swim, aren't you?" asked Nero accusingly. Archmage Jennings replied immediately, "Well, maybe not the deep end, but definitely the pool. I can't help someone refine their technique without seeing how they swim first, now can I?" Nero's shoulders slumped, and he said, "You know what? I give up. You are the worst mentor ever. I'm going to go on record and say that I want a refund. That favor I said I owed you, you can forget about it." The Archmage chuckled. "Fair enough. I'm sure from your perspective you're probably right. Regardless, I do have some recommendations for where you go from here, if you'd like to hear them." Leaning back onto the couch, Nero waved his hand and said, "Sure, let me hear it. Try not to give any background information or anything that I might be able to understand. I'm sure you wouldn't want me accidentally figuring something out that I'm not ready for." Ignoring Nero's mocking tone, the Archmage said in all seriousness, "You need to think about what kind of man you want to be. As a unique, all your ties have been severed.
You can do anything you want. Now, before you make any rash decisions, you must think carefully about what repercussions your decisions will lead to."
Nero glared at the man, silently waiting for more. "That's it?" he asked. "Think carefully. That's your advice? That's the straight talk you promised me? Seriously, man, if you're high or hopped up on painkillers, you can just tell me. I won't judge you." Rolling his eyes, the Archmage replied, "Nero, this is serious." For a good 10 seconds, they stared at each other in silence, neither backing down from their accusatory stare at each other. Finally, the Archmage broke and said, "Fine. Perhaps this alone can serve as a lesson for you.
If you leave the elites and back away from the war, what do you think will happen? For one, more soldiers will die, as the Dorchester mages haven't figured out how to pierce the kobolds' technique hiding their forces. Whether or not that will lead to their defeat, I won't say. However, I will tell you that you'll have to live with the consequences of not helping them in their time of need. Furthermore, now that you're a unique, you can no longer head House Walker on your own. You'll only receive tribute from the house you started. Considering that you currently have no other members of your house, what do you think will happen to Vera?" Nick hinted at a solution, but did you listen? Have you decided on who you want to take with you on your future travels? Everyone who joins your retinue will no longer be part of the local power structure. So, are you expecting Nick and Vera to leave their lives behind and join you? Will you leave them here in Dorchester to face the density shift with whatever soldiers manage to survive this conflict with the kobolds?
Nero felt his anger cool the longer Jennings talked. The man brought up some seriously good points. But before he could say anything, Jennings continued. "Now, taking into consideration the larger issues, it becomes even more complicated. The city itself has started to talk about you as if you are a budding legend, sent here to help them in their time of need. The nobles are taking advantage of this by propping you up as the hope of Dorchester. When you were a low-level noble, that was fine. But now, as a unique, their plan has backfired, and they now actually are relying on you. Their fears about how they've treated you will affect their actions toward your companions and your interests. Furthermore, if they decide they can't count on you, they very well may just abandon the city and blame it on you for failing to uphold your purpose. While that might end up as nothing more than a small blight on your legend, it will most definitely affect how you're greeted in any city you visit in the long life you have ahead of you," the Archmage warned. Nero paled, not having considered that the other players in the game also had the option of flipping the proverbial board. Not even pausing for a second to let Nero digest his truth bombs, Archmage Jennings continued, "Then, on an even larger scale, there are perceptions at play between the Tower of Fate, the nobles of Hennings and the surrounding cities, and the mage within the Tower of Magic. Your actions since you've arrived here have completely altered the predictions made by the Fate Weavers concerning the destruction of Dorchester. As a result, the Fate Weavers have taken action against you, tipping the scales of fate to try and have you killed. Yes, it's been confirmed that the Tower of Fate itself helped arrange for the City Lord's daughter and consort to try and have you assassinated in the wilds, along with your companions. If you end up successfully saving Dorchester, then it weakens their position immensely. The nobles of the surrounding regions have spent years believing Dorchester would fall in the coming years, and you have now changed everything, throwing their carefully laid plans into chaos. While they blame the Tower of Fate, the Tower of Fate blames you. Meanwhile, the Mage Council, at my behest, has been using this situation to weaken the Tower of Fate's influence among the nobility, in the hopes of eventually leading to their disbandment across the entirety of the kingdom, as our two towers have been at odds for hundreds of years." Nero wilted into the couch cushions, the pressure of concerns he'd had no idea about nearly pushing his head into his chest and making his neck disappear.
Mercilessly, the Archmage went on to say, So, in short, your actions and decisions have ramifications and repercussions far beyond what you've probably been considering. And all of that is just one chain of causality, limited to your decision to remain here in Dorchester. Now that you know, do you feel particularly guided toward any particular path? Would you like me to list some other options for you, along with their respective repercussions? Or perhaps you'd like the freedom to choose your path on your own, without the weight of matters outside of your immediate control affecting your thoughts. Nero's eyes rose to meet Jennings's, and he muttered, "Worst mentor ever." Chapter 173. The Problem with Subtlety. When Victoria Blackwood became aware of Lord Walker's recent change in status, she'd gone out of her way to ensure that she was one of the nobles invited to the reception for the Royal Academy's evaluation team. Luckily, despite House Blackwood's recent loss of reputation, she had been able to leverage what little was left to ensure her a place at the proverbial table. After what her father had done, she'd worried that House Blackwood would fall to the status of mid-nobility during the upcoming quarterly review. She'd even planned for it by accepting the harsh terms from Vera Salvatore Verena. Yet, she believed that by tying her house to House Walker, those losses would, over time, be reversed. She had been counting on the long game. She'd recently taken a significant loss to ensure that her house was officially in business with House Walker, and therefore be eligible to take advantage of the exploits he'd registered. However, that plan may have now ended up costing House Blackwood more than it could presently bear. For that reason, and that reason alone, she had gone to the reception, hoping to find an opportunity to speak with the evaluators. She needed to know how Lord Walker's change in status would affect his interests in Dorchester. From what little she'd heard about uniques, she knew that they were outside of the local power structure. But before she could find the right time to broach the subject, everything had gone wrong. In front of the entirety of Dorchester's nobility, the high academic was brought up on charges and Lord Walker's evaluation was put on hold. Then, only a few hours later, the entire evaluation team was sent back to Hennings with their tails between their legs, and a new team was brought in. One whose leader seemed suspiciously supportive of Lord Walker before he'd even had a chance to meet with him. It was madness. Yet, it was also evidence of someone playing a very deep game. A game that was happening on a level she hadn't even considered possible for a city like Dorchester. Even though she had zero evidence to support her conclusions, she couldn't stop herself from shivering at the thought that all of this was playing out exactly as Vera Salvatore Verena had expected. It was more than impressive the way Lord Walker distracted and then dealt with the evaluation team, only to then publicly cede his authority to Lady Verena. Victoria could only assume that it was all part of some elaborate and convoluted plan. Lady Verena must have known about Lord Walker's abilities, somehow convinced him to hide them, and then leveraged those abilities to raise his status to nobility and acquire what was rapidly becoming the city's largest shipping empire. As if that weren't enough, the woman had then actually tricked her into tying her house to Lord Walker's in a one-sided, ironclad, long-term contract. She was brought out of her thoughts as her office door was pushed open with some force, and she watched as her aide came scurrying into the room. Not bothering to waste time with greetings, she asked, "What did you manage to find out?" "My lord, after a quick but exhaustive search of the relevant laws, we've managed to piece together what will most likely happen to House Walker's interests," said the aide. Seeing the man's grim face, she wasn't expecting good news. Nevertheless, she needed to hear it. "Go on," she said, her calm facade masking her inner turmoil. "From what we can tell, unique citizens are indeed not allowed to own any personal interests within a city. However, they can have a branch house in whatever city they want. Unfortunately, House Walker only has one member, namely the young Lord Walker. As such,
Dorchester's House Walker will be expunged, and House Walker will become his personal house, unaffiliated with any city. Therefore, he'll have to either sell off all of his local interests or transfer them to whatever house decides to become a branch of his personal house, the aide explained, trying to stick to the facts and not focus on the dire repercussions his findings implied. Sitting at her desk, she drummed her fingers on the arm of her chair in thought. The silence in the room hung heavy in the air. The sweat on the aide's brow was a testament to the tension in the room. Abruptly, Victoria Blackwood started thinking out loud. So, most likely Vera Salvatore Verena will formally tie her house to the personal house of Walker and represent his interests here in Dorchester. I very much doubt she'd bother buying him out, and I don't see the young lord denying her the reward she has so skillfully arranged for herself. Even worse for us, as the transfer of ownership will fall under the kingdom's charter, we will no longer be tied to House Walker. We'll instead be in a business relationship with House Verena. Therefore, we won't be able to take advantage of the exploits or recoup the losses we'd accepted in order to receive them. The aide said nothing, as he and his team had already come to that same unfortunate conclusion. What had been a strategic loss had now turned into a definitive one. Balling her fists in anger, Victoria Blackwood's eyes narrowed as she hissed, "This scheme must have been in the works for weeks, and I walked right into it. Very well, Lady Verena. House Blackwood will not forget this slight." Yet, despite her anger at having been so thoroughly outplayed, she couldn't help but be awed by Vera Salvatore Verena's mind-bogglingly deep game. After the Archmage had verbally lambasted Nero with the ugly truths he'd been either unaware of or had actively been ignoring, he had retired to his room and told everyone that he was going to bed. However, that was not actually what he ended up doing. Instead, while hiding behind his locked door, he'd pulled out everything the Archmage had given him from both his personal space and his satchel. Now, having a better idea as to how the people of this world thought about knowledge, he'd decided that he had better catch up on what he'd been missing. So, for the remainder of the afternoon, and well into the night, he'd been reviewing the books and tomes in his bag, and trying to remember the exact circumstances around how and when he'd gotten them. From there, he'd tried to alter his way of thinking to emulate Archmage Jennings, and try and figure out what the old man had been trying to subtly tell him. Perhaps it was due to his improved stats, or his personal development, but eventually he'd come to several startling conclusions. The first of which was that the Archmage, much like Nick, was a nerd. Therefore, he tended to over-explain whatever point he was trying to make. The Archmage had given Nero several books on basic magic and the planes. With the benefit of his new perspective, Nero now knew they were given to him so that he could learn about the ether. That's it. Instead of having given him books on actual casting, he'd given him theory books on how the essence flows in the ethereal plane worked, and the myriad of ways it could be interacted with. Nero even took advantage of the fact that he was back in Dorchester and utilized the link he'd been ignoring, looking up whatever public information he could find on how to cast magic. When he took the time to compare the available beginner texts on magic with the books he'd been given by the Archmage, he'd nearly started breaking the room's furniture in a temper tantrum. Next, Jennings had gone out of his way to obscure the fact that he wanted Nero to understand how monsters and beasts could form from the influence of other planes. Now, in retrospect, he could see that it was all just a big hint that foreign invaders from another plane would be able to take advantage of the density shift to more easily connect with their homeland. The bastard had probably known about the kobolds since he'd gotten here. At the very least, Nero was positive that the man must have suspected something. Then, to add insult to injury, the books on being a hunter were barely about hunting. In reality, they were specialized texts on complicated theories covering the subject of essence in the wild. The few spells and techniques that dealt with hidden enemies had entire sections which at the time he'd ignored. Of course, he now realized the books were merely meant as a hint that there were many ways to hide in the wilds. While he couldn't be entirely sure what exactly the Archmage had been trying to tell him, he was now positive that the man had known about the upcoming assassination, and he had been trying to prepare him to face it. As a man who liked to be in control of his destiny, the fact that the Archmage was playing stupid games with his life, not to mention the lives of the people in Dorchester, was almost enough for Nero to go through with some of his planned countermeasures against the old man. However, knowing that the worst he'd be able to do would amount to nothing more serious than giving the Archmage a headache, Nero put off any ideas about retribution and focused on the bigger picture. After all, the man had been trying to help.
Albeit he did it in the dumbest possible fashion, which, as far as Nero could tell, was how everything was done here in the kingdom of, oh God, I'm fucked, Oglevark. As the night grew darker and his conclusions became more cynical, Nero felt like the walls were pressing down on him. Thinking back to everything the old man had alluded to, Nero realized that being in the middle of a bunch of plotting assholes was a lot less fun than it looked like when he was reading about them. However, at that thought, Nero had a profound realization. He didn't actually have to care. So what? A bunch of nobles and big shots are plotting and planning against each other and me. Is there even anything I can do about it? Probably. But am I actually going to do anything about it? Probably not, he said to himself, trying to be as brutally honest with himself as possible.
Setting down the book on essence-identity interaction between the planes, Nero leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling in thought. Whenever he'd seen a main character going through a personal crisis where he'd found out about the larger concerns affecting his life, Nero'd always wanted to reach into the story and smack the bitch. Now that he was the target of numerous plots and conspiracies, he refused to make the same mistakes they did. Instead, he would continue to do whatever he felt like and ride the wave of adventure to wherever it took him. He would keep his focus on the little slice of the world he had control over and ignore everything and everyone else until they did something that merited a response. If he tried to accept responsibility for anything more than that, he'd end up driving himself crazy. After coming to the simple decision to just stop worrying about it, he figured that he might as well try and get some sleep, retiring to his bed.
Laying under the covers, staring up at the ceiling, he closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Don't let the wise yet stupid old man get in your head. Stick to the fortune cookie wisdom that has gotten you this far. Keep it simple, stupid." Sleep came without any problems, and his dreams brought him images of massive mountains filled with kobold civilizations. He saw massive towers built with condensed earth and stone, each of which was filled to the brim with kobold clans living in communal bliss. There were red skies and ash as far as the eye could see. And in the open plains, there were farms of all kinds filled to the brim with unrecognizable plants. Mingled throughout the ether, there was a sense of desire for more. It was omnipresent, and he could feel the kobold's desire to spread out across all the plains and reshape them into what they considered the proper image. It was like there was a primal directive written directly into their identity. A universal law that meant to be a kobold was to go forth and multiply, to spread their plane across the dimensions, increasing their influence until all of reality was theirs. Every single thing they did, from their dances around the fire to the time they spent in the mating huts, all of it was for the glory of their god, the dragon. Nero shot up into a sitting position on his bed. While covered in sweat, he raised a hand to his head and winced in pain. Groaning, he dragged himself to the bathroom and took a shower. That's what you get for spending hours reading about hostile forces coming in and rewriting reality. Pure, undiluted nightmare fuel, he thought to himself.
When he was finished, he checked the world's mental clock and realized it was a little after 9 a.m. He knew that everyone would probably already be up. Or, more likely, they'd all have been waiting for him for hours, as their entire culture was inherently designed to piss him off.
Grumbling to himself about the commonplace idiocy running rampant all around him, he made his way to the main living area in this wing of the estate. Exiting the hallway, he was proven right when he saw Nick, Vera, Kathleen, and Rose all sitting around and enjoying their morning, seemingly without a care in the world. However, he was surprised to see a fifth person added to their group. It was a man dressed like the academic people, complete with a stupid-looking essence light stuck to his hat. The man hopped to his feet the moment he saw Nero turning the corner. While Nero was suffering from his typical early morning brain deficiency due to not yet having gotten his morning coffee, the man seemed awake enough for the both of them. With a smile wide enough to reach his ears, the man rushed up and bowed deeply, saying, "Lord Nero Walker, it is a great honor to meet you. On behalf of the Royal Academy of Hennings, I formally apologize for that wretched woman you met yesterday, and promise to perform my duties as your personal evaluator to the utmost of my abilities. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to ask. I promise you that neither I nor my team will interfere with your path, and merely chronicle your abilities for the official record. While I'm here, if there is anything that you require, I'll be more than happy to take care of it." Nero's half-lidded eyes stared at the man, his face showing nothing but utter ambivalence. Leaning a little to the left so that he could see past the uncomfortably close man, Nero looked at his group of comrades and asked, "Who's this? And why is talking to me before I've had any coffee?" While Kathleen started chuckling in that amused way she did whenever Nero acted like an idiot, Nick and Vera both looked at Nero accusingly. However, Rose, bless her heart, started pouring Nero a cup of that black gold he loved so much. The man didn't give anyone a chance to speak for him, as he went right on talking. "My apologies, Lord Walker. My name is Academian Quincy. I'm leading the evaluation team now that High Academic Nerling has been recalled. Here, let me get you that cup of coffee," he said, then turned around only to see Rose walking up with Nero's cup of coffee in her hand. Seeing that Rose had already procured Nero his coffee, his shoulders slumped a little, and he dejectedly said, "Oh, she's already gotten it for you." Nero took the cup of steaming coffee with a gentle smile on his face. Meeting Rose's eyes, he said with total sincerity, "Thanks, babe. I mean, Rose. Thanks, Rose." After his slip-up, Nero decided to immediately pretend that the past 10 seconds hadn't happened. Completely ignoring Academian Quincy and Rose, he walked past them to join the rest of the group at the couches, while he started sipping his coffee and letting the warmth wake up his brain from its lethargy. Behind him, Academian Quincy seemed to bounce back from the awkward moment he'd just had. With a chipper tone, he asked, "So, Lord Walker, whenever you're ready, we can go over how you want to handle your evaluation, your allocation and transfer of assets, the formalization of your personal house, your house words and colors, which I happen to have some ideas on. Then we can decide which cities you want to visit after your trip to Hennings, and then we can—" Nero stopped mid-step and turned to look at the man with a face of utter disdain, while holding up his finger to his mouth, and then loudly shushed the man. Seeing the man immediately stop talking and reel back in surprise, Nero offered the man an encouraging nod and a smile, then turned around to take his place on one of the couches. Besides Kathleen, Nick was the only one who seemed to be enjoying Nero's antics. His tone slightly mocking, he said, "Well, great Lord Walker, do you want to sit here in silence for a while? Or are you willing to start your day?" Nero didn't rise to the man's bait, and instead said, "Okay, so last night I did some soul-searching, and I've made a few decisions. But before we get into any of that, I first want breakfast. After that, we can talk. Until then, you can all go about your business." After saying his piece, Nero ignored everyone and reached into his personal space to pull out one of the plates he'd stolen from the keep. The large pile of finger sandwiches and tiny meat skewers immediately filled the room with the wonderful smell of fancy spices. While Vera looked on in disapproval, Nero dug in. Meanwhile, Academian Quincy took a seat on one of the couches and watched Nero eat with a huge smile on his face. The man was transfixed to see Nero's antics in person, and his eyes sparkled as if he were watching his hero performing the signature technique that had made him famous. The rest of the room gradually returned to whatever they had been talking about before Nero arrived, but Nero was too focused on his meal to pay much attention to whatever it was that they were saying. He'd deal with everything after he'd finished his meal. Chapter 174. You've probably got mail. Mike leaned back against the earthen wall, taking a moment to try and regain his mental equilibrium. Sliding down the wall, he took a seat and closed his eyes. The overwhelming stench of dirt and blood was enough to make him want to avoid breathing through his nose. He wasn't sure if it was due to overcycling his center or just due to the constant activity, but everything ached.
Tipping his head forward, he opened his eyes to stare blankly at the ground between his legs. For some reason, he found himself focusing on the few stubborn bits of green that refused to die. "Good for you. Your tenacity is admirable," he silently complimented them, feeling a sense of kinship with the greenery that was clinging to life in these harsh conditions. Raising his head, he looked around to see the rest of his unit taking advantage of the break. Each of them looked terrible. He could tell that some of them were still carrying wounds, not having the energy to go and find a healer. Everyone was covered in grime, as nobody felt like wasting the effort to cast a cleaning spell. He reached out to check his internal clock and realized that it was already 2600. Frowning, he tried to remember how many days they'd been fighting. 2? Or maybe 3?
Right as he was about to do a mental deep dive to try and figure out how long he'd been in the field, he heard the sound of a generator failing. Raising his head, he looked around to figure out where the hole in their line would appear. "Everyone up! Move it!" yelled some captain Mike didn't recognize. Groaning, he forced himself to his feet. "Hells be damned, lizards couldn't give me 5 minutes to catch my breath," he complained sourly. Before he knew it, he and the rest of his unit were back in the thick of it. They were tasked with providing cover for mages who were manually maintaining a portion of the shield while the engineering corps brought in a new generator. It was a familiar duty, and he and his unit were getting good at it. As he forced a kobold spearhead into the ground with his shield, he opened it up from hip to shoulder with his sword. His sword glowed faintly with a red sheen as it sliced through the air. It was almost effortless now to imbue his blade with his ability. If there was any good news resulting from all this combat, it was that he could feel his ability to cut improving drastically with all the stress he'd been under. Hopefully, when all this was over, and he finally got the chance to sit down and meditate, he'd probably gain at least a few points in experience, too. "Don't think about it. Focus on the fight," he reminded himself. Tilting his head to the side, he let a kobold's spear slip past him. Before the little bastard could retract it, Mike stepped forward and lifted it up by the haft with his shield. Aiming low, which was difficult considering how short the kobold was, he jammed his sword into its leg, nearly severing it. Quickly stepping back and rejoining the line, he watched coldly as the kobold stumbled back and tried to decide whether or not to run. He'd found that injuring them was preferable to killing them. Whenever he killed one, there was always another one, just waiting to replace it. However, if he only scared them with a flesh wound, they'd stand there, stupidly, giving him a few seconds of peace before they eventually succumbed to whatever urge was pushing them forward. As expected, the kobold shook his head,
then snarled and stumbled forward on his ruined leg, seemingly eager to die for its cause. Mike obliged and quickly set it off to its destined afterlife. They never stopped. They never ran. They were relentless. Feeling his sword getting heavier by the minute, he panted heavily as he hacked into the next kobold that threw itself at him. Behind him, he heard a loud shout. "Brace!" Familiar with what was coming, he dropped to a knee and hid behind his shield. Closing his eyes to avoid being blinded, he felt the air above him ignite. Even through his eyelids, the light was enough to make him flinch and cower. The same voice called out, "Recover!"
Smoothly rising to his feet, he looked out to a changed battlefield. The after effects of the spell cannons never ceased to amaze him. Yes, it was a shame they didn't have enough to cover the entire battlefield. The area in front of their lines had been transformed into a field filled to the brim with chunked kobolds. When he'd first seen the cannons in action, he hadn't bothered to look away. As a result, the sight of the flame web charges expanding as they flew through the air was now burned into his memory. Calling them an effective mob deterrent is the most absurd understatement I've ever heard, he thought to himself with a dark chuckle. Looking over his shoulder, he watched as the mages and the cannoneers rolled the spell cannon away to their next firing position. Now that he had a good view of the battlefield, he could see how far they'd come. They'd been pushing the kobolds back further and further into the mountain. Off in the distance he could see Dorchester. It was now much farther away than it had been when all of this madness began. Turning back to look at the killing fields, he could see burning trees and large groups of kobolds moving around in the distance. With the gradient height of the mountain, he couldn't see how far they still had to go before they forced them back into the tunnels, but he couldn't imagine it being much further. If it was, whoever was running this shit show had better rotate them out for fresh troops. He could feel everyone around him was just as tired as he was, if not more so. Movement to his right caught his attention, and he looked over to see a group of mages cutting out sheets of earth to compress and form into a fresh set of bunker walls. It would seem the front lines were moving forward once again. Unsurprisingly, he heard someone shout, "20 paces forward!" With a sigh, he rolled his shoulders and stepped over the kobold corpse on the ground in front of him. Nero felt the forced conversation going on all around him, but he pretended not to. After all, it wasn't his fault that they refused to get up a decent hour. Breakfast was the most important meal of the day, and he would be damned if he didn't let himself enjoy it. But, like all things he avoided, eventually he was forced to deal with it. The moment he set down his fork, Vera's tone completely changed to business mode, and she asked, "So, Nero, are you ready to start your day now?" Nero looked up to see everyone staring at him with undisguised interest. Frowning in annoyance, he couldn't help but feel like recent circumstances had somehow cast him into a leadership position, despite all of his protests. It wasn't like he didn't know why it was happening. Random, stupid events kept occurring, and all of them were somehow centered around him. Whether it was someone trying to kill him, someone trying to reward him for surviving someone trying to kill him, or some other ridiculous noble bullshit, all of their current concerns revolved around him. Sitting up a little straighter than normal, Nero tried to look as serious as possible. "I get that there are a great many things that I've been avoiding. Vera's been running all the business stuff. Nick's been kind enough to follow me around as I've been off fulfilling whatever dumbass trials the nobles forced me to take. Kathleen, I know you're only here to help me grow or whatever, but I'm sure I haven't been making it easy on you either," he said to each of them, then turned to Rose and added, "You, I'm guessing, are here to get out of the General's pocket and avoid whatever fate you think I have planned for him." Nero stifled a chuckle as Rose winced. Considering how little he actually knew about her, He was happy to see his guess was correct.
Turning to address the academician, Nero said, "I'm not really sure exactly what the evaluation will entail, but I don't really mind you sticking around. Are you always going to be the one assigned here? Or are you guys going to be working in shifts or something? And do I have to worry about you or the other evaluators spreading secrets to my enemies or anything?" Nero was too tired to be discreet with his accusations, and he was betting on a guy like Quincy being unable to lie believably when asked directly if he was trustworthy. From what little Nero had seen, the man was like an overexcited teenager in the body of a middle-aged accountant. Either way, how the man answered the question would tell Nero all he needed to know. Academician Quincy's face turned serious, or as close an attempt at looking serious as he could reasonably pull off, and he said, "Lord Walker, I assure you, we have no interest in aiding your enemies. Besides, as a unique, you will no longer be a threat to the local nobility. Regardless, for the most part, I'll be joining you and your companions for the time being. Occasionally, I'll have to leave and meet with my team, who should be busy with various other tasks associated with your evaluation. You can just pretend I'm not here and go about your business. I promise not to relay anything to anyone that might cause you any problems." Nero gave the man a deadpan stare, not believing for a second half the things the man was claiming. The only question was, did Quincy actually believe that load of bullshit due to ignorance? Or was he just that incredible of a liar? Considering Nero wouldn't be covering any particularly sensitive topics at the moment, he figured it didn't matter much. Nero looked Quincy in the eye and said, "Uh-huh. Well, welcome aboard, I guess." Turning back to the people who actually mattered, Nero said, "I know there are a bunch of decisions you've been waiting for me to make, but before all that, how do we know that I'm actually going to be confirmed as a unique? Shouldn't all of this still be hypothetical?" Academician Quincy immediately answered, seemingly unable to play the silent observer like he promised. "Actually, based on all the testimony and memory engrams included in the initial filing for your change of citizenship level, I can reasonably say that your ascension to unique is assured." Giving the man the side-eye, Nero asked, "So I should start filling out all the paperwork and crap now? Before I even formally get the title, or whatever I get for becoming a unique?" Nodding a little too enthusiastically, Academician Quincy replied, "Absolutely. I've already assigned 2 scholars to compile the forms you'll need to take up your new position. I've also taken the liberty of signing off on the creation of your personal house and started the process of your adherence licensing." Nero wasn't sure what Quincy was talking about, but it sounded important. And since he was trying to be serious Nero at the moment, he just replied, "Good. Well done." Once again turning away from the man, Nero looked at Vera and said, "Nick mentioned your house taking over my assets and becoming a branch house for House Walker. Is that the best way to handle this?" Vera stiffened and replied woodenly, "Nero, however you choose to handle the situation is up to you. I won't say any more on the subject." Narrowing his eyes, he replied, "I get it. You don't want to influence my decision or anything. But seriously, I don't have the relevant background to know how any of this works. So guide me, woman. Or at the very least, list my options so I can make an informed choice." Vera grimaced, as if she'd bit into a particularly sour lemon. "I understand your point. However, there is a conflict of interest here. I don't feel comfortable presenting you with your options when I stand to benefit from them so massively. I will say that you could always avail yourself of the center. The Wayfinders there would be more than happy to help you through this difficult time of your life." Everyone in the room seemed to nod along with Vera's suggestion, as if it were the most reasonable way for Nero to proceed. However, Nero wasn't having it. "Look, I don't trust them. I trust you. You're my Wayfinder. If you're going to screw me over, then congrats on your payday. Do you want your house to buy me out of my interest in precision shipping and all the other places I own?
If so, then that's fine with me. I don't even know what all House Walker owns at the moment. If you recall, you've been the one handling all of that. So please, with a cherry on top, advise me. Just tell me the best option for me to get this over with."
Kathleen chuckled and nodded, as if Nero had said something extremely profound. While Vera thought over how she wanted to handle Nero's request, Nick decided to interject. "Nero, I'm probably the only person here who understands where you're coming from. Try not to take it personally. She's just having trouble dealing with the fact that you don't know anything, and you absolutely don't care enough to learn." Vera shot Nick a look that promised future retribution, and Nick just shrugged with a smile at her glare. He remained completely unapologetic. Turning back to Nero, Vera said, "Well, if you really want my opinion, I suppose I could consider it my last act as the proxy to House Walker. In fact, since you've never actually signed the contract for my services, in a way, I've never actually been the proxy to House Walker." She paused at that and crinkled her face as if she were trying to figure out a particular complicated math problem. Nick asked, "Vera, dear, what do you mean?" Vera came out of her thoughts and looked over at Nick. "Well, Nero doesn't do any of the house's paperwork. I figured he'd get around to it eventually, but I suppose it doesn't matter now." "Wait." She paused, then turned to look at Nero with the most serious expression he'd ever seen on her face. Her tone was intense as she said, "Before you do anything else, you need to go through the paperwork I've sent you through your link. Start at the beginning and fill out each page in order." Nero widened his eyes at how serious she was being. "Okay, but why?" Nick chimed in, asking, "What do you mean Nero hasn't filled out any paperwork? What has he missed?" Vera glanced briefly at Academian Quincy before looking at Nick and replying, "Nothing serious. He just has a few outstanding forms to fill out since he's been off fighting in the wilds. Before we deal with any of the issues associated with him becoming a unique, he should probably deal with them first." Vera then turned to stare at Nero, forcing him to feel a little uncomfortable, as she wasn't saying anything. A few seconds of silence passed before Nero noticed Vera starting to frown. "You mean I should deal with that stuff now? I thought we were discussing how I'm going to deal with the house problems," he said, looking at her with confusion. Vera seemed to come to some kind of realization, then asked, "Nero, have you lost your link?" Nero replied quickly, "No, why?" Vera's frown returned. "Then why aren't you answering your pings?" she asked. Nero shrugged and said, "Oh, I turned all that stuff off. If you focus on the settings menu, you can get it to pretty much ignore everything. I'm pretty sure after all my tweaking, my link will even let me sleep through Captain Angelton overriding my privacy settings." Everyone in the room looked at Nero with varying levels of shock. Nick asked, "You changed the link's primary operating functions? How? Why?" Nero looked at them all in confusion and replied, "What's the big deal? You're the one that taught me that all I have to do is think at it. If you focus on the link, you can get a feel for what it is trying to do, and then all you have to do is convince it to not do it anymore. I did it a while ago when I was screwing with it in my tent when I didn't feel like reading. I guess I kind of forgot about it after that. I can still send and receive pings if I actively connect with it, so nothing's really changed. I'm just not connected to it at the moment." Nick shook his head in exasperation. "Nero, that is very illegal. It's also something you shouldn't be able to do." Vera, however, had a very different concern. "Have you not been reading any of your messages? What about all the filings that I sent you? You haven't been ignoring those too, have you?" Nero, not caring all that much, replied, "Last time I checked,
I had like over 400 pings waiting for me.
I sure as shit wasn't going to go through all of them, one by one. After a certain point, I just stopped looking at it. Everyone leaned back in stunned silence, including Academian Quincy and Kathleen. It was inconceivable to them that Nero could be so deliberately irresponsible. Seeing how they were reacting, he said, "What? I'll get to them eventually. You should have seen my mailbox back home. I had like 10,000 emails I'd never bothered opening. I think keeping it under 1,000 is pretty good if you ask me." Vera hopped to her feet and immediately rushed out of the room. Nero watched her leave with a stunned look on his face. Where the hell is she going in such a hurry? He wondered. Nick's voice brought his attention back to the group. Nero, a lot of what you've been ignoring were probably important documents covering everything from the acquisition of your numerous assets to the legal consequences of your various run-ins with the Tower of Law. To put it simply, this is not good. Nero felt like he just found out that he'd be receiving a fine for ignoring a jury summons or something.
Okay, but it hasn't really been all that long. I can just go through it now. What's the big deal? He asked. Vera rushed back into the room and presented Nero with a piece of paper. Her tone was full of fury as she demanded, "Nero, read this, then sign it." Nero, still confused, started skimming the form she'd given him. Looking up at her, he said, "This is a form stating that you're to be my legal proxy. Didn't you just get through telling me that you can't be my proxy anymore?" Vera, through gritted teeth, replied, "I can't be the head of House Walker's proxy, as the Dorchester House of Walker will soon no longer exist. I can, however, be the personal proxy to Lord Nero Walker, the Unique. As you haven't gone through any of the incredibly important forms you've received, this form will allow me to deal with them on your behalf." Academian Quincy butted in.
Excuse me, but do you realize what she just gave you? You can't sign that. You'd be putting her in charge of your entire life, he shouted at Nero, then turned to Vera and demanded, "What game are you playing at? You think I'll just stand here and let you co-opt a Unique without doing anything?" To say Nero was shocked would be an understatement. The Quincy he'd come to know had completely changed. The Academian Quincy in front of him now was a totally different person. He was standing tall, veritably bursting with authority and presence. The difference between who Nero had thought the man was and who he actually was shocked him to his core. Rarely had ever been so wrong about a person's personality. Vera met Quincy's stare, both of them now standing on opposing sides, with Nero in the middle, still seated on the couch. Her tone was cutting as she replied, "I'm trying to deal with the things he refuses to acknowledge."
Do you have any idea what kind of damage he's opened our businesses and investments up to? With those contracts sitting unsigned, who knows what could be happening at this very moment? We need to get those forms filled out and signed immediately. Nero shrunk into the couch, feeling like he was a child having his parents arguing over him. I probably should have checked my mail, he thought sourly. Chapter 175. This is how it's gonna be. Lord Mason Quincy hurriedly made his way through the halls of the massive teleportation hall in Hennings. Aside from some hidden military and Royal Astra platforms, this was the one location where all the intercity teleportations happened. As Hennings was the capital of the kingdom, it was understandably rather large. He knew he was running late, but the meeting he'd just come from had required his presence. Everyone involved preferred their clandestine plans to be gone over in person, regardless of how pointless it had been. His frustration was growing, as the teleportation hall was surprisingly busy. And if it weren't for the directions being provided by his link, he'd probably end up lost in this confusing labyrinth. It was understandable, as he hadn't been here in years. Every time he was forced to nod in greeting to some noble he knew, precious seconds were wasted.
He could feel his anger rising when he considered how much wealth was currently being wasted by these petty nobles, abusing their privileges to teleport back and forth between their cities and the capital. When he finally found the preparation room his team was assigned, he tossed one last disgusted look at the herds of nobles clogging up the hallways with their arrogance. Useless wastes of essence, every one of them, spending their family's wealth like water, while wasting their lives on politics and the illusion of power.
Our ancestors would be ashamed if they could see Hennings now, he thought to himself before turning away and entering the room. The moment he walked in, he saw his 6-member team perk up and rush over to him. Mage Adept Idrius was the first to speak, as she was his second in command and had been with him the longest.
Lord Quincy, we were worried you wouldn't make it. Our teleportation is scheduled for platform 23 in 11 minutes, she said, her voice calm and collected. Lord Quincy replied quickly without apologizing. It was unavoidable. He ran his eyes across his team, making sure that they all looked ready for what was coming. Seeing them all returning his stare with carefully moderated enthusiasm and discipline, he nodded in appreciation. Straightening up, he squared his shoulders and said, "As you all know, a lot of favors and political capital was spent to get us all here. Some of you have been following the Walker's legend since the beginning, others not as long.
But we're all aware of what's at stake. The Walker needs our help, and we're going to give it. We are to be the removers of obstacles on his path, and together we shall follow him to greatness." Quincy could see their resolve strengthening, their determination to succeed in their mission settling into their very identities. "From now on, my title of Lord is to be set aside. I will simply be Academian Quincy. Furthermore, you are all now nothing more than scholars. We are not mages, and will not have any association with the Tower of Magic in any way. Our previous mission to infiltrate the Royal Academy is no longer relevant. We are now dedicated solely to the preservation and rise of the Walker." Scholar Idrius asked, "Has the paperwork been taken care of?" Nodding quickly, he replied, "Yes, it's all been handled by our knights still in the tower. As far as the Tower of Magic is concerned, we all left and joined the Academy, and the records of our continued association with the tower have been deleted. Aside from a few unverifiable rumors, there is no longer any trace of our assignment. We're now on our own." One of the team members asked, "Did Eric and the others have anything useful to add?" Academian Quincy snorted and replied, "Nothing of importance, other than reminding me to include them in the dedicated scry link. He and the council mostly wanted to waste their time arguing about the order's name." Scholar Idrius's voice cut through the chuckles. "It doesn't matter. If all goes to plan, we'll barely be associated with them anymore. We'll be adherents to a unique and walking a much more important path." Everyone nodded at that, their faces filled with ambition and hope. Academian Quincy's tone was harsh as he barked, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. We have a lot of work to do before we can even think about asking the Walker to take us in. You all know your assignments. Focus on that, and we'll proceed one step at a time. Now, get into character, and let's get moving." Shaking his shoulders out, Academian Quincy adopted his noble smile and softened his presence. His entire being became warm and friendly before he turned on his heel and led them out of the room. With a bright smile on his face, he turned his head to look at Scholar Idrius, who now looked much more approachable. "You said platform 23, right?" She looked over at him with a gentle smile and replied, "Yes, Academian Quincy, platform 23. Nodding lightly, he led them through the hallways, smiling and exchanging polite nods with the nobles of Hennings, while he led his team to their scheduled Astra platform for teleportation to Dorchester. Sitting at Vera's desk, He'd been dealing with each ping, one after another, with Vera looking over one shoulder and Quincy standing over the other. Over and over, Vera had explained why each particular ping was essential, and then went into exacting detail on how this proved he had been an idiot for not having dealt with the ping the moment he'd received it. To Nero's unending annoyance, each and every time, Quincy had then exclusively taken the position of Vera's opposition by criticizing the need for Nero to be dealing with the pings at all. Over his right shoulder, he heard Vera voice her disgust with Academian Quincy's latest barb. He's the only one who could sign off their incorporation. At the time of this ping, he was the head of the entire house. How could a mercenary company, bearing his house's name, file their articles of incorporation without his signature being included in their initial filing? Do you expect the Tower of Law to just believe me when I say, "Oh, Lord Walker"?
Of course he knows all about this. I assure you this is what he wanted. Lord Bennings would have me in front of a tribunal before the end of the day for abuse of position, she all but shouted over Nero's head. Not remotely convinced, Quincy shot back, "As usual, you're exaggerating the situation to the point of incredulity just to prove your point. You were House Walker's proxy. For something like this, your signature and approval would be more than enough for the company to be incorporated. If it weren't, your application and registration wouldn't have even been provisionally approved. Honestly, if you didn't want to be the one dealing with this, then you should have done a better job expanding House Walker's employment base. Forcing a young man like Lord Walker to deal with these things is a waste of his time."
Nick, from the other side of the desk, leaned his head in between the two holographic screens displaying the contents of Nero's account through the Thought Hub, trying to get Nero's attention. Whisper loudly, he asked, "If you were actively delving into the thought matrix, why weren't you rebuffed by the intrusion protocols? More importantly, how did you mask your essence signature to allow your influence to permeate down into the link's core identity?" It had been a long time since Nero had been this annoyed. The only thing he could compare it to was the one time he'd allowed his mother and the girl he was seeing at the time to help him with his taxes. Before he'd known what happened, it had morphed into both women perching over his shoulders, having him walk them through all of the charges on his credit card statements. To this day, he still couldn't understand how asking for help on his taxes ended up with him spending an entire Saturday having to justify his spending habits.
Now, just like then, he was the unhappy recipient of two radically different opinions, assaulting his ears in stereo. It was obvious to Nero that Vera was an obsessive-compulsive and detail-oriented, psychotic administrator type, while Quincy was the quintessential rich asshole, descended from generations of rich assholes, who as a whole considered everything associated with money to exclusively be the responsibility of employees and trusted advisors, and having Nero deal with it was a travesty on par with a war crime. While the two of them were busy bickering had been bad enough, the last straw was when he started being assaulted by Nick, leaning over the desk and trying to get him to explain in how he'd been able to influence the thought matrix in his link. Deciding he'd had enough, Nero tilted his head back and shouted, "Everyone, please! For the love of all that is holy and good, and for the sake of my sanity, shut the fuck up!" The three of them all took a step back and froze, and Nero dropped his head in relief at the blessed silence. "Thank you," he muttered as he exhaled heavily. Looking up at Nick, he said, "Nick, I don't know any other way to say it. I've already told you all I know. I sent my mind into the link, curious to see how it worked. I got a sense of how it dealt with certain things, and then, in the sections where I disagreed with how it did what it did, I pushed a little until it changed. That's it. That's all I can tell you. I'm sure there is some really complicated jargon and technical explanation as to what I did, but I don't know the terminology to explain it to you. Nor do I plan on learning it." Moving on,
Nero pushed his chair back so he could look up at both Vera and Quincy, who were standing next to him at the desk. Now, as for you two, I'm sure you're both making really good points about whatever the hell it is you're talking about. However, I don't care.
Most likely I will never care. When it comes to businesses, all I'm concerned about is how much money I'm getting out of them, he said with utter seriousness. Seeing as Quincy began smiling and was about to say something akin to a victory speech, Nero continued. But that is not to say I don't appreciate how much work goes into the running of a house. Lucky for me, I have Vera, who is worth 100 strangers that I wouldn't trust to mow my lawn, let alone handle my money. Arbitrarily hiring a bunch of people out of nowhere is a good way to get yourself taken advantage of. By the time he finished, neither of them looked particularly happy with him. Not that he cared. Looking up at Vera from his chair, he said, "We're not even halfway done with this crap, and I'm already considering fucking off and finding a private beach to retire on. All because I don't have to put up with your squabbling." And for the record, I agree with Quincy here that I'd be an idiot to sign over my rights to you, regardless of how much I trust you. Now, from here on out, let's all cut the chatter and focus on getting through this without me losing my mind. I have no interest in listening to the comprehensive explanation as to how a particular ping came to be, so please, I'm begging you, just stick to the basics of what the ping says and explaining to me what I'm signing, okay? Vera deadpanned at him, crossing her arms and replying, "Very well." Then, turning to Quincy, he said, "And if you could, please go and get us all some coffee and whatnot. I don't know if it falls under your job description, but could you also arrange for all the paperwork we'll have to file to get this crap transferred over into House Verena's name, so that we can set me up as a shareholder or something? I don't know how it'll work, but I'm betting you do. The ultimate goal will be to have me still getting paid, while Vera continues running everything. However we can make that happen, that would be great. Thanks." Turning his head to look at Nick, who was still standing on the other side of the desk, Nero cocked his head a little in thought. He stared at the man for a few seconds in silence as he tried to come up with something useful for the man to do. Thinking of something, he said, "Nick, you're of absolutely no use here. Instead, I'd like you to go find me a few books on basic magic that explain how spell forms are constructed and how normal people attune themselves to essence flows. I'm talking about the actual basics that the average person uses to explain how people in this world do magic. I don't want you picking out books that have any kind of underlying or hidden theme or subtle clues as to what you think I might need to know. I want non-theoretical, actually applicable spellcasting books on how to do magic." Seeing Nick glaring at him, obviously insulted by what he was saying, Nero returned the man's stare with one of his own. "I'm telling you right now, Nick, I'm the kind of stubborn, cynical bastard who will never believe what I'm reading is anything but a fraction of the whole truth. You won't be polluting me with native ideas or any other such nonsense that you fancy-pants scholars believe about paths. I plan on making my own way. But taking the best part about what someone else has already figured out and making it my own is how smart people save time. I don't want to spend years trying to figure out the magic system by picking apart spells I see other people casting. If it makes you feel better, consider this my path, one which I'm choosing to follow all on my own." Nick's face went from reticence to confusion and finally landed on shocked understanding. Nero watched the man come to some kind of inner realization or something, and he could almost taste the misunderstanding in the air. "No, Nick. This is not some profound life lesson or anything you can pick apart to gain greater insight into some nebulous, all-encompassing grand truth. This is simply me not wanting to spend another goddamned minute practicing the elemental wheel and honing my control. I just want to see how you all do magic, because I guarantee you that I'll think your way sucks and then figure out the right way to do it. Academic Quincy's voice carried what one might call a hint of reverence as he restated what Nero had said. By taking the best from what others have done, we discover our own path to even greater accomplishments. He sounded like a reverend quoting scripture, or a nerd quoting the opening of The Lord of the Rings. Nero looked up at the man, with disgust clearly displayed on his face, and said, "If you make a poster, start a cult, or some other kind of self-help movement out of that, I better be getting a large cut of the profits. You hear me?" Chapter 176. Why He Doesn't Care. Mage Adept Newbanks was shocked when Archmage Jennings suddenly ended their meeting by shouting, "What the hell is that insufferable woman doing?" only to then teleport away and leave her with nothing but questions. Hurriedly taking a seat in one of the guest chairs and closing her eyes, she reached out to the personal connection she'd set up through the Tower of Magic and sent out a scrying probe to chase after the man so she could determine what was happening. The connection was quickly established, and she watched as the Archmage argued with Lord Walker's proxy, Vera Salvatore Verena. Frowning in confusion, she couldn't understand what they were talking about. Was Lady Verena betraying Lord Walker somehow? Did the Archmage uncover a plot of some kind? Her concentration to the scry link nearly shattered when she heard Archmage Mather's frustrated voice ask, "Well, where did he go, Adept?" Splitting her mind to maintain the connection, she opened her eyes to see the scry link through the communication relay, still displaying the hovering image of Archmage Mathers in the middle of the room. She'd forgotten for a moment that it was his call that had prompted Archmage Jennings to close his eyes for a few seconds before running off. Standing up out of her chair to address the Archmage, she said, "It seems he's gone to the Verena estate. From what I can tell, he's unhappy with something Lady Verena was saying, or planning, but I'm not sure exactly what." Archmage Mathers, who was much more familiar with Jennings' capabilities, replied, "He most likely reviewed the memory partition he'd created to monitor his scry link with Lord Walker. I can only assume that he found himself disagreeing with something Lady Verena was doing." Rubbing his chin in thought, he went on to say, "Most likely she was recommending Lord Walker to head to Hennings to register for classes at the Centerpoint Academy. That would explain why I'm getting all these transfer requests. Honestly, what the hell is he doing out there? We agreed to let him go to Dorchester so that he could watch over the young man, and at every turn he's been outmaneuvered and outplayed by the locals. How in the infinite hells is that possible? Seriously, this isn't a rhetorical question. What is going on over there?" While he was thinking out loud, his tone was getting angrier by the second. Mage Adept Newbanks was having difficulty trying to maintain her connection to the scry, while also paying attention to both of the conversations she was hearing. The one she was having with Archmage Mathers, and the one currently happening at the Verena estate. But before she could formulate a politically sound reply to Archmage Mathers' questions, she dropped her jaw in shock at hearing Archmage Jennings loudly invoke the military secrecy accords before shattering her connection to her scry. The backlash from the connection rebounding was enough to visibly stagger her. At the same time, Archmage Mathers felt the age-old connection he'd shared with Archmage Jennings break. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he muttered, "What just happened?" Before he could check the automated records, which were stored as a contingency protocol within the Hennings Tower of Magic, Mage Adept Newbanks answered his question. Her tone was one of disbelief as she gasped out, "The Archmage! He invoked the military secrecy accords, then sealed the room. He isolated the entire space, severing every connection to anyone in the room."
Archmage Mather's brow furrowed, and he angrily demanded, "He did what? Is he insane?"
What exactly were they talking about before the sigh cut off? Mage Adept Newbanks paled at what she recalled hearing just before the scrylink cut off. Although she knew the truth would eventually come out, as there were most likely numerous parties watching the conversation happening, she did not want to be the one to utter the logical accusation of what was probably being discussed under the guise of military secrecy. Gulping, she straightened her shoulders and said, "I'm sorry, Archmage Mathers. For the time being, I'm under Archmage Jennings' authority. Therefore, I'm unable to answer your question at this time." Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Archmage Mathers reeled back a little in shock. His mind raced through the various possibilities, trying to conceive of a likely scenario that matched the facts he had on hand. Coming up with nothing, he sighed and muttered, "Whatever the hell is going on with that old bastard is for sure going to end up costing me hours of paperwork. I just know it." He then abruptly closed the scrylink and vanished from the room, apparently done with this conversation. After he'd exiled Nick and Quincy from Vera's office, the rate at which he and Vera were able to get through the backlog of pings increased dramatically. And without Quincy and Nick distracting him, Nero actually began listening to Vera's explanations about what he was reading. Unsurprisingly, the backlog of pings went back to when he'd initially been raised to nobility. It was kind of nice for Nero to go through an in-depth review of everything that had happened to him from a different perspective. It was interesting to hear Vera's interpretation of the reasons behind him receiving that initial invitation to the keep. He remembered at the time, thinking that it was nothing more than the city lord wanting to take his measure. But, according to Vera, it was also the city lord getting it on record that she was personally supporting the new noble raised in her city, and the gesture of respect to the royal backing Nero's new title granted him. There were, of course, a lot of pings that were now completely pointless, but even those proved educational for Nero. Vera explained how the lesson plan Nick and his team designed mirrored the one used in the preparatory schools for magic academies, and how citizens could sign up as auxiliary soldiers to receive specialized training and take classes at their local command center. Then there was the explanation of his opening bank statements, his house creation paperwork, proxy authorizations, and numerous other incidentals. Nero paused the review and asked her, "Vera, if you are capable of explaining things this easily, then why have you let me flounder around like an idiot for the past couple of months?" Vera looked down disapprovingly at Nero, who was sitting in her office chair. "Do you honestly believe these brief overviews have taught you anything of value? Each of these pings was an opportunity for a larger lesson that you've not only missed, but still don't seem to grasp the importance of. Here, take this one for example," she said, pointing at the hovering screen on the desk. "This ping was from when I leveraged your assets to bet in the arena. You can see the itemized list of what you'd received and what you were still owed, along with an estimation of what you'd received from the auction of House Dorchen's property. If you read closely, you'll be able to see reference numbers for the public filings that you could use to track what came from where. You can also see that there are references to the arena's rules and regulations. While that is a simple overview, if you really wanted to learn from this, you'd have to research each of these topics to understand how I was able to get them to accept the leveraged assets for the loan, which I then used to place your bet. An overview is just that, an overview. It tells you nothing more than a broad description of what something is. To actually learn something, you need to go much further than simply understanding the definition. You need to understand the why and how behind the what," she said, sounding like a grade school teacher harshly criticizing a disappointing student. Nero, however, wasn't impressed. As far as he was concerned, a brief Wikipedia entry was more than enough for him to understand something. He didn't have time for an in-depth analysis of every single topic he'd come across since he'd arrived here. Otherwise, he'd never have left the front gates, and he'd still be listening to someone explaining how Dorchester's walls were raised through the application of enchanting, engineering, and other such pointless crap. Just thinking about it,
He could imagine Nick standing next to him at the wall, pointing at a giant stone and saying, "Each of these has been through the blah 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 construction process, which was invented by the brilliant researcher, whoever, from the great city of wherever." Keep in mind, none of this would be possible if it weren't for the who gives a shit provided by the kingdom. Nero looked up at Vera and shrugged. "I get it. You and Nick have the same problem. You're too old and too smart. When it comes down to it, you simply know too much. When I ask you what something is, I don't need to know everything you do about whatever it is I'm curious about. Think about it.
Everything is connected, and if you pick any singular topic, it will eventually lead to everything else. So, in the future, just stick to the basics. Otherwise, I'll never learn anything," he said. Vera frowned and asked, "What do you mean, everything is connected?" Nero looked at her in confusion. "Come on, seriously?" he asked, then pointed at the cup of pens on the desk. "If I ask you what that is, all I need to hear is that it is a cup full of pens. I don't need to know the material the cup is made out of, or the cultural history associated with pens." Nick would waste hours explaining how the pens were made, their manufacturing process, and the technological history of the various types of pens, all of which led to the modern pen that is currently resting in that cup. You, on the other hand, would probably waste an hour explaining why pens are still even a thing, despite everyone having access to the Thor Hub and these screens, along with being able to simply write stuff with your mind. Everyone I've met wastes too much time telling me crap I don't care about, and ignoring the initial question, which prompted your completely pointless lectures. Don't get me wrong, a lot of what you guys say is really interesting, and someday I'd love to hear about it. But, right now, I just don't have the time to care. Vera frowned in thought. She had to admit that Nero did have a point. On more than one occasion, she'd heard him ask a question, and knowing about his limited understanding of the world, she'd gone into detail about whatever topic he'd asked about, with the hope of helping him understand their society. Perhaps it was a little excessive. Nero could practically feel the wheels turning in her head, and he added, "Now, don't get me wrong. I appreciate you and Nick wanting to implant your decades of knowledge into my brain as fast as possible. I'm just saying that I don't have a month to learn all about one isolated subject before another one ends up biting me in the ass. When I ask what I need to do to become a unique, I don't have time for a lecture on how the filing system works through the Tower of Law or any other nonsense I can't even imagine right now. I just need someone to get me the files I have to sign and make sure I don't do something stupid while I'm filling them out. Why do you think I put you in charge of stuff? Aside from the essential fact that I trust you, it's also because I don't understand any of this legal crap, and I don't have the time or inclination to learn anything about it." Vera sighed. She couldn't help but feel a little sad for the young man she'd taken under her wing. He really hadn't had the time to figure anything out. One crisis after another had assaulted him from the moment he'd entered and taken refuge behind Dorchester's walls. For her, the pace has been blistering, and she couldn't imagine how he must have been feeling. But at least now she had a better understanding of how Nero must have been feeling all this time. Nodding in commiseration, Vera said, "I understand, Nero. You never wanted lessons. You simply wanted answers." His eyes wide and his smile bright, he looked up at her with appreciation and replied, "That is a really good way to put it. Thanks, Vera." Turning back to the screens, she said, "All right, let's start getting through these." Their speed at dealing with the pings became even faster, and Vera refrained from going into detail for the most part, much to Nero's relief. They blitzed through the numerous updates for the businesses, including the creation of their trading houses, mercenary corps, and manufacturing centers. Nero didn't even bother to read most of what he was signing, as he quickly grew to trust that Vera would have chosen the best option without his input. He didn't bother to waste time listening to why she did something in whatever way she did it.
He just signed and smiled like a good little absentee boss. Everything was going exceedingly well until they came to a ping, which stopped Nero dead in his tracks. "What the hell is this?" he asked. Vera replied, "Well, normally this would have been sent to House Walker's Thought Hub account, but it seems when people heard that you'd become a unique and were no longer part of the local nobility system, they decided to contact you directly. It's pretty shameless, as you haven't technically been inducted into your new citizen level, but I can see why they'd try to get to you before that happens. Regardless, just send me a copy and then ignore it. I'll put it with the other ones I've received for House Walker."
Nero frowned, simultaneously confused and a little angry.
"You mean there have been others? How many courtship requests have I received?"
Vera shrugged as if it didn't matter.
"Probably around 30 or 40. I just set them aside as you've been clear about your intentions to stay unmarried for the time being. As you've been busy, I've also politely rejected any party and dinner invitations you've received as the head of House Walker." Collapsing into the back of the chair in shock, Nero asked, "Are these people crazy? I haven't even completed my noble trials. I've been here like, what, a little over 2 months? What the hell, Vera?" Smiling as if she was enjoying seeing Nero so off balance, she replied, "Nero, you have to understand. One of the noble trials is the trial of legacy. You needed an heir and a family as the head of House Walker. Many nobles would be delighted to have a daughter or son paired off with a new noble who is both rich and under the protection of the royals.
And now that you're a unique, someone has to take over control of your interests in Dorchester. If you wed quickly, your wife could immediately take over House Walker and manage your interests here." Nero was stunned.
These power-hungry, money-grubbing sons of bitches. I'm not sure whether or not to be excited, insulted, or depressed about this particular flavor of local insanity, he thought to himself.
Zeroing in on something she'd said, he asked, "Wait, you said House Walker has a separate Thought Hub account. How does that work? And do I have to go through that one too?" Vera chuckled and replied, "Every house has an account, which is usually handled by a management department. I've been covering yours by borrowing some administrators from Precision Shipping. Anything important I've already forwarded to you."
Where do you think all of these pings came from? If you look at the ping's history, you'll be able to see everyone who's looked at it before it was sent to you.
Nero leaned forward to look at the screen.
He really did like these desks. It was a novel way to interact with the link. Instead of seeing it in your head, you were able to manipulate the displays as if you were the computer, and the interactive holograms were the monitors, while your mind served as both the mouse and keyboard. It was intuitive to the point of hilarity. All he had to do was reach out, and the desk took over. It was brilliant. After briefly studying the ping, he found the section covering the ping's history. With just a thought, he was able to open another screen, which displayed the trail the ping went through before it ended up in his account. He couldn't believe how many people had contributed and seen this seemingly stupid ping about some party he'd already missed. And this one had been sent to his account directly. He couldn't imagine how many people it would have gone through had it been sent to House Walker's account first.
Nero looked up at Vera and asked,
"Why would they arrange a party for me when I wasn't even in the city? And how did they know about my change in status? Wait, the better question is, how is all of this getting done so quickly? I mean, how quickly do people typically deal with their pings?" Shrugging, Vera replied, "Well, once you get used to it, it's pretty simple to open, read, interpret, then send off a reply. Even while we've been talking, I've probably dealt with around several hundred pings myself over the past few hours." Nero's eyes widened in shock. "You've been splitting your mind to deal with pings this entire time?" Vera looked at Nero with some derision. "Of course I have.
You think you're the only responsibility I'm dealing with at the moment? Nero shook his head quickly and replied, No, that's not what I meant. I was just surprised to hear that you're that good at splitting your mind. I've tried doing it, and I suck at it.
I don't know how many times I've found myself acting like an idiot by overdrawing on my brain, by trying to concentrate on too many things. Vera's expression softened as she heard his explanation. Well, as your skills in thought management, logical processing, and the other mental skills increase in level, it will become easier. It just takes practice. Though, don't get your hopes up. Everyone has a different limit to what their brain can handle, along with whatever their talents lean toward. Nero hadn't heard much about skills, as he'd actively avoided dealing with that aspect of his identity. As far as he was concerned, his skills would level on their own. But he hadn't heard anything about limits or talents before. Are you saying that not everyone has the same potential to level their skills? He asked. Vera nodded and replied, That's exactly what I'm saying. Everyone has things they're good at. I'm particularly good at handling information and processing data, but I'm also rubbish at scrying. It's not something I'm particularly happy about, so I'd appreciate you not mentioning it. However, I don't mind using myself as an example. You see, I'm very good at receiving, understanding, and handling information. However, it is all internal. I'm not good at sending out my thoughts and following essence flows, which is an essential part of scrying and long-distance information gathering. No one is good at everything. Remember that, Nero. Nero nodded, accepting that this world had a lot more in common with his last world than he'd liked to admit. No matter who you are, you're bound to suck at something, he thought to himself sagely. Chapter 177. Dinner and a Show. After being exiled from Vera's office by Nero, Academian Quincy and Nick headed off to see to the tasks they'd been assigned. However, as they were both temporarily going in the same direction, they spent a few awkward minutes walking the estate hallways in silence. Academian Quincy had been following Nero's adventures from the very beginning. Therefore, he already knew everything there was to know about Nicholas Salvatore, former director of Dorchester Gate 7 Research. Because of that, he also knew how much they had in common. They were both born into nobility, but uninterested in politics. Both of them shared a passion for science and were similarly dedicated to researching the greater mysteries. Even their sense of humor and interests were almost indistinguishable from one another. For Academian Quincy, it was like looking into the past and seeing a much younger version of himself come to life right in front of him. As they made their way down the hallway, Nick felt Quincy staring at him. Unconsciously glancing over at the man, Nick was surprised to see Academian Quincy looking directly at him. The man's smile and thoughtful expression made him shiver, and he felt like he was being judged. Not willing to let the awkward silence continue, Nick asked the first thing that came to mind.
So, I looked up your records earlier. I saw that you've been with the Royal Academy for almost 70 years, while you started your career as a mage. What made you decide to leave the Tower of Magic? Academian Quincy narrowed his eyes while raising a singular eyebrow, as if he were both surprised and offended by the question. Seeing this, Nick immediately tried to retract his question. You don't have to tell me. You're an academian, is what I mean. You're here to ask the questions, not answer them. Am I right? Coughing into his hand, Nick cleared his throat and tried to adopt his professional persona. Squaring his shoulders and raising his chin, he said, Academian Quincy, apologies for my curiosity. I've been spending too much time with Nero and, as such, have forgotten propriety. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be off to go and see about getting Lord Walker those books he requested.
Academian Quincy, while he hadn't been expecting the question, was also a little amused at the man's straightforward nature. Not willing to let the conversation end on such a sour note, he said, Lord Verena, please wait a moment. Nick, who'd already rushed a few steps ahead,
almost imperceptibly dropped his shoulders in defeat, but managed to maintain his professional smile. Slowing back down, he replied, "Of course. What can I do for you, my lord?" Academian Quincy replied easily, "Calm yourself, Lord Verena. I wasn't offended. Around me, you don't have to pretend to care about any of that noble etiquette we both so love to hate. Just treat me the same as you do young Lord Walker, and we'll get along just fine, I assure you." Nick searched the man's eyes as if he were trying to see through the trick. In his experience, a man who was both politically and personally as powerful as the academian was usually not one to set aside his pride so easily.
Regardless, he still didn't have much of a choice but to reply, "If that's what you wish, then I will endeavor to do so, Academian Quincy." Still amused, Academian Quincy couldn't help but wonder if Nick's path would turn out like his did.
"So, Lord Verena, do you plan to join Nero as an adherent?"
Nick, frowning at the subject change, answered, "I'm not sure. I suppose it's likely. He's going to need someone to keep him from getting himself killed, so I doubt I'll have much choice." He finished with a rueful chuckle. Academian Quincy nodded as if that was exactly the answer he'd been expecting.
"Well, just remember to finish the paperwork for the completion of your noble trials before you formally end your marriage. Otherwise, Lady Verena will have to do the noble trials in your place. Not to mention that my team has already started working on the paperwork to have House Verena join House Walker as its Dorchester subsidiary."
So changing the recipient of all of Lord Walker's properties at this point would be counterproductive. Academian Quincy paused, as Nick had stopped abruptly and was now a few steps behind him. Turning around, he saw the man standing there with a confused and panicked look on his face. Nick, his tone a little unsettled, muttered a curse. "Oh, I'll be damned to all the hells. Vera had better have a plan for this." Nero emerged from Vera's office like a kid being let off for summer vacation. Not for a second did he feel remorse for leaving the woman behind to deal with all the off-handed comments and ideas he'd spouted during their perusal of the different business plans he'd been ignoring. From what he could tell, she seemed both excited and annoyed at having to reconfigure all the business models she'd made for the trading houses he'd asked her to start up on a whim. Some of the pings had attached memories, which showed how the trading houses had been set up, and Nero had instantly pointed out where they could have done better. He'd casually explained how to set up sales and rotating pricing structures, along with customer rewards cards and impulse purchasing trends she could take advantage of. He'd even introduced her to the concept of customer newsletters to announce special promotions and ways to increase customer retention through tracking people's purchasing history. As a manager of a cell phone store, he was more than familiar with the myriad of ways big businesses trick customers into buying things they don't actually need. He considered it a time-honored and respectable practice, and was a little insulted that no one bothered to do it here. She'd also been extremely interested in getting a more in-depth explanation of how companies could lease assets and then reduce their tax load by claiming depreciation. Nero cautioned her to check the applicable laws, but she still seemed to find the concept brilliant and promised to look into it. Regardless, none of it was his problem any longer. If everything worked out like they'd planned, he'd merely be this world's version of a shareholder. He'd be getting a percentage of the profits while not having to do a damn thing. Even better, he wouldn't be receiving any more pings about the business ever again. With a smile on his face, Nero made his way back toward the living room, while almost skipping through the halls in joy. Exiting the hallway, he saw way more people than he'd been expecting. Stuttering to a stop, he looked around to see several members of the evaluation team grouped off in huddles and going over piles of papers. He also saw servants walking around refilling drinks and attending to everyone at the various tables and couches. Kathleen and Rose were chatting with a few people in combat leathers he didn't recognize. and Nick and Academian Quincy were off in the corner animatedly arguing about something. The sound of multiple serious conversations happening in tandem made him feel like he was walking into a town hall meeting or a funeral full of greedy inheritors. Almost as one, the entire room fell silent and turned to look at him, as if they had been waiting for him to dare show his face around these parts. Feeling put on the spot, he casually waved and said, "Hello, everybody. If you have any questions or need anything, Vera will be along shortly. It's my dinner time, and I need to go see about a burrito." Immediately ignoring everyone, he put his head down and walked into the room, intending to make his way toward the kitchen, which was on the opposite side of the room. Unfortunately for him, he barely made it a few feet before he was swarmed by people wanting to talk with him immediately.
Seeing them all start talking at once while surrounding him, he could only assume they'd been afraid of interrupting Vera, and had instead been lying in wait for him to arrive without her protection. Nero held up his hands, trying to get everyone to shut up. Like many times before, he'd wished he'd learned how to do that loud whistle thing with his thumb and middle finger. Occasions such as this were few and far between, and it would have been the perfect time to bust it out and look like a badass doing it. However, even if he'd had the ability, it would have been pointless, because Academian Quincy came to his rescue in seconds. Taking control of the situation with ease, Quincy shouted, "Everyone quiet down! Lord Walker wishes to eat!" Pointing at one of the servants, he ordered, "You, bring him a burrito. If you don't know what that is, look it up." Turning to his evaluators, he glared at them and said, "Coordinate with each other to choose one person to present the plan you've come up with." Looking over toward Kathleen and the people she'd been talking to, he said, "You all will be interviewed later. For now, just be patient until Lord Walker has time for you." Nero didn't know what he'd be interviewing them about, but he was glad that Academian Quincy seemed so to have everything under control. He was so impressed with the man that he didn't even notice when Quincy put his arm over his shoulder and led him off to sit at one of the tables like a lord waiting for his supplicants to present their business. In less than a minute, he found himself sitting on a chair with a servant pouring him a fresh cup of coffee, while another was arranging silverware in front of him. He could feel Quincy standing behind him a little to his right, as if he were waiting to see if he was needed. It all happened so smoothly that he wondered if it had been arranged beforehand. So much was happening that his eyes were darting around, trying to keep up with everything. But he was brought out of his thoughts when a young woman stood in front of him on the other side of the table. Looking up at her questioningly, he was about to ask what she wanted when he heard Quincy begin speaking as if he were announcing her. "Lord Walker, this is Scholar Idrius. She has been with me for over 100 years, and I can assure you that she is both capable and thorough. You can trust what she says. You have my word," he declared with a hint of pride in his voice. Scholar Idrius bowed slightly in greeting, then set down an entire pile of paperwork on the table in front of her. "Lord Walker, we have organized the paperwork you'll have to file to transfer your interests to House Verena. Unfortunately, we won't be able to file them for you until your provisional status as a unique is confirmed. I am sorry to say that our request for summary judgment has been denied. The Royal Academy's Standards Committee refused to rule, even provisionally, without first being provided evidence of you using your ability under controlled conditions. However, if you'd like, you can begin the paperwork now, and we can immediately file it when your status is confirmed." Nero kept his mouth shut, as he wasn't sure if she was finished speaking. From behind him, Academian Quincy added, "If you agree, we can head to one of the center research facilities and perform the tests tomorrow morning, or even tonight if you're willing to give us a few hours to prepare." Nero felt weird having to turn his head and listen to the man while he was standing behind him. He felt like one of those heads of state listening to their aide interpret what the person standing in front of them was saying. Looking around, he tried to locate Nick.
Why wasn't he the one acting as his advisor?
Locking eyes with his friend, he could see that Nick was standing off to the side, deliberately out of the way. It was really odd to see so many people standing there staring at him, while the guy he'd been attached to at the hip for the past month was trying to hide himself off in a corner. Not willing to let these people he didn't even know keep running the show, Nero raised his voice loud enough to reach Nick and asked, "Hey, Nick, what do you think? Should we stop by your old stomping grounds and knock out some tests tonight? Maybe we can get Vera to come along and do all the paperwork for us, if she isn't too busy taking over Dorchester's economy." The entire room seemed to turn to look at Nick, who froze under their scrutiny. But he quickly found his courage and strode forward confidently to address Nero and the room. "That would be fine, Lord Walker. I will coordinate with the evaluators to find out what they need and make sure the requisite equipment is provided at once." "And I'm sure Lady Verena would be happy to assist you with the paperwork, my lord," he said, his tone sounding extremely professional. Nero cocked his head in confusion, not understanding why Nick was acting like that. In fact, this entire situation struck him as rather ridiculous. They were in a living room in the guy's house, for God's sake. Hell, he was sitting in a chair and waiting for a burrito to be delivered. Why was everyone acting like he was holding court? Deciding to embrace the stupidity, he waved a hand and pretended to be a pretentious tool, saying, "Very good, Lord Verena. Until then, join me for dinner. Perhaps, if you'd be so kind, you can arrange for some cheese and nachos as an appetizer before we enjoy our burritos. In fact," he hopped to his feet and shouted with all the authority he could muster, "Nachos and melted cheese for everyone!" Nick, understanding that Nero was not being even remotely serious, shook his head in exasperation. However, the servants didn't seem to get the joke and ran off to go find out if there were any fried corn chips on the premises. The world's wonderful translation magic letting them know exactly what Nero was demanding, at least conceptually. Nero was surprised to see Scholar Idrius calmly standing there, as if he hadn't shocked her at all. He looked her in the eye and could actually see a hint of amusement and restrained laughter. He was surprised to see the same look on all the evaluators' faces. It seemed like they were somehow familiar with his method of dealing with serious situations. Perhaps these were some of the assholes that had been spying on him. Or maybe they'd just been thoroughly briefed by someone. Either way, he'd have to step up his game and adapt. Cracking a small smirk, he sat himself back down, as if he hadn't been surprised to see her unsurprised. With his voice full of false warmth, he said, "Okay, miss. For the time being, you can just hold on to that stuff until we need it. But thank you for tracking everything down. I'm sure Vera will appreciate it too. In the meantime, do you need anything else? Or have anything else to report?" Scholar Idris's eyes unconsciously went to Academian Quincy behind him, as if checking with the man on whether or not she should proceed. Nero suddenly realized that this was most likely all theater, part of an elaborate setup meant to control him. He felt himself smile as he pieced together that Academian Quincy was likely trying to replace Nick as his confidant and advisor. "Clever little bastards, aren't they?" he thought to himself. Glancing over at Nick, who'd somewhat reluctantly joined him at the table, he wondered, I wonder what Quincy did to put Nick so off his game. Could he have threatened him? Oh, Quincy, you cheeky bitch. If I find out you came all the way here just to start some shit, I'm gonna make you regret ever stepping foot in my backyard, he promised himself with a grin. Scholar Idrius, who was just about to reply to Nero's question, seemed to lose her voice for a second, then gulped as if she'd swallowed something unpleasant. She wasn't sure what it was, but something about the wicked grin on the young lord's face made her feel decidedly uncomfortable. Chapter 178. Am I going to be an unlocked character? Seeing how the little lord would be stuck dealing with paperwork and the trappings of nobility for the foreseeable future, Kathleen decided to get some of her questions answered. With Nick, Vera, and the evaluator Quincy all occupied with bothering Lord Walker, Kathleen took Rose to the basement for a little training. Swatting Rose's sword away with the palm of her hand, Kathleen watched as the young woman stumbled into an awkward roll. Forcibly maintaining the dispassionate look on her face, Kathleen sauntered toward Rose slowly, as if she wanted her to know that she wasn't even remotely taking the spar seriously. Struggling to her feet, Rose was clearly out of breath and shaken. Her appearance was a stark contrast to Kathleen's domineering attitude and imperious demeanor. They'd been at this for hours, and Kathleen decided that the young woman was finally ready to be questioned. With her tone remaining carefully subdued, Kathleen quietly asked, "So, why are you really here, Vikander?" Hearing Kathleen's question, Rose felt like the past few hours had finally started making sense. Taking a few big gulps of air, she tried to catch her breath. Not surprised that a person like Kathleen Averett would question her motives, and fearing what would happen if she didn't manage to alleviate her concerns, Rose tried to answer as quickly as possible. "I just want a fresh start, a real one."
Weeks ago, Lord Walker said he'd let me join him and offered me protection.
"I'm just now deciding to take him up on it," she said, her words coming out in struggling breaths. Kathleen paused, setting the butt of her spear on the ground. Her hawk-like gaze froze Rose in her place. The young woman felt like she was being stripped bare under the warrior woman's scrutiny. Giving up all pretense of putting up a fight, Rose let her arms go limp, and the tip of her sword dropped to the ground. Making sure to look the older, wiser woman in the eye, she said, "Ms. Everett, I understand your caution. I was placed with you and your lord at the behest of his enemies, or, at the very least, by people who may not have had his best interests in mind. But I never wanted to be a spy, and I have no desire to be an assassin. At heart, I'm a hunter. Please believe me when I say that all I want is to cut ties with Dorchester and move on with my life. I just want to regain control of my path."
Kathleen's expression didn't falter one bit in the face of the young woman's confession.
"And you think joining Lord Walker's house will allow you the freedom to do so?" she asked. Her tone, while soft, was full of judgment and sarcasm. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Rose found herself snickering. "Miss Everett, I've been with Lord Walker for more than a month. I've seen him effortlessly outwit the most powerful nobles in Dorchester, slay monsters as if he were 3 times his actual level, learn magic like he was born for it, defeat an entire assassination squad while capturing their leader, and obliterate kobolds by the hundreds. It's not a question of him letting me do what I want. It's me wanting to do what he asks. If I can get away from my past while following him to his future, then my path will finally be wide and clear," she said, trying with all of her heart to sound as genuine as possible. Kathleen stood silent for a few seconds, considering the young woman's words. Then she offered Rose a single nod of acceptance before turning around and walking away. Heading out of the training room, Kathleen shouted over her shoulder, "You'd better spend a few more hours on your footwork. You look like an idiot rolling around in the dirt like that." Despite the parting insult, Rose found herself smiling after the warrior woman left. Collapsing onto the ground with a huff of satisfaction, she quietly declared, "Step 1 of avoid being implicated with the nobles? Check." Meanwhile, while Kathleen left the young woman to her training, she was busy putting together a threat assessment for the former assassin's apprentice. As much as she would have liked to believe Rose's claims, she would reserve judgment for the time being. For now, she had more pressing matters to deal with. Like usual, she'd connected her link to the local security system. It was a habit she'd developed after long years of living in the city. In this case, as she was currently in the Verena estate, she was extremely limited in what she had access to. Nevertheless, she'd seen the notification that a group of mercenaries were waiting for Lord Walker in the living room, and she wanted to be there in case her spear was needed. Quickening her steps, she made her way up the stairs and across the grounds. When she finally walked into the living room they'd been meeting in, she felt more than a little confused at what she was seeing. She recognized quite a few of the mercenaries. Were they here to pledge to his house? Kathleen's usual blank expression cracked a little when she saw how many armed men and women were waiting to meet with the little lord. She'd known Vera had started putting together a core group of fighters to fill the ranks of House Walker, but she hadn't expected so many of them to already feel this kind of loyalty.
Striding into the room, she saw groups of the mercenaries all broken up into 2s and 3s, enjoying themselves while being attended to by the Verena's servants. Off in the corner, she could see Lord Salvatore Verena and Academian Quincy debating in private over what was probably some noble nonsense she couldn't be bothered to care about. She wasn't surprised at all to see Nick ignoring his responsibility to deal with his guests. Approaching the leader of the 20 or so mercenaries, she carefully kept her tone devoid of any judgment. "I remember you from when Lord Walker returned from his most recent assassination attempt. You were leading the guards Lady Verena dispatched." The mercenary leader turned away from the 3 comrades she'd been speaking with and looked at Kathleen with an enthusiastic smile. "Yes, ma'am. I'm Natalie Keening. I'm honored that you remember me. Many of us here were there that day."
Kathleen's gaze swept the room, noticing that all of the mercenaries were now paying close attention to the conversation she was having with their leader. "I'm assuming you're all here in person to find out what will happen to you, now that Lord Walker is being raised to a unique, and Dorchester's House Walker is being disbanded," she asked. Her tone carried with it a subtle question as to why they didn't just send a ping. Shaking her head quickly, Natalie replied, "Not at all. I admit that when we'd received the formal termination notice from Lady Verena, we were shocked that our new corps was already being disbanded. But when we found out that the little lord was being raised to a unique, every one of us decided that we'd follow him anyway. After all, we signed up to serve Lord Walker, and that's what we're going to do. If he'll have us, that is." Kathleen's face remained impassive, but on the inside, she was reeling in shock. It was one thing for an established guard force to foster a sense of loyalty to their masters, but for weak-willed Southerners, this was just too much. Had they even met Lord Walker, aside from when they escorted him to the Tower of Law? One of the mercenaries that Natatli had been talking to stepped forward, joining the conversation. He was a large man, but despite his size, he looked small when confronted by Kathleen's presence. Barely mustering up the courage to square his shoulders, he said, "We've all heard what Lord Walker has done for the people of Dorchester. Hells, everyone knows what the little lord has done for us. Between the rumors and link reports, we knew what we were getting into when we signed up to join House Walker. We're here because we recognize that we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Every one of us believes that he is meant for great things. Now that his path might lead him away from Dorchester, we still want to help him walk it."
All of us intend to fight alongside him. None of us have family ties we'll be missing, and the opportunity to be an adherent to a man like Lord Walker is something none of us want to miss out on. With him leading us, our paths will go further than if we go it alone." Natalie nodded at her companion's words, and so did many of the mercenaries in the room. Looking Kathleen in the eye, Natalie said, "We all know you're his chosen protector, and none of us mean to challenge you for that right. We just want to join you. We'll swear whatever oaths to Lord Walker you want. Where he goes, we'll follow." She held up her arms, as if gesturing that everyone behind her was of the same opinion. As a group, the mercenaries declared in one voice, "For the Walker!"
Kathleen was speechless. But after a few seconds of thought, her expression developed a slight smile. She couldn't wait to hear what the little lord had to say about this interesting development.
Nero was lost in his thoughts as he made his way through the hallways of Gate 7's Center Research. While he should have been feeling nostalgic at being back here, he was instead trying to decide what to do about Kathleen and the mercenaries waiting for him back at the estate. Upon hearing their heartfelt pleas to join him as adherents, which he'd interpreted as some sort of follower, he had immediately bailed. He'd told Kathleen to interview them, and he'd promised to give them his decision soonish. Now he was stuck heading toward the labs with a bunch of dorks with lights on their heads, trying to ignore Nick's overzealous impression of a tour guide, all while struggling to get his thoughts in order. Meanwhile, the entirety of the evaluation team was eagerly listening to Nick describe the work being done at his former stomping grounds. With a proud smile on his face, Nick gestured off to one of the hallways, saying, "Down there are the agricultural research sectors." During the last review, we managed to rate 17% above the standard for cities of our technology level. Since, historically, we haven't had the availability of essence events of any significance, we've been focusing on our material sciences and flow tracking. While I haven't been keeping up to date, I'm sure a great deal of resources are being diverted to new fields of study. Nero wasn't really comprehending much of what was being said, but he could feel that the evaluators all seemed impressed with what they were hearing. Academian Quincy, with his signature smile in full effect, patted Nick on the back. "I must say, Lord Verena, your city is doing very well with what little you've had to work with. Even after reviewing how you've handled the recent density shift, I have to say I'm more than a little impressed."
I'm sure that even without Lord Walker's presence, Dorchester will continue to stand proud as one of Oglevart's most promising cities, he said, his tone both complimentary and full of implications. Nero cocked his head, unsure if he was reading too much into Academian Quincy's words. Is he really expecting me to just abandon everyone? Do I really come off as that big of a dick? He wondered. Nick continued to show off the research sectors, but Nero could tell the man now seemed a little preoccupied. His enthusiasm was starting to look a little forced, and Nero couldn't help but wonder why. Eventually, they made their way to the lab Nick had reserved, and the evaluators descended on the lab equipment like a pack of jackals. Some of them were so eager to get to the equipment before their co-workers that they nearly shoved Nero to the ground in their enthusiasm. Instead of following them, Nero walked off to the side of the lab where the kitchenette and table were located. He figured that when they got everything up and running, they'd eventually track him down. He didn't have time for a series of pointless lectures on what they were doing. He still had to figure out what to tell Kathleen and his potential grunts. Minutes passed as Nero tried to figure out the coffee maker with the help of an instructional video he'd found through his link. I really need to spend some time seeing what's all on here. I doubt it's all cat videos and cooking shows. Their society of nerds probably regulates the hell out of their internet, he thought to himself, before shelving the subject in the back of his mind. He soon found himself sitting at the small table, sipping his freshly brewed coffee and watching the evaluators move around like a colony of bees attending to their metal garden. In the middle of it all, Nick stood like a conductor, coordinating their work as if he were finally back in his element. Nero couldn't help but smile at the sight. It was good to see his friend doing what he loved again. The man had never looked comfortable in the training compound, let alone in the wilds. This was what he was meant for, the lab. He could still remember the look on Nick's face as he'd held his arms in the air and shouted, "For science!" "So, do you plan to ask him to be one of your adherents?" asked Academian Quincy. Nearly spilling his coffee in surprise, Nero turned his head to glare up at the man who'd startled him by sneaking up on him from out of nowhere. Annoyed at seeing Quincy standing there, smiling as if he hadn't just nearly given him a heart attack, Nero griped,
Shouldn't you be with the other light hats, preparing those torture machines for my imminent testing? Chuckling, Academian Quincy took a seat next to Nero at the table. They know what they're doing. You have nothing to worry about, as I'm sure you'll find the exams painless.
We only have to confirm your ability to interpret and observe individual essence flows, without the aid of any sensory equipment. But, right now, I'm more interested in what you're thinking about. When those people applied to join your personal house, you fled the room without even finishing your dinner. I'm curious as to what that was all about, he asked, his voice actually managing to sound interested and not at all judgmental. Nero side-eyed the man while sipping his coffee, and after a few seconds of silent consideration, he sighed and set down his cup. Locking eyes with the man, he said, I just don't understand the whole adherent thing. The way those people were looking at me, it was like they were begging me for permission to join my cult or something. I don't even know them. It was bad enough when Kathleen was professing her intentions to follow me wherever my path might lead. But now Rose and these other fools are asking to sign up for whatever trouble I'll be getting into. How is that supposed to work? Do I have to pay them? Are they expecting me to start a guild or something? Academian Quincy leaned back in his chair and laughed. It was a rich and full-bodied laugh that Nero felt was entirely devoid of any malice. Seeing the man react in such a sincere manner, Nero felt the tension in his shoulders release, and he found himself unconsciously smiling a little. Looking at Nero with an expression full of support and understanding, Academian Quincy said, Nero, may I call you Nero? He paused as if he were actually waiting for Nero's verbal permission. Nero nodded with an eye roll and picked his coffee back up. Smiling widely, Academian Quincy continued, Nero, I think you might be misunderstanding what being an adherent means. As a unique, you're like a private house that isn't tied to anywhere but the kingdom. You're essentially a citizen of the Oglevark, rather than one of its cities. And as such, you can be considered a mobile house, or more like a mobile guild, all on your own. People who join you will do so for any number of reasons, whether it's to see the kingdom, remove themselves from the strictures of the system, or follow you because they believe in your cause. People will flock to your banner. It's even worse for you, as the local rumors and recent events have painted you as something of a wandering hero, a divinely sent champion of the people who foils noble plots with one hand and defends the walls of civilization with the other. If you'd like, you can think of adherents as your subjects. Just like adherents to any tower or faith follow their purpose, your adherents will follow yours. Nero was frozen as he held his coffee in a shaking hand. Well, that got real awfully damn quick, he thought to himself. Shaking off the serious implications of what the man was saying, Nero replied, Okay, while that was super helpful and everything, that doesn't explain what an adherent actually is. Like, what are my responsibilities to them? Is it a lifetime appointment? If they end up breaking some law or something, am I legally liable? If they are supposed to follow me around, then do I have to pay for their lodgings and food and stuff? What about their medical care? Do they pay taxes to the kingdom or the city they came from? Do you understand what I'm asking? 'Cause despite how everyone here tends to answer my questions as if they were some kind of deep philosophical inquiry, I'm usually very literal with what I'm trying to find out. Seriously, can't you people even answer a simple question without turning it into a goddamn sociology lecture? Just as Nero was beginning to work himself into a lather, Nick walked over and joined the conversation, taking a seat with a gentle smile on his face. Nick looked much more at ease now that he was back in a lab. Nero, calm down. Academian Quincy just isn't used to speaking with someone who is as pathetically uninformed as you are. To answer some of your questions, I'll first have to explain a little about how a typical citizen lives their life. Despite being here for a few months, you've led a pretty sheltered life, he said while keeping his tone light and trying to calm Nero down. Keeping his voice steady,
His tone easily slipped back into his lecture mode. People are citizens of their city first. Their educational limits and prospects are dictated by the local conditions they find themselves in. If they manage to climb the ranks and feel the need for more, they have to leave their city and start over in a new one from the very beginning. For most people, it's a very big deal to travel and try and advance their path. But for nobles, it's even more arduous. For them, leaving the city means leaving behind their titles and progress on the ladder. In a new city, they will once again be a simple commoner, even though they have a noble background. The only advantage they have is that they're able to apply for the noble trials, though only their local achievements will count toward their completion. And then, even if they succeed, they'll still start at the bottom of their new city's local ladder. So, most people tend to take advantage of the exceptions, and that is through joining a tower, or a guild that operates throughout the kingdom. But even then, they are then tied to their job, and their progression is on the ladder associated with whatever organization they've joined. Nero interrupted, as he immediately recognized a flaw in that system. Hold up. What about their assets and savings and stuff? It's not like they'd have to leave everything behind, right? Having a big-ass bank account would set them up pretty well in the new city, regardless of whether or not they were still a noble, he said, not believing for a second that coming from money didn't offer someone an inherent advantage. Academian Quincy, now with a better idea of what Nero had been asking, joined in.
The only universal currency in the kingdom is essence crystals. Everything else is defined locally. Even trade between cities is filtered through a weighted average of how much an essence crystal costs in the cities in question. It's why there aren't too many advanced enchanted items or technologies in places like Dorchester. Cities are intended to be self-sufficient, and even if the law allowed it, it would simply cost too much to acquire anything useful from outside the walls. Nero frowned in confusion as he struggled to understand what they were saying. If anything, the lack of local essence crystals should make them worth more here.
Suddenly, understanding blossomed as he asked, "Essence crystals don't always have the same density or something, am I right?" Both Nick and Quincy exchanged looks of surprise. Academian Quincy leaned forward and asked, "And how did you come to that conclusion?" Nero replied quickly, "Because if they were, then someone with an enchanted mirror from some fancy place could come here and buy a mansion after selling it to some local merchant. Even if it were illegal, I'm sure there must be some sort of black market or something." Nick smiled and said, "It's not just that essence crystals have different levels. It's also what the local essence densities can support for enchantments and the like." Pointing at the satchel Nero was carrying, the one Archmage Jennings had given him, Nick said, "Remember when I tried to explain how much that bag cost? It's because it's a planar item that powers itself off through an isolated interplanar connection. Someone could sell that here in Dorchester and acquire enough money to purchase anything they'd want. However, selling it would set off so many flags in the Hall of Trade that everyone involved would find themselves in front of a tribunal before they could spend a single valen." Nodding along, Academian Quincy added, "Our society is segregated strictly by city. Trade is almost entirely limited to essence crystals and raw resources. Otherwise, nobody would bother living anywhere else than in one of the more powerful cities, which would be a massive problem due to the fact that it is so difficult to level there. Most people in the capital or any other powerful city aren't actually from there, and if they are most likely part of a great house with ties to feeder cities, which allow them to raise their children in environments more suited to leveling and progression." Nick added, "There are in fact many ways to move between cities, but most of those are considered rare and specialized. There are lore masters and singers who move about the villages and the larger cities to spread legends and insight into the larger world. Heroes who are nominated by local leaders due to their achievements and followers. Traders who travel in caravans and carry kingdom-wide authority to trade with whoever they want. They more or less run what you'd call the black market.
All of these are titles that fall under the same economic structure that you will as a unique. They are people outside of the city's economies. Their wealth is instead backed by the kingdom itself. Nero's mind was blown. Although they'd gotten completely off the topic of what the hell an adherent was, he'd found out a few things that changed the way he thought about the kingdom's organization at a fundamental level, and he felt like he'd been an idiot for not having realized it.
His expression utterly serious, he said, "Let me get this straight. Do you mean to tell me that I've been living in a starter zone? And the density shift is like the local level range is being raised. But for the average Joe, whenever he moves to a new city, he has to start farming local reputation points and currencies all over again. However, there are specialized units, like uniques and heroes, who aren't tethered to a particular city and can go wherever they want. How do you all not realize that everything here is like a real-life game?" Once again, the two older men shared a look, but this time it was one of confusion. Nick replied, "Of course we realize that life is a game. Haven't you heard us talking about the game from the moment you've arrived here?" Nero didn't know what to say. He still didn't understand what he needed to know about adherence, what being a unique actually meant, or what he was going to be doing for a living. But he at least felt like he was finally able to see the board he'd been playing on. Chapter 179. I think I've seen this type of thing before. The coordination it took to hide a meeting like this behind privacy wards was something they'd perfected over the years. Whether it was dealing with a troublesome noble house that needed to be quietly suppressed, or having to simply get their stories straight before they publicly discussed something in the Hall of Leadership, they'd had plenty of practice at this type of thing. Walking into the room chosen for the meeting, City Lord Cosgrove felt the wards pushing against her essence field. While at one point it had been an unpleasant sensation, over time she'd come to associate it with a feeling of safety. Looking around the room, she could see that everyone she'd invited was already there. General Branson sat at one side of the square table, his usually stoic face showing subtle signs of stress. Next to him was Lord Volton, whose familial ties with the Royal Academy made him an excellent resource, whose help would aid them understanding their recent guests. Across from them was Lord Bennings, who, as usual, looked mildly annoyed at having to deal with the plotting nobles that plagued her day in and out. The city lord repressed the smirk she felt at the thought of how many schemes Lord Bennings had been associated with, merely due to the fact that everyone wanted to include her as a voice of reason, so they would not accidentally cross the lines into illegality. The Tower of Law was responsible for making sure the kingdom's laws were followed, so there were protocols in place for nobles to request private consultations for meetings just like this, specifically to help them stay within the rules while they schemed and plotted against each other. While it was in no way mandatory, considering all that was happening, she'd be a fool if she didn't take advantage of the opportunity for a personal consultation with the Tower of Law's director. Despite Lord Benning's tendency to send lawmasters to meetings like this, at the level they were currently playing at, the woman's presence was both necessary and unavoidable. They were using a dimly lit room in the basement of the keep for the meeting, and unsurprisingly, it was just as cold and damp as she expected it to be. The pulsing runes along the walls, which had been clandestinely installed, were almost overpowering the singular essence light hanging over the table. Had she had more time, she would have ensured their meeting took place somewhere a little more dignified. Taking her seat, she began without any preamble. "Lord Volton, let's begin with you. What have you found out from your granduncle?" Lord Volton barely cared about the current happenings. As far as he was concerned, the new lord and his escapades had very little to do with him. Nevertheless, he'd still dutifully looked into what the city lord asked. After all, banking a favor or two with so little effort was simply the most logical play, considering how little he had to lose. Leaning back in his rickety chair, he sounded extremely bored when he replied, "Well, for starters, the new evaluation team is made up of a tight-knit group of scholars who've followed Academia in Quincy for years. From what I've been told,
They're typically involved in ferreting out internal issues within the academy, and for the most part, they are seen as investigators rather than scholars. How they came to be assigned as a last-minute replacement is anyone's guess. My granduncle made it clear that there was something fishy about their appointment, but he had no idea what. Even with everything happening quickly over there are still a lot of parties paying close attention to this matter.
Regardless, I got the distinct impression that most of the Royal Academy's upper echelons were glad to see Academian Quincy and his team out of Hennings, and no longer able to poke their noses into whatever plots the locals were currently up to. The general looked pensive as he crossed his arms while raising a fist to his chin in thought. Lord Bennings didn't look remotely interested and seemed to be patiently waiting for her turn to speak. City Lord Cosgrove pursed her lips and said,
That's a worrying development. Do you think they're here to look into how Dorchester has treated its new lord?
Even if they were, it had very little to do with him. So Lord Volton merely shrugged lazily and replied, I couldn't say. I'm sure their primary purpose is to evaluate Lord Walker's abilities, but beyond that, it's entirely possible someone lodged a discreet complaint or two on his behalf. The general, fed up with the situation, growled, We did nothing illegal. Everything that happened to the young man was perfectly within the bounds of the law. We made sure of that. Lord Bennings took that as her cue to join the conversation. While technically correct, your lack of action considering your foreknowledge of the plots against him, the noble spies you allowed to be assigned to watch over him, along with the agent you personally included on his team, are all documented facts that could contribute to you being stripped of your position on the grounds of incompetence, and possibly even lead to charges on the grounds of gross negligence and misconduct. Lord Bennings' emotionless face turned to look at the City Lord, and she added, City Lord Cosgrove, I'm sure I don't have to tell you what possible charges you could be facing if the evaluators decide an investigation is necessary. Both of your children, along with your former consort, need I say more? The City Lord and the General both looked at each other in commiseration. Everything they'd done was in the best interest of Dorchester. Yet, those lofty intentions wouldn't save them if the evaluators chose to formally criticize their actions. They were at the mercy of strangers, and neither of them was particularly happy about it. Lord Bennings let them stew for a few seconds, as if she was silently punishing them for including her, even tangentially, in their stupidity, before she continued. The good news is that I don't think they particularly care about what you've done. To be honest, from an outside perspective, Lord Walker has bested you both thoroughly and come out all the better for it. With him not holding any grudges, and everything already being appropriately handled from a legal point of view, I very much doubt the evaluators will bother with either of you. From what my agents have observed, the evaluators are currently focused on helping Lord Walker adjust to his new position. They seem to be taking it as a given that his new status will be ratified without issue. To them, his time as a noble in Dorchester will be nothing but a footnote in his legend. From the moment they arrived, they've been digging into House Walker's public accounts and arranging for the legal transfer of his interests over to House Verena. They've also been using their legal authority to access the private records from the centre concerning what little testing Lord Salvatore Verena had done on Lord Walker. That is more or less all they've been doing. So I very much doubt you have anything to worry about. Both the General and the City Lord gasped in relief, while glaring at Lord Bennings for giving them such a scare. Seeing their faces, Lord Volton couldn't contain himself and started laughing unabashedly, not caring in the least when their glares turned to him. He seemed to believe they deserved it, and wasn't shy about showing it. The City Lord seemed to freeze in place, as if she'd had a thought. If they're going to be directly transferring House Walker's interests, then are we still going to be able to tax them for the transfer? The only upside to having Lord Walker pulled out of the local ladder was that he would no longer be able to have so many business interests in Dorchester. After the exploit he'd found, it was a gift from the heavens that he wouldn't be able to keep his house here. She'd been planning to host the auction here at the keep, and then, justifiably, tax the hell out of the transfers. Lord Bennings smirked and said, "As far as I can tell, the evaluators are planning to fold House Verena as a branch house under Lord Walker's personal house, and then transfer all his interests to them as a welcome gift. I believe the only thing he'll retain is his ownership of the former Dorchin estate, which will probably be rebranded as his personal lodgings, and therefore exempt from local property taxes. I regret to inform you that they seem to be very thorough with their paperwork." The city lord clutched her fist in annoyance. She immediately recalled one of her mother's favorite sayings. "When the world offers you a reprieve from your mistakes, immediately check with your accountant, as you've probably just been robbed." Nero was trying to put things into terms he could understand. It was the only way he'd be able to keep his sanity. Running his hand through his hair, he tried to keep it simple. "Okay, so I'm like a walking house that is registered in the capital. My money and stuff is all going to be stored there in whatever local currency the capital uses, which are also called valens for whatever reason. But as it's the kingdom's capital, the valens there are what all the cities base their conversion rates on. Next, since I won't actually be living there, anywhere I go I'll have an automatic account opened in whatever local city's region I find myself in. With that, I can pay for stuff and do whatever I want. Right so far?" Both Nick and Quincy were leaning back in their chairs, obviously enjoying Nero's confusion a great deal. Nick replied with a smile, "More or less." Nodding, Nero went on. "As a unique, I'll be able to take my troop of adherents, which I should refer to as my party, along with me. We'll go around getting paid to solve problems or investigate things I'm interested in, and I'll be getting paid by the city, giving the quest or the kingdom, depending on what I'm doing. Quests are posted in either the hunting hall or the adventurer's hall, depending on what is available in the city I find myself in. Also, I'm responsible for keeping my crew fed and armored, and they in turn give up their citizenships to join me?" Nero looked at the two men questioningly. He felt more and more like an idiot as he continued talking. Although he was merely restating what they'd told him, albeit in simpler terms than they'd used, he couldn't help but feel as though he was sounding more and more insane the longer he went on. Which, of course, led to him being more than a little shocked when they continued to nod along as if he were actually making sense to them. Trying to repress the urge to laugh at the absurdity, he continued his recap. "And it is expected that I will travel around the kingdom, visiting cities and sticking my nose in whatever strikes my fancy, whether it is slaying beasts or dealing with local threats. Then, as an added bonus, I'm probably going to end up marrying various local nobles, starting houses, having a few kids, all before I head off into the sunset for my next adventure, leaving my new wife and kid to run the local house I've left for them. Have I got that part right?" Nick shrugged and replied, "I wouldn't exactly put it that way, but yes, that's how it usually works." Nero had essentially distilled more than an hour of conversation into a few short statements, which, when heard out loud, sounded completely crazy. Yet he couldn't stop himself from seeing parallels to all the stories he'd ever read, along with the countless games he'd played. What was even more maddening was that he could see how their society all fit together like a giant puzzle, coming together in a grand tapestry to create a logical, albeit bonkers, system. Nero sat in silence, ignoring the two men who were patiently waiting for him to come to terms with what he'd learned. His thoughts were churning like a maelstrom in his head. Despite how crazy it all sounded, he couldn't help but wonder if any of the governmental systems back home would have made any more sense after being boiled down to a few honest paragraphs. His own former government was rife with contradictions and insanities. It was a land of freedom, with libraries full of law books on how that freedom could be legally expressed. Free speech zones, dedicated crosswalks and bike lanes,
building codes, leash laws, enough required licenses to fill 20 wallets, and countless other subjects spurning multiple opinions nobody could agree on. And it was all under a democratic government that was run by a two-party system, with delegates chosen from a limited pool determined by the country's elite, which in turn was elected by a committee as a hopeful representation of the country's actual opinion. And he didn't even want to try and tackle states' rights versus federal ones, as he knew he'd only sound like a dipshit if he tried. But he'd lived there, and it had worked fine. Better than fine. People got up in the mornings, went to work, and lived their lives without issue. Taxes were paid, roads were paved, and most people even had internet access. All in all, it was a wonderful country.
The massive countrywide arguments were fun ways to pass the time, and he really hadn't had much to complain about if he were being honest with himself. So, who was he to criticize it outside of his chat room ramblings? Now that he was in this new world, shouldn't he give it the same courtesy he gave his old one? It's been pretty fun, despite people trying to kill him and the co-ed bathrooms. It wasn't like the system was any crazier than what he'd read about the Middle Ages. Those times were batshit crazy. Not that the Renaissance was any better, come to think of it. Hell, at one point in history, people walked 20 paces and shot at each other to decide whether or not someone should feel insulted. Was that any more logical than a sword fight determining legal culpability? When it came down to it, all forms of government were just complicated social constructs to dictate who was right and who was wrong. Violence and words were always the bedrock of humanity. Both the Greeks and the Romans had colosseums. While one was filled with argumentative old men, and the other filled with gladiators, they both fought a whole hell of a lot without solving anything. So perhaps having roving bands of homeless busybodies was a perfectly valid way of handling things. And going around charming ladies while kicking ass with his own personal squad of thugs didn't sound so bad if he were being completely honest with himself. Coming out of his thoughts, he looked up at the two amused locals and asked, "So, how many adherents can I have in my party? And how are they usually organized?" Academian Quincy leaned forward to put his forearms on the table, replying, "As many as you can afford, and in any configuration you want. You could have all warriors, mages, administrators, or any combination thereof. And with your income from the interests you have here in Dorchester, as long as you stick to visiting the weaker cities, you could probably afford to have around 50 adherents under your banner. Although, if you plan to travel by teleportation, that would end up being quite expensive, not to mention rather wasteful." Nero nodded, deep in thought. His brow slowly furrowed, his lips pursed, and his eyes narrowed, as if he'd come to a difficult decision. He decided then and there to embrace the game-like logic of the world and treat all of this as some kind of strategy-type kingdom simulator. He had unlocked Dorchester and was now earning Valens from his local house, the Verenas. After promoting his character profile from commoner to noble and now unique, he'd finally unlocked the travel option. He now needed to fill his follower slots and then finish up the quests in this starter city so that he could start unlocking more cities. At the top of his unfinished quests list, there was the density shift and the kobold threat. Cocking his head in thought, he went over his mental gymnastics, trying to see if he'd stuck the metaphorical landing. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm sure there is stuff I'm missing, but as long as I keep putting things in terms I'm familiar with, I should be able to figure it out. I've got a pretty high reputation with Dorchester, and I'm working on my Oglavark rep with every quest I complete. I just have to remember to not get bogged down in the details. I can do this, he told himself firmly, trying to sound encouraging. Refocusing on Academian Quincy, he asked, "So after I do this evaluation thing, when will I officially be a unique?" Academian Quincy replied, "Well, we shouldn't have a problem getting you a provisional appointment by the end of tomorrow.
However, your evaluation will be ongoing. Don't worry, the kingdom is paying us to be here, so you are not responsible for us.
We'll stay with you, help you with whatever you need, and compile a report over the next few weeks. After that, if you want us to stay with you, you'll have to take us on as adherents."
Nero widened his eyes at the thought of Academian becoming one of his followers. Suddenly, a lot of the little things he'd noticed suddenly started making sense. Although what Quincy had just said was probably meant to be a throwaway line to subtly put the idea in his head, Nero thought it explained some of the man's actions he'd been wondering about. Turning his head to look at Nick, he remembered Nick's assumption that he and Nero would be parting ways. Like he was watching a tennis match, Nero swung back to stare at Academian Quincy, remembering how the man had tried to act as some kind of advisor back at the estate. That explained all the tension he'd noticed between the two nerds. Nick doesn't want to be an adherent, because then he'd have to give up being a noble in Dorchester. Nero felt a realization smack him in the face, and he leaned back in his chair in shock. Vera will definitely be staying in Dorchester, running her house. She and Nick both will be staying here. They won't be part of my adventuring party. How could I not have thought of that? He asked himself while cringing at his mental lapse. Looking up at the Academian, he said, "We'll see how we get along. I might just take you up on your offer, but it won't be any time soon." Nero wasn't about to trust someone he barely knew, especially not when the stakes were this high. He'd gotten lucky with Nick and Vera. Every other noble he'd met deserved every bit of his natural mistrust and suspicion. Moving on, Nero said, "All right, so by tomorrow night, I'll provisionally be a unique. Does that mean I can start accepting quests and requests from Dorchester and get credits from the kingdom for completing them?"
Nick nodded and spoke up. "Yes, but you first have to wait for the Council of Leadership to file an official request, thereby activating the quest. I imagine either the City Lord or General Branson will want to talk with you to work out the details before they finalize anything." Nero was about to ask Nick to help him speculate on how he could help the city while maximizing his benefits when they were interrupted. Scholar Idrius walked up and said, "Please excuse the interruption, but we're ready for Lord Walker now. If you could follow me, my lord." She then turned on her heel and walked off without another word. Despite her amiable smile, Nero had the suspicion that the woman was very much a ballbuster, and her gentle demeanor was skin-deep at best. Standing up, Academian Quincy said with a wide smile, "All right, Nero, let's see what you can do. I have to admit, I'm a little excited to see you in action." Not knowing what they had in store for him, Nero just shrugged and said, "I'm not gonna make any promises, but dollars to donuts, you're gonna love it. Just ask Nick. I always leave them wanting more when I play lab monkey." Chapter 180. Doctors are literally there to judge you. Mike came to with a start. He immediately curled himself into a ball and started sobbing. Large, heaving sobs. The healer who'd resuscitated him didn't bother to even pat him on the back or offer any semblance of emotional support after his traumatic experience. Instead, she hopped quickly to her feet and moved on to the next dead soldier waiting for another chance at life. Mike could hear the sounds of fighting off to his left. It was like a loud echo forcing him to remember what had happened. The bloody ground he was lying on shook occasionally from the artillery fire. Closing his eyes and clutching his hands to his ears, he tried and failed to block it all out. But his efforts to alleviate the pain he was feeling proved futile, as what he really feared wasn't the battle going on around him. It was the empty void he'd just escaped. He could still feel the shadow of that emptiness inside him. It was awful. And unlike a nightmare, he could remember everything. Flashes and images from the memories of the kobolds overrunning their position were like spell blasts going off in his head.
He recalled with excruciating detail the feeling of his flesh splitting open under the kobold's spears. Rolling over onto his back, he stared up at the smoke-filled sky and tried to forcibly calm himself down by sheer force of will. The feeling of emptiness was fading quickly, his mind's natural defenses repressing the trauma as best they could. Reaching up, he touched the side of his neck, which had been ripped open by a kobold's bite. Feeling his heart rate slow down, he finally felt composed enough to sit up.
Looking around, he could see that his unit had been pulled back behind the barriers. Fresh, or at least fresher, troops were now holding their former position on the line. Even from this distance, he could see their strong backs piling up kobolds by the dozen. They must be one of the rapid reinforcement units. I suppose I have them to thank for being alive, he thought to himself, while not feeling particularly grateful at the moment. Still sitting on his ass, he closed his eyes and focused on centering himself. The mechanics of what he'd gone through weren't unknown. He knew that he was just suffering the after-effects of what his remnant mind print experienced after his actual mind and soul were unseated from his body. He knew that had the healers not gotten to him in time, that imprint would have faded after his mind and soul lost their tether. It wasn't like he hadn't read the research. Everyone over the age of 14 had been given the talk by a family member, or at the very least by someone from either the center or one of the faiths. But none of that theoretical knowledge was much help to him at the moment. It couldn't compare the visceral experience of having his center forcibly ripped from his body. The memory of those few minutes of being trapped in a body without a soul, the overwhelming feeling of emptiness. It was haunting. He could still feel the lack of identity deep in his bones. Calm down. You just need to let your mind reintegrate with your brain. Breathe, Mike. Breathe, he told himself, while mentally reviewing the recommended coping techniques he'd memorized years ago. His pseudo-meditation was interrupted by the captain's loud voice overwhelming the sounds of battle. "Form up on me!" Looking over his shoulder, he could see the battle-worn sergeant who'd been leading them, standing next to an equally ruffled Captain Durza. He had to give it to them. Neither of them shied away from the battle. But, judging by their still intact armor, they most likely had managed to survive their most recent disaster. Lucky bastards, he thought sourly. He forced himself to his feet, looking around for his weapons. Unsurprisingly, they were nowhere to be found. Glancing over his shoulder, he wondered if they were waiting for him under the pile of kobolds. Joining what was left of his unit, he and the other surviving members of his unit surrounded the captain and sergeant in a half-circle. When Mike saw how few men and women were left, he felt his shoulders sag a little in defeat. Captain Durza's voice was hard, with no hint of remorse or compassion. "As you all can see, we're down to 12 members. So it shouldn't come as a surprise to any of you that the 39th Search and Clear team is being disbanded. After consulting with Command, we're temporarily being merged with Penal Division 3. Mike wasn't sure exactly what a penal division was doing out here on a battlefield, but it didn't sound good. And the groans of complaint he heard from what remaining comrades he had practically confirmed his fears. The captain held up his hand to quiet everyone down. "I understand where you're coming from. I don't like it either. But at least you'll still be earning the combat rates you were getting while you were part of the S&C teams. When this battle finally ends and we get back behind the walls, I'll make sure to see what I can do about getting you all transferred. You all have enough levels and skills that leaving you with those useless sacks of disappointment would amount to nothing more than an illogical waste of resources. But until then, keep your mouths shut, heads down, and follow orders. Am I understood?" Mike, along with everyone else, replied, "Yes, sir." Captain Durza nodded once, then said, "All right, follow me," before heading off at a brisk pace. Numbly following along, Mike absently patted his empty sheath. Frowning at the thought of having to settle for a substandard replacement, he tried to distract himself from thinking about it. Whispering to the pile of muscle and hate that was walking alongside him, otherwise known as Carl, he asked, "What's wrong with joining one of the penal divisions? Isn't that where people with basic offenses like public intoxication and disorderly conduct end up? What are they even doing out here? Aren't maximum sentences there like 2 years?" The large man snorted and replied, "Yep, but during battles like this, penal divisions are used for basic work details. They're disposable troops or menial labor for bullshit duties. So, if we're lucky, we'll be posted in the back lines in order to act as support forces, digging latrines and ferrying supplies and such." Mike thought that sounded like quite an upgrade from risking his life in the thick of the fighting. Yet he still felt compelled to ask, "And if we're unlucky?" Carl, who incidentally was still covered from head to toe in mud and blood, turned to look him in the eye and said, "If we're unlucky, then we'll be assigned to a front-line position with a bunch of useless bastards who couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. So we'll most likely be holding the line with city-bred weaklings and people too stupid to pay their taxes. But who knows? We might get lucky." Mike grimaced and replied, "Yeah, I'm not really comfortable relying on luck. I don't know about you, but I didn't end up here because I was suffering from an overabundance of good fortune. There's nobody up in any of the heavens wasting their influence blessing me, that's for sure." "Well, then you and I are probably going to be seeing each other in one of the infinite hells. Maybe we'll end up in one of the succubus-filled pleasure domes, and we'll spend our brief afterlife getting what's left of our minds melted with pleasure before some demon swallows our souls and barters our mind imprints for whatever passes for a few Valens down there," he said with a dark laugh. The man's gravelly chuckle set Mike's teeth on edge. Although he hadn't exactly been expecting an encouraging reply, he could have done without that particular image floating around in his head. While Nero, Nick, and Academian Quincy were chatting, the rest of the evaluation team had been busy converting the lab equipment into various testing apparatuses to isolate and quantify Nero's unique ability. Or at least, that's what they were supposed to have been doing. Apparently, it wasn't so easy to create tests for an ability so outside the norm. But Nero wasn't complaining, as it was hilarious to see them arguing so aggressively in nerd speak. One of the evaluators, who from context he'd learned was named Kyle, stood there with what could only be described as a pout on his face. "How can you say that? I used the toll figure model for the spectrum calibration. It will work just fine if you give it a chance." Nero wasn't sure exactly what they were arguing about, but he understood the basics. Two of the other evaluators, Josiah and Connie, had tattled on him to Academian Quincy, and now poor Kyle was defending his work. Josiah, with his chin in the air and his hands on his hips, declared, "There is so substitute for on-site essence tuning. A spectrum analyzer configured to theoretical models would be less than useless under these conditions. We need a variance under 0.4 at least." Connie, who was standing next to Josiah in support, frowned as if she'd been betrayed. Turning to look at Josiah, she hissed, "I thought we were trying to get him to use the Kornikopin model. Why on earth do you want to waste time doing a local calibration? That would be a complete waste of time." Between the two parties, Scholar Idrius and Academian Quincy were standing in judgment. Meanwhile, Nero was standing on an isolated testing platform several meters away, thoroughly enjoying witnessing these powerful people having a nerd fight. After the heavy and mentally taxing lectures he'd just received, it was good to see a sight that he was familiar with. Pointless arguing over subjective opinions was something he understood. It soothed his soul to see these confusing people acting like the humanity he recognized. While Nero was pondering over whether or not there was an essence of humanity, Academian Quincy stepped up to resolve the debate. "Everyone calm down. It doesn't matter what model or calibration matrices we use, as long as we're consistent with their application.
If the essence filter and the collector both have the same calibration matrix, then we'll have a reliable method to record Lord Walker's perception of the ether. Nero almost burst out laughing at the sight of the evaluators all looking equally unhappy with Quincy's apparently completely irrefutable point. After that, the little group broke apart to go attend to the various machines which they'd be running. Nero, as a good little lab rat, kept his mouth shut and stood still on the platform. He wasn't even remotely surprised that no one had bothered to explain to him what was going to happen. Rather than spend more time mulling over everything he'd learned, instead he lost himself in memories of another time. The situation he was in reminded him of one of the more comical interactions he'd had with the healthcare system back home.
He'd once had to go and get a physical for his company's insurance.
He'd been forced to use one of the doctors from within their network, but he hadn't really cared at the time. He had just been happy to get access to the executive insurance plans. Being promoted to store manager had its perks. Regardless, he'd made his appointment, arrived on time, and been shown to a waiting room without issue. However, not 5 minutes later, an older man with a stethoscope around his neck and wearing a doctor's coat walked in while speed-reading his file. Briefly looking up from the manila folder, the doctor had greeted him by saying, "All right, you can drop your pants, get up on the table, and lie down on your side." While confused, he'd still done as he was told. He hadn't been to a doctor since he was a teenager, and he could only assume that this was the standard procedure for adult males in a doctor's office.
He'd watched enough TV to know what was coming, or at least enough so that it hadn't come as that much of a shock to him. Although, he'd thought he was a little young for a prostate exam. But whatever. After all, it wasn't like he had been expecting chit-chat and a lollipop. He was an adult now. The doctor had snapped on some gloves and then gave Nero the old, "How do you do?" It had been exceedingly uncomfortable, and Nero had struggled to mirror the doctor's professional attitude. After it had all been said and done, Nero had pulled his pants back up and tried to keep his composure. He had taken comfort in the fact that the doctor was completely ignoring him while writing quickly in the folder. Looking up at Nero, he then told Nero everything was fine and there was nothing for him to worry about. Of course, that had been great news. The bad news, however, had been that the doctor kept referring to him by the wrong name. It had turned out that the doctor had gone into the wrong room, and a 32-year-old Nero had not needed a prostate exam. The doctor had offered a perfunctory apology before storming off and yelling at some nurses, clearly blaming them for his mistake. Nero still remembered feeling conflicted about whether or not he should have made a big scene out of it. Yet he had decided that the story was anecdote-worthy, so he'd figured he could let it slide. Not to mention that it wouldn't have been too smart to argue with the guy who had been in charge of signing off on his executive insurance plan. While Nero was recalling that experience, he thought about how many times he'd told that story. Between bars and parties, first dates and work functions, he must have told it 100 times. It had always been met with chuckles, successfully breaking the ice wherever he'd told it. But now that he was in a new world, a world with healing magic and a completely different healthcare system, not to mention their incomprehensible lack of body issues, he would never be able to tell that story again. No one would get it. Suddenly, he felt very far from home. "Nero, are you listening?" asked Nick loudly. Coming out of his thoughts, Nero looked down to see an annoyed Nick staring up at him with a frown on his face. All around the lab, he could see the evaluators looking at him with patient expressions on their faces, clearly waiting for him to do something, or maybe say something. "Yep, I hear you. What is it you want me to do?" asked Nero, trying to keep his tone light. Scholar Idrius, from her perch behind some type of control console, replied, "When the essence ejector on your right begins to emit its essence stream, we'd like you to identify it with as much detail as possible." Nero frowned. "That's it?" he thought. Sure.
I'm ready when you are, he said, suddenly feeling very bored. Glancing off to his right, he saw a massive machine come to life.
It was about 7 feet wide and maybe 5 feet tall. It looked like one of those CNC machines he'd seen in one of those industrial documentaries. The major difference was what he was seeing it do to the ambient essence all around it. Looking at what was happening with his field, he was very surprised to see the essence flows in the area begin converging on the humming machine. It looked like it was pulling in everything it could, before simply shooting it all out one of the exhaust ports on its side. He was about to question why they wanted him to identify a bundled essence stream of everything, until an ejector port he hadn't noticed shot a concentrated essence stream directly at him. Although he knew raw essence was harmless in this form, he still almost dropped to the floor to avoid being bisected. But he managed to catch himself before he looked like an idiot, and instead stood stiffly as the essence stream washed over him. He barely needed to interact with the stream to recognize it. It was so concentrated that it was nearly shouting its identity at him. It's heat essence. Or thermal essence, maybe? I don't know what you want to call it, but it's an essence that deals with temperature, he declared loudly. Scholar Idrius flicked a few control knobs or switches and then asked, "And this one?" Nero felt the essence flow being ejected from the machine change, and he said calmly, "This one is some kind of plastic? Or maybe the essence of processing into plastic? Or acrylic?" This went on for over 10 minutes, and Nero decided to pull out his trusty tree stump from his personal space so that he could take a seat. Aside from a few looks of surprise from the evaluators and a glare from Nick, nobody seemed to have any objections. Essence after essence, he identified them all to the best of his ability. In a way, it was almost like trying to describe a series of cliches or concepts. The concentrated streams were very loud, but not very specific with their metaphorical shouting. He wondered if this was what it felt like to take a Rorschach test. Without any warning, Scholar Idrius suddenly changed gears. "Lord Walker, now we'd like to see if you can direct the essence stream coming from your right into the appropriated relay on your left," she said, her tone never wavering in the slightest. At this point, Nero had grown used to just doing what she'd asked, so he thought nothing of it. He reached out to grab hold of the concentrated essence stream with his field. This one was something like lack of friction or smoothness. He nearly started chuckling when he realized the irony of the essence stream being rather slippery. Yet he persevered, and in no time at all, he successfully wrapped his essence field around it. Looking to his left, he saw a series of small holes in a giant box-looking machine. Each hole seemed to have an essence associated with it. Or more like, there was an emptiness that matched a particular type of essence. The feeling reminded him of the inputs he'd seen on spell forms. With nothing more than a simple glance, he located the matching receptacle. Then, with a slight flexing of his field, he corralled the essence stream into an arc. The moment it attached itself to the hole, he felt the stream accept its new path through the ether without issue. Within the ethereal plane, it now looked like the ejector on the right was launching a curveball at the other machine, and the essence stream was displaying its trajectory. With a smile at how easy that was, Nero refocused on Scholar Idrius and the rest of the evaluators, all of whom were now staring at him like he'd grown a second head, or just declared himself a vegan while eating a stick of beef jerky. Nero's smile withered, and he suddenly felt like he'd somehow screwed up. Had he made a mistake? Immediately reaching out with his field and checking, he couldn't see where he'd gone wrong. To him, it was like they'd handed him one of those IQ tests for children. Put the square block in the square hole. round block in the round hole, triangle in the triangle, etc. Easy. Simple. Seeing that they were all still staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to what might have been pride, Nero suddenly wasn't enjoying being a lab rat anymore. So, did I fuck up or not? He wondered. Before Nero could ask, Scholar Idrius flicked a few switches on her console and called out, "Again, please." Nero, hoping he hadn't just ruined his chances of being a unique, dutifully moved the new essence stream to its corresponding hole. Is that a not working or broken essence stream? How the hell does that work? He wondered ironically, a little distracted by the odd conceptual type essence stream he'd just futzed with. Once again, Scholar Idria started cycling through various essence streams, having him direct them to a matching receptacle on the other machine. Then she switched to having him try to do 2 streams at the same time. That turned out to be much more difficult than he thought it would be. Somehow the receptacles wouldn't lock onto the streams unless he adjusted them simultaneously. How they stopped him from doing just one after the other, he had no idea, but it definitely made the test exponentially more difficult. For the first time, he felt a little bit of a challenge, and he liked it. After he managed to figure out how to do 2 at once, Scholar Idria switched to 3. Nero had to close his eyes and concentrate to pull off that level ether manipulation. It was like trying to thread 3 needles while holding 2 in his hands and 1 with his feet. Difficult was an understatement. Finally, when she calmly asked him to do 4, he came out of the fugue he'd fallen into. He opened his eyes and just stared at her, with an expression amounting to, "Seriously?" Academian Quincy called out, "That's enough." Nero watched him walk out from behind some monitoring equipment. Although the man was smiling, his expression could have either been congratulatory or conciliatory. Nero suddenly realized why he was having so much trouble reading everyone. He could no longer feel their essence fields. Something about the platform he was on was isolating him. He hadn't realized he'd grown so used to feeling what everyone was feeling. Not willing to remain in ignorance, he nearly shouted, "Well, say something, damn it!" Chapter 181. Recognizing What's Always Been There. The king rubbed his temples, trying to alleviate the headache which had been plaguing him all morning. Too much was happening in too many places that he had to pay attention to. Even with his prodigious mind, he was having trouble keeping it all straight in his head. Currently, he was sitting at his desk, reviewing the paperwork that had piled up during his absence. For the past 2 weeks, he'd been diving the fields of oppression with several members of his harem. As usual, they'd dragged him into the thick of the fighting, nearly collapsing the entire dungeon with their antics. Despite trying to limit himself to only a few hours a day of combat, they just wouldn't let him hide in his tent and work. Battle junkies, every one of them, he mentally groused, as he recalled his wife, Marissa, laughing her ass off while shoving Helen and the others into his private rooms in their adventuring tent. He could only thank the heavens that the dwarven delegation finally arrived, forcing his harem to cut their adventure short. There was just so much that he needed to do. His plans for the Tower of Fate were progressing rapidly. That business with the centaurs was finally coming to a head. One of his sons, Prince Benjamin, had somehow gotten it into his head to study fate weaving. And Lord Strattings has finally started investigating the nobles in Dorchester's surrounding cities. His plans for the Straits were finally coming together. Every one of these matters needed to be handled with the utmost delicacy if he wanted to keep everything running smoothly. Not everything was progressing according to plan, though. He'd expected Lord Walker to be advanced to the status of a hero, not a unique. Although the difference is academic at the moment, in the future, it could end up being a problem. Unique citizens were able to start houses wherever they wanted, while heroes were tethered to their home city.
The anomaly that was Lord Walker was supposed to stay put. Too many plans required him to act, and act soon at that.
By now, the king had expected Lord Walker to already be heading toward the front lines, destabilizing portals and breaking through the Kobold's Mirage technique as he spearheaded Dorchester's army's assault into the mountain. It doesn't matter. A plan that is unable to adapt is doomed to fail, he told himself. Firming his brow, he started sending out updates and orders across his kingdom. "Lord Walker, are you all right?" asked Academian Quincy. After Nero's outburst, everyone was now looking at him with some concern. Nero, now having pinpointed what was making him feel off balance, replied, "I'm fine, I think. But can I get down from this platform now?" Academian Quincy replied quickly, "Of course. Do you need anything? Does utilizing your ability cause you any stress?" Nero, barely listening to anything after, "of course," hopped down from the platform without delay. The moment he crossed the platform's outer edge, the subtle sense of his surroundings he'd been missing returned.
Now that he was looking for it, he couldn't believe he hadn't noticed when it had been blocked off. With wide eyes, he looked around the lab at Nick, Quincy, and the various evaluators. Where before they were complete mysteries, just nameless faces watching him during his testing, their judgmental looks causing him to feel isolated and alone. Now, they were once again people, their emotions clearly on display for him to interpret and sympathize with. Even Academian Quincy, whose essence field was tightly controlled, still exuded something of an emotional presence into the ether. Nero realized it wasn't so much the lack of being able to feel their emotions, but that without being able to see them in the ethereal plane, his brain was having trouble treating them as real. It felt like he was surrounded by uncaring robots, and it reminded him of how he used to feel when he was back on Earth. Simultaneously surrounded by people, but completely on his own. Nick's voice brought him out of his thoughts. "Nero? What's the matter with you?" he asked. Nero looked up at his friend and couldn't stop himself from smiling. He could actually feel the man's concern through the ethereal plane. Now that he knew what to look for, he could actually see the waves of emotion coloring the essence flows. It was like each person was a marker in a pool. Their presence, or identity, was slowly leaking into the ether, spreading out almost imperceptibly. Yet, no matter how many people there were in a small area, there was no cross-contamination. It was like everyone was operating on their own frequency, and Nero could trace back who was feeling what just as easily as if he were following a trail. Nero, now finally calming down, replied, "Sorry about that. I just didn't realize that the platform would cut me off from the ether so completely. I can't believe how much I've gotten used to being connected to everyone." Immediately after saying that out loud, Nero cringed. While he had meant that literally, it sounded incredibly metaphorical and touchy-feely when put into words. Luckily, Academian Quincy was there to interpret Nero's ridiculous statement. "The testing platform we were using has an identity filter, if that's what you're asking about. We needed to ensure that no outside essence signatures were there to accurately test whether or not you could identify an essence flow with just your perception field. What exactly did you notice, and how did it affect you?" he asked, his inner scientist threatening to come out. Nero rolled his shoulders to release some of the tension. "It was weird. When I first got up there, I didn't feel anything. In fact, it felt comfortable and familiar, which should have been my first clue that something was wrong. But when the testing started, I started getting this unsettled feeling that everyone was out there judging me. I just couldn't figure out what you all were thinking. It slowly became more and more important for me to know what you all thought about my performance. It was almost like a compulsion or something," he said, trying to put into words the trippy feeling he'd just dealt with.
Scholar Idrius walked up to join them, asking, "And now?" Nero smiled at her, replying, "Now? I'm back to not caring at all what you think. Which is also weird, I think." Nick seemed like he was about to say something, but Academian Quincy placed a hand on his shoulder and gestured for him to wait. Looking Nero in the eye, he said, "I think this is a symptom of your ability. If we take into consideration the fact that you can naturally interpret essence flows by their nature with just a look, it stands to reason that you can do something similar with the minute traces of essence our centers give off. You probably just feel like you already know what we're thinking, so you no longer care about asking us anything." Nero opened his mouth to reply, but then sharply closed it, opting to take a moment to think before he spoke. Nick, not willing to wait, chimed in. "Nero, have you been constantly scanning people's essence fields?" Nero replied, "No, I don't think I have. It's not like I really know what people are thinking, if that's what you're asking. I just kinda got used to feeling a person in addition to just seeing them with my eyes. Hey, does this have something to do with how Kathleen can always sneak up on me?" Scholar Idrius grabbed one of Nero's shoulders and spun him not so gently so that he was facing her. Locking eyes with him, she ordered, "Lord Walker, keep your eyes on me. In fact, put your entire focus on me." As she spoke, she took a few steps back so Nero could see her better. When she was about 2 meters away, she said, "Now, tell me if you notice anything." Nero could feel Nick and Quincy smirking off to his left, but he maintained his focus on Scholar Idrius. He was about to ask her to clarify what he was supposed to be seeing, when all of a sudden she changed. 1 second, she looked totally normal. Then the next, she was the same person, but also a stranger. Nothing about her physically changed at all, but she felt like she wasn't there. Cocking his head to the side, he strained with all his senses to try and see what was going on. Then, like a flower blossoming, she came back into focus. Her presence once again reasserted itself into the ethereal plane. Dropping his jaw in shock, Nero nearly shouted, "What the fuck? How did you do that? What did you just do?" Out of all the magical things he'd seen since he'd arrived here in Dorchester, this was the most magical thing he'd ever witnessed. Quite possibly it was because he couldn't understand what he was seeing, or not seeing. He had no idea of how she'd done whatever it was she just did. Not even a clue. Scholar Idris nodded once, as if she'd successfully confirmed her hypothesis. Turning to Nick and Quincy, she declared, "He's a natural sensor." Nero, not exactly happy about hearing another title that he didn't understand, asked, "And what, pray tell, is a natural sensor?" Being the ever-helpful font of information that he is, Nick replied, "A natural sensor is someone whose essence signature tends to easily connect with those around him. It's not terribly uncommon, and usually just means that you'd be good at some of the more social techniques associated with essence manipulation." Academian Quincy was rubbing his chin in thought. "I don't think he's actually a sensor. I think this is just an aspect of his ability. Sensors reach out, usually due to childhood trauma or as a result of intense training. Nero's field isn't doing that. Instead, he's just easily interpreting what others are putting out into the ether. It's like he's a natural delver." Nick, never one to pass up the opportunity to correct someone, replied quickly, "That's not a thing." Quincy shrugged, not caring if it wasn't. "It's as good a term as any other. You have a better explanation as to how he does what he does?" Nero frowned in thought. He still hadn't been told how he'd done during his evaluation. Just a few minutes ago it had seemed so important. Now he couldn't care less. While he didn't mind being a little scatterbrained and unpredictable, he didn't like the possibility that he wasn't in control of his emotions. Trying to get them to focus on the real-world consequences of their theories and hypotheticals, he asked, "So how is me being able to sense people connected to the little freakout I just had? 1 minute I needed to know what you were thinking, and then nothing." Quincy replied, "I think this was a situational event. You had been heavily relying on your other senses and just not realizing it. When those senses failed you, it must have felt like you'd been blinded. Now that you are familiar with the feeling, I think you'll be able to handle it much better in the future." Nero nodded, hoping that would prove to be the case. "Okay, but what exactly was it that Scholar Idris did just then? How did she make herself disappear in my senses like that? It was like she was there, but she wasn't." Scholar Idris, her voice still maintaining that calm, scientific tenor, replied, "I merely cut myself from the ethereal plane. Think of it as isolating myself from the essence around me." Nero shivered at the thought of how that would feel. He'd come to feel almost hugged by the world around him, and the thought of cutting himself off like that made his skin crawl. Nick chimed in. "There are massive downsides to that technique. While it is a viable method for hiding oneself in the ether, it also removes a person's ability to interact with essence. No magic, no protection. It is a technique that strips a person bare of their fields and leaves them at the mercy of the world around them." Nero nodded, imagining that it was much like a person pulling their identity into their body and losing the protection of their essence field. Coming to an obvious conclusion, Nero asked, "So, that's obviously not what Kathleen is doing. Which, of course, begs the question, what is she doing to hide from me like that?" Nick shrugged, as if he had no idea. But Academian Quincy replied, "I'm guessing she's infusing her field with a desire for people to not pay attention to her. It's a technique used for infiltration and hunting. It's not all that difficult to do, but it does require a better-than-average skill level in essence field control." Nero tried to wrap his head around this most recent revelation.
It was like a whole new field of study, one that he'd been aware of but put off learning about. People's fields were their identities given form, and control of them could probably do any number of crazy things. He'd stopped bothering with telekinesis and had for the most part been focusing on his perception abilities. Maybe that had been a mistake? He should probably put some more effort into determining everything that his fields can do. The evaluators took the lull in conversation as an opportunity to present their findings. For whatever reason, it was Connie who ended up being pushed to the front of the group. After quickly glaring at the other evaluators behind her, Scholar Connie staggered forward and said, "Pardon the interruption, but we've finished the report for our initial findings." Nero, semi-interested in what she had to say, looked up at her with a smile.
Scholar Idris and Nick both looked at her expectantly, while Academian Quincy simply asked, "Anything of note, or outside of our projections?" Connie, while referencing something that looked suspiciously like a computer tablet, replied, "Lord Walker is confirmed to be able to identify essence streams. He also is confirmed to be able to manipulate them individually. There was minimal identity leakage during the manipulation tests. We were unable to determine how he can do it, but we can confirm that he is doing it. We'd like some time to go over the data and determine how best to proceed." Nero asked, "What do you mean proceed? Didn't this prove that I can do whatever it is you say I can do?" Academian Quincy chuckled and replied, "Yes, it is enough to get your provisional title. However, there are still some tests we'd like to perform." Nick, feeling excited about the idea of further testing, asked, "Are you going to try and isolate his field strength numbers?
Or are you more concerned about his application density?"
Scholar Connie replied quickly, "I believe we should first focus on tracking his essence dispersal rate.
If we can determine how he can interact with essence flows without tainting them with his identity, then we can possibly recreate it in the lab. From there, we could revolutionize the field of mechanized casting.
Scholar Idrius, while nodding along, added, "That's a good point. If we could remove the identity bleed, we'd be able to run a shield generator as if it were lossless casting. That would change the face of modern warfare as we know it." Nero, not even remotely understanding the connection, asked, "Can one of you explain what exactly it is that you are all so excited about? Better yet, explain to me why what I'm doing is so special, because I'm getting a little fed up with being the only one not impressed with myself." Nick, as usual, stepped up to translate. "Nero, we've explained to you how most people see and interact with essence, right?" Nero replied, "Yes, most people see it as clouds, or more like intersecting fog banks, and I see it as individual streams. I get that part. But I'm still having trouble seeing why it matters." Nick, not discouraged, said, "It matters because you are able to pick and choose which stream you want to interact with. That's not normal. Remember how when you first started doing magic, we couldn't understand how you were using the ambient essence to cast your spell forms?" Nero nodded, paying close attention to what Nick was saying. Nick continued, "Well, that's because people can't really do that. Essence streams and flows are brought into spell forms by their included inputs. The creation of a spell form determines which essence streams are brought in to fuel them. The fact that you can manually determine what streams are being connected into the spell form allows you to change what the spell does with alarming versatility." Caught up in the excitement, Scholar Connie added, "And not just that. The way you interact with the essence streams is also worth noting. Most people, when they connect to an essence stream, they mix their identity into it, thereby claiming it and gaining control over it. It is required before a spell can call upon a particular type of essence. For example, if someone wants to perform a basic ice spike spell, then they must first assert their control of both heat and water essence streams. Only after they join with them can their spell form call upon them for the creation of its ice spike. For simple spells, it doesn't matter all that much, but for more complicated castings, intense study and meditation are usually required." By the time she was done speaking, she was nearly out of breath from talking so quickly. Academian Quincy picked up the explanation. "You, however, don't seem to have that limitation. You seem to be able to grab hold of essence streams and manipulate them without leaving any of your identity behind. It's a very interesting development." Nero, thinking quickly, asked, "Wouldn't me not infusing the essence streams with my center make my spells weak?" Nodding, Academian Quincy replied, "Yes, in a way that's true. But it isn't like you can't infuse your center into your spells. It's just that you don't have to. To be honest, I'm not sure of all the ramifications that your unique talent will lead to. We'll have to spend some time theory crafting and testing how to best utilize your ability." Nero decided that sounded like a logical endpoint to the conversation and pounced on it. "All right, so you guys do that then. Try and figure out some ideas on what I could theoretically do with my gift or whatever. In the meantime, am I right in assuming that I am now a provisional unique?" Scholar Idrius replied, "Not yet. We still have to file everything. By tomorrow morning it should be taken care of." Nodding, Nero replied, "That's good enough. Let's get that done. Then in the morning I can deal with Kathleen and the guards. Mercenaries? Soldiers? Whatever you want to call them. Then, by tomorrow afternoon, I want to sit down with the general and get myself an official quest." Nick looked more than a little surprised to see Nero stepping up and sounding like a leader. "So, you've made your decision on what you're going to do?" Nero nodded. However long he'd been cut off from the world while on the testing platform had reminded him what he'd felt like without his magic.
Even though he was playing with essence streams, without the sense of companionship and purpose that seemed to bleed off everyone around him, he felt like the loner he used to be all those months ago. Now, here in Dorchester, having developed a friendship with Nick and a slight feeling of belonging among the citizenry, he felt the need to join the proverbial cause of humanity. Or at least, that's what he told himself. In a world like this, there was an actual sense of community. While freaky, it was also kind of pleasant. But that wouldn't stop him from looking out for number one. Firming his voice, Nero declared, "I'm going to stay here in Dorchester for a while. While Nick and Vera won't be part of my party, they will always be part of House Walker. I won't let them fight the kobolds and the density shift on their own. I'll stick around and do what I can. If I'm able to do stuff no one else can, and if I'm allowed to do it due to my uniqueness, then I might as well get paid for it. So, step 1 is getting the Walker Adventuring Club a quest. Wait, that will be step 2. Step 1 will be forming the club.
So, in the morning, if the paperwork is handled, I'll put together a roster and see what we're working with." Nick, amused, asked, "The Walker Adventuring Club?" Nero looked at Nick like he was an uncultured swine. "Every adventuring party needs a name. We can workshop it later. Until then, I'm going with the WAC." Academian Quincy's smile was wide enough to cause his eyes to squint. "I'm sure it will be quite the successful adventuring party. In the meantime, I'd recommend you head back to the Verena estate and get some sleep. I'll make sure that we get your paperwork filed for you." Narrowing his eyes at the man, he said, "Everything goes through Vera first. If she signs off on it, then you're good to go. It's not as if I don't trust you, but I don't trust you. So please, considering how vengeful and petty I am, don't do something that ruins our budding friendship." Academian Quincy's smile didn't falter at all. "Of course, Nero. We'll make sure to prove worthy of your trust."
Thank you for going along with our tests. Rest assured, your results are more than enough for us to begin our work on your behalf. Leave it to us."
Nodding in thanks, he turned to Nick and said,
"Let's go get some sleep. By the way, you're paying for the teleportation. I left my wallet in my other robe."
Nick frowned in confusion and replied, "Wallet? Why do you have a wallet? You can pay for things through your link. You have your link on you, don't you?" Nero, already a few steps toward the door, waved it off and replied over his shoulder, "Nick, I'm dissolving my house and giving you and your wife most of my stuff. You can pay for my damn teleportation. And, on the way, I want some candy. I just had an exam. I'm owed candy." Nick shared a few confused glances with the evaluators, but soon shrugged it off and ran after Nero to catch up. He may not always understand what Nero was talking about, but he hadn't had candy in ages. Vera didn't like sweets. Chapter 182. Getting your mind right before breakfast. While in many ways dwarves and humans were very much alike, in others they were drastically different. As a race, dwarves tended to be forthright and honest. That is to say, they considered lying and scheming both a waste of time and cowardly. So it wasn't a surprise to anyone when Ambassador Ironwick protested vociferously when he was promoted to his position. No dwarf in their right mind would want to go deal with the lying, thieving humans infesting the surface world. Yet, despite his many protests, his numerous victories in the challenge hall, and his loudly shouted threats that he would do everything in his power to ruin their relations with the humans, he was still promoted to ambassador and sent on his merry way. Several weeks of travel, along with a few teleports, led to the ambassador finally arriving in Hennings. Grumbling loudly, Ambassador Ironwick stomped through wooden hallways toward the meeting. He could feel the dwarves behind him silently laughing their beards off at his poorly hidden wrath. With his stubby, armor-encased legs stomping into the room, he wasn't surprised to see everyone turning to watch him enter. Seeing members of the dwarven contingent sitting off to one side, he turned on his heel and marched over to them. Not even bothering to wait for them to reorganize the seating, he grabbed the first dwarf within range, hauled him up out of his chair, and tossed him over his shoulder. Before the poor dwarf even hit the ground, Ironwick had already hopped up into the now empty chair and glared at everyone around him. Across from the 5 seats for the dwarves, 5 human nobles were sitting in all their finery, looking like the wastes of minerals that they were. Off to the side sat the king on his throne, watching over everything with a blank look on his face.
Ironwick scowled, as seeing someone hiding their emotions was tantamount to them declaring, "I'm going to lie to you, so don't bother listening to a word I say." The king, well aware of how real dwarves viewed humans, greeted him. "Ambassador Ironwick, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry to hear that none of the Shattershields were willing to make the trip, but I'm happy to have you here representing them. It's been many years, but I remember you quite well." Ironwick's scowl turned into a frown, as he didn't remember ever meeting the king. "Oi, you claiming we met before?" The king nodded, allowing a small smile to adorn his face. "It was during the fire demon incursion at the Temple of Morning. I was serving as a captain under General Abernathy." Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Ambassador Ironwick looked deep into his memories and found the king's much younger-looking eyes staring at him from across a table laden with maps and war documents. I remember you now." "By the gods, boy, how are you still alive? I thought you humans only lived a few centuries," he said while smiling fondly at the memory of the battered and blood-covered young man standing tall in front of a fire demon.
Although the nobles looked quite offended, the king took the dwarf's question at face value and replied, "For the most part, that's true. However, there are a few of us who managed to live to see 1,000. Nodding, Ambassador Ironwick decided that the human king wasn't as much of a disappointment as he'd thought he'd be. Perhaps he should have actually read that briefing packet he'd been given. Bah, it doesn't matter. The fiddly bits will work themselves out, he told himself. Pulling out a flask from the dimensional pocket on his hip, Ironwick asked, "So, I'm told that you lot want to renegotiate the terms of the treaty. If I'm not wrong, the current one is supposed to hold for another 300 years. Now, normally, I'd just tell you to bugger off and be done with you.
But for the battle honors you've earned in defense of my people, I'll hear what you have to say. So, speak, king, and tell me what you want." The dwarven contingent was mostly made up of dwarves who'd spent a significant amount of time above ground. All of them had gotten used to how humans do things, and as a group, they all collectively face-palmed at having their ambassador embarrass them so completely. Dwarven society was complicated, but at its core, it was based around clans and their leaders. Their personal honor and accomplishments meant everything to them, coming second only to their responsibility to their clan. So, for surface-based dwarves, they were caught between the societal need to respect a powerful elder like Ironwick and their desire to succeed at their duty as envoys. The king saw all, and he knew that despite the envoys being essentially shorter human nobles, dwarven policymakers were all gruff warriors and blacksmiths who were not made for leadership halls and politics. Dwarves with real power would have never been assigned to serve their clans above ground. He could waste hours speaking with the envoys, but unless he convinced the ambassador, his efforts would be wasted. When it came right down to it, dwarves followed their clans, and their clans followed the will of their leader. Here, now, Ironwick was acting as the clan chief's representative, and he's who the king had to convince. A dwarf like him preferred straight talk and respected actions, not words. "I'd like for Clan Shattershield to open up their passes through the Oakentree Mountains.
We, as a people, would like access so that we may expand into the fields of rock. In return, we'll increase our trade obligations and allow you to expand east into our kingdom. We're willing to join a few more sub-cities and expand our treaty to include more companion cities, he said, keeping his voice calm but firm. Ironwick's hard face didn't move a muscle, but everyone could see the gears turning in his head. The room sat in silence as Ironwick calmly tapped one of his gauntleted fingers on the table in a slow but steady rhythm. Months and months of talks and planning had led up to the king making this proposal to someone with the power to actually approve it. Yet, patience was the key to dealing with dwarves, so the room remained in silence as the ambassador considered how he wanted to answer the king's proposal. Nero's peaceful sleep was continuously interrupted by Vera pinging him, and when he got fed up and stopped answering her, she came directly into his room and shoved the papers he needed to sign directly in his face. There was no escaping her. But, eventually, it all worked out. The paperwork was filed, and Nero was provisionally raised to the status of a unique citizen. Big whoop, he thought to himself. As it was now almost dawn, Nero gave up on getting any more sleep. So, instead, he decided to tackle the experience he felt weighing down on his center. He'd come to think of it as an empty kiddie pool attached to his soul, which filled itself up from the random encounters and situations he kept finding himself in. Even though it had only been a few days since he'd leveled, he still had a few realizations and personal revelations that he needed to work through. So, seeing as he had a few hours before he'd planned on doing anything, he decided to go through what he could in the time he had available. As usual, he laid down on his bed and let his mind sink into his inner world. Returning to his cobblestone path, he looked around to see a fresh batch of memories waiting for processing. Surprisingly, it wasn't nearly as bad as he thought it would be. Digging in, he started with a random memory, which was surprisingly his first encounter with the Rippers, who were the army division sent to escort him back to Dorchester. Replaying the memory led to more than a few chuckles, and a broadened perspective as to what it meant to be in the army. He cycled through his meeting with the first evaluator lady, and then carefully reviewed his conversations with Nick and Academian Quincy. Then came the memories of his conversation with Archmage Jennings. Once again confronted with the memory of the Archmage explaining in detail why every one of his choices had consequences far beyond anything he could imagine, let alone understand. As he remembered the weight of responsibility bearing down on him, Nero felt the sky in his inner world darken. The air on his cobblestone path became chilly, and the woods around him looked a little more dangerous than they did when he arrived. Seeing the visual representation of his inner fears being given form, Nero responded in the only way he knew how. That is to say, with insults and anger. Glaring at the cloud-covered sky, Nero shouted, "I call bullshit! I refuse to internalize this type of crap! Sure, my choices have consequences, so what? I will not be held accountable for other people's sucking. If I'm going to take responsibility for something, then it damn well will be someone I've personally done. I'm going to do whatever the hell that I want, and however the rest of the world responds to my actions is up to them. So bring back the sun, as I'm not leaving here until I purge this emo-charged bullshit from whatever this place is supposed to represent." Like a switch was flipped. The clouds in the sky broke apart, revealing the sun again. The shadows lightened, and the woods returned to their enchanting beauty. Nodding in appreciation, Nero stood with his hands on his hips and congratulated himself on not embracing the responsibility of managing other people's stupidity. Doing his final review of everything he'd experienced, Nero focused on trying to look at things from a wider perspective, setting their local beliefs in a context he could understand. It wasn't easy,
But by the time he was done, he was able to think of himself as a unique, without wanting to punch himself in the balls for being overdramatic. Coming out of his inner world, he opened his eyes to stare at his identity panel. Name: Nero Walker, level 15. Race: human. Growth: 48%. Tier 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 11. Stars: 0. Pillars: 2/1. Nero frowned at his lackluster progress. Then he immediately chided himself for being greedy. It wasn't like he should have expected a level from just trying to wrap his head around how they do things here in Oglevark.
If anything, he should be happy that he progressed as much as he did. Checking the time, he saw that it was now almost 7:30 a.m. All in all, he'd had about 6 hours of broken sleep, which, when he looked at it objectively, wasn't all that bad. Deciding that he might as well start his day, he took a shower and got dressed. For the first time in a while, he opted not to wear his combat gear. Instead, he pulled out the enchanted robes Nick and Vera had given him a couple of months ago. Looking at himself in the mirror, Nero frowned at the bland grey robes. He knew that grey represented neutrality or something, but he really wasn't in the mood to look like a 5 feet 4 inches stick of chalk. Between his white hair, pale complexion, and his abnormally blue eyes, he came to the obvious conclusion that grey was not his colour. Mentally tossing the subject to the back of his head, he left his room in search of breakfast.
2 short hallways and a couple of turns led him back to the living room they'd been meeting in. Snorting as if he saw exactly what he'd been expecting, Nero looked around to see everyone already up and spread out enjoying their breakfast. Nick, Vera, Quincy, and Idrius were all sharing a table, probably discussing something that he'd eventually end up having to deal with. Groups of mercenaries were spread out around different couches and tables, all equidistant from Kathleen, Rose, and another woman who Nero remembered being introduced to as their leader. Her name is Keening or something like that, he thought to himself as he scanned the room. Continuing to look around, Nero noticed that there were a few of the estate's servants floating through the room, refilling food trays and replacing half-full pitchers. Yet, he didn't see the rest of the evaluators. What are they up to? Maybe still dealing with the paperwork or something? He wondered. Nero, I'm glad to see you embracing getting up at a decent hour. Come, have some breakfast before we get started, said Vera, her volume loud enough to cut through the room, but falling just short of turning into a shout. Amused at Vera's demanding tone, Nero made his way over to their table. After offering everyone a polite nod in place of a greeting, he sat down and started filling up his plate with pastries from the tray in the center of the table. Around him, the conversation continued on without him. Quincy and Idrius were discussing their living arrangements at the keep, questioning if Vera and Nick had a problem putting them up while Nero was staying at the estate. Vera, of course, pretended to be delighted to have them, stating categorically that scholars from the Royal Academy were always welcome within the walls of House Verena. Then came the predictable trading of compliments. Your home is lovely. It must be exciting living in the capital. It's a shame you won't be traveling with Lord Walker. Blah, blah, blah. Nero looked up at that last one, giving Nick and Vera a glance that tried to convey his understanding. He now knew what his being a unique meant for their little pseudo-family. They'd only been together for a few months, but they learned to trust each other enough to rely on one another. Nick coughed into his hand to clear his throat and said, Yes, well, Nero won't be going anywhere anytime soon. And when he does, he knows that we'll be here if he needs us. Technically, we're now a branch of House Walker, so this is his home now too. Vera, ever the pragmatist, added, Although he still has the estate he acquired from the noble war with the Dorchans, that is in actuality his home.
Which reminds me, she turned to look at Nero and asked, do you want to move there? Or shall I tell the staff there to continue treating it as an unused holding?
Nero, mid-chew with a pastry, looked up at her with some confusion. After swallowing, he asked,
What does that mean? We're not going to fire them all, are we? I thought I had enough money coming in to let them carry on with their duties and whatnot.
Vera nodded and replied, You could. Technically, they are now all employees of House Verena. And as the lady of the house, I don't like seeing wasted potential. So if you're not going to be staying there, I'll be transferring them to other positions. Having them perform upkeep on an empty estate is pointless and more than a little wasteful. Nero was happy to hear that the employees he'd been ignoring were now in Vera's capable hands. No, that's fine. If you don't mind me staying here, then you can do whatever you want with them. In fact, do I even really need the estate? Do you guys want it? Academian Quincy butted in. Actually, Nero, that estate is now your formal residence within Dorchester.
You can think of it like an embassy of sorts, but just for your personal house. Nero wasn't sure exactly what that meant, but rather than ask for clarification, he decided to skip to the end. So, I need to keep it? Everyone around the table nodded, while Vera added, Yes, Nero, you need to keep it. The purpose of an estate is to... Shrugging, he interrupted her before she got going. Fine with me. I'll keep the place. Moving on. After a few seconds of silence, where no one chose to bring up a new topic, Nero asked, So, all the paperwork and crap is filed? No problems? Scholar Idrius replied, Everything is filed, and it turned out exactly as expected. You're now a provisional unique until such time as our evaluation is completed and your updated file is closed. For now, you are a unique in principle, and therefore due all the rights and benefits that your position entitles you to. Nero raised an eyebrow at that, as it sounded like a statement that should come with a plaque, or maybe a medal, at the very least a few balloons and a card. Academian Quincy joined in by adding, You can now legally acquire adherents, choose your personal house's colors and words, and formally refer to yourself as Lord Walker. You now are, in fact, a lord. You are no longer under the trials, and your rights are no longer provisional in regards to your standing as a new noble. Nero frowned as thought of something. So, am I no longer under the protection of the royals? Not that it really stopped anyone from trying to kill me, but whatever. Academian Quincy replied, That's correct. Your protection under the accords governing new nobles no longer applies. That being said, I doubt anyone would bother trying to kill you at this point. It would be both counterproductive for Dorchester's well-being, and not to mention short-sighted. Nero snorted and replied, Yeah, 'cause everyone here is so logical. There must be some weird cultural thing that helps you all ignore the blatant self-interest that your entire system is based on. It's like you recognize that humans are horribly self-centered, and you somehow think by recognizing it and incorporating it into your laws, you'll somehow escape the drawbacks of people being assholes. Nick, stepping up once again to defend Oglavarkian culture, replied, It's not that we believe we'll be able to stop people from breaking the law or acting against the greater good. It's that we have dedicated millennia to crafting a system of government that incorporates that self-interest while channeling it towards socially progressive outlets. If someone wants to move up the ladder, they must serve the community. It's their self-interest which compels them to act responsibly. Vera added, I've cautioned you before about looking at this world through the lens of what you've experienced in your previous life. Here, you can't expect people to behave in a way that conforms to social structures that don't exist here. I promise you, there is literally no longer any reason for anyone from Dorchester to try and kill you. Nero lazily looked up from his plate of pastries, his mouth riddled with frosting. Uh-huh. I'm totally safe now. Got it. Academian Quincy noted Nero's sarcastic tone and failed to stifle his chuckle. Scholar Idrius, on the other hand, seemed to want to understand what Nero was thinking. Why do you believe you're still in danger? Now that you're a unique, no one here can gain anything by your death. Nero looked up at her with a smile, only to see her staring back at him with an expression completely devoid of humor. Seeing that, he scoffed loudly, amazed at what he could only assume was naivety. Setting down his pastry, he leaned back in his chair and adopted his "I know better than you" look. People don't need an actual reason to do anything. They think they do, but they don't. Usually, someone decides they want to do something, then they go about doing mental arithmetic until they can justify doing what they wanted to do in the first place. If someone wants me dead, then they'll find a good reason to try and kill me. Laws and social conventions barely even enter into it, unless you're talking about how hard it will be for them to justify their actions, he said, his tone full of compassion and understanding. Scholar Idrius was no stranger to intellectual debates, and immediately replied, "But that implies that they would have a reason to want you dead. Now that you are a unique, you are completely outside of the nobility structure. There is no shortage of resources or gains to be had with your removal from the board."
Or do you believe your mere presence is enough to elicit homicidal feelings in the local nobility?
Nero laughed, as that was a good one. No, I don't think I'm that bad. However, there are probably countless reasons that someone could be pissed at me. Whether it was because I did something that caused them problems, or it could even be something simple, like jealousy. Academian Quincy joined in the conversation by saying, "It's conceivable that someone would be jealous enough to try and arrange for your death. I would classify it as extremely unlikely, but it is possible." Nero saw Scholar Idrius frown, as if Academian Quincy's statement somehow refuted her argument. Looking around the table, he could see that everyone was acting worried for some reason. Nero did not want to let them stew in their dark thoughts. Look, I'm not saying that I'm guaranteed to have a price on my head or anything. I'm just saying that I'm not holding out much hope for the whole unique thing to dissuade anyone. From what I can tell, the unique thing is more about keeping powerful people out of power than anything else. Nick looked over at Nero with a confused expression on his face. What do you mean by that? Nero replied quickly, I mean exactly that. When you and Quince here were talking about heroes, bards, lore masters, and other special types, you got your point across, loud and clear. As he finished speaking, he flicked his nose, as if he were signaling that he was now in on the plot. Still confused, Nick asked, Nero, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Looking back and forth between Nick and Quincy, Nero could tell that neither of them knew what he was referring to. Thinking that he might have misunderstood something, Nero asked, You both told me that all those special citizen types were outside the nobility structure, and that they couldn't own business interests and the like, right? The entire table nodded. Nero then continued. You also said that they were taken out of the politics so they would no longer be under threat by the noble games and ladders and stuff. Which, of course, is a completely logical and civic-conscious way to save the lives of special citizens who could aid the kingdom with their special skills. However, if you look at it another way, it's also a great way to make sure that people who are capable of disrupting the delicate balance of power are kept politically weak and ineffectual. What better way to handle difficult people than to promote them out of the advancement pool? The entire table sat in silence, digesting Nero's theory. Academian Quincy broke first. Well, he's not wrong. Since its inception, the class designations have kept some pretty powerful people out of politics. Even the Siren now runs her city from the shadows, as she can't hold a position in the court she established. Vera added, In a way, Nero is lucky to be a unique. If he were to have been raised to a hero instead,
then he would have been forced to sell off all of his assets so that he could represent Dorchester as its champion. While in many ways it would be an honor, not to mention profitable, it would also severely limit his options. As a unique, he can still travel and set up houses wherever he wants. Nero shrugged. He didn't really care too much about the details of why he was right, just that he was. He always looked at things from a pessimistic standpoint, bordering on conspiracy theory-level nuttery. It was one of the many reasons he refused to take anything he heard at more than face value.
Nero really didn't want to continue with the conversation, as blowing people's minds with the truth was not on this morning's agenda. So instead, he clapped his hands loudly and changed the subject. "So, who's ready to sign up some folks to follow me into adventure, glory, and possibly death?" he asked, with a grim yet excited smile on his face. Chapter 183. Managing Expectations. Dorchester's entire council of leadership was present, although very few actually wanted to be there. They were called in for yet another emergency session for one of City Lord Cosgrove's schemes. And, of course, no one was surprised by the fact that it was once again about the illustrious new Lord Walker, who had now been upgraded in class again. One would think that having him no longer part of the latter would finally put their minds at ease, but that seemed like wishful thinking.
Lord Volton rubbed his head in irritation as Lord Bennings droned on and on about the proper way for a city to conduct itself with unique citizens. She covered the relevant accords and the local customs which had been agreed upon during the city's founding. She then went into great detail about how Lord Walker had divested his interests, transferring his newfound wealth to the budding house Verena, skillfully avoiding a single valen in taxes. Whether or not she was praising or condemning the young lord wasn't clear, and no one cared enough to ask. Glancing over at the city lord, he almost sneered at how obvious she was being. Since the beginning of the meeting, she hadn't said a word. It was like she assumed they'd all forget she was the one who called the "hells be damned" thing if she kept her mouth shut. She really believes she is that much smarter than us, he thought with some amusement. These were the kind of meetings he hated. It was obvious Cosgrove, Bennings, and Branson had already come up with a plan, and now they were preemptively arguing their position. Which of course was pointless, as he and the other lords couldn't care less about how they planned to deal with Lord Walker. He was no longer part of their city. At worst, he was an inconvenient guest. At best, a helpful visitor they could throw at their problems. Looking around, he coincidentally locked eyes with Lord Peyton. They shared a look of commiseration before Peyton turned back to continue listening to Lord Bennings' briefing. Turning to his right, he saw that Lord York wasn't even pretending to listen. He was slouching in his chair, arms folded with his eyes closed. He looked to be thoroughly engrossed in something on his link that only he could see. Lord Volton noticed that Lord Bennings was coming to the summation portion of her presentation. Thank all the gods in the heavens, he thought to himself in relief. It is due to these accords that we can formalize Dorchester's relationship with Lord Walker. Unfortunately, as council heads, you all need to sign the quest issuance. As requested by General Branson, Mage Adept Newbanks has developed several quests that take advantage of Lord Walker's talents while ensuring that the kingdom, and not Dorchester, pays the quest rewards. At that moment, Mage Adept Newbanks stood up from the chair reserved for court mages, waving her hand and delivering the packets she'd prepared to each of the nobles' tables. Mildly interested, Lord Volton picked up the packets filled with quest papers and started reading. As expected, the overly dramatic wording and countless references to the governing accords made for an incredibly dull read. Mage Adept Newbanks's calm voice filled the hall. There are 3 quest pads that I've been asked to develop. The first is purely a request for Lord Walker's support with efforts to pierce the kobold's illusion screens. He would be based out of the Tower of Magic and aid the mages there with their war efforts. The second is General Branson's idea. It allows for Lord Walker to join army units doing search and clear missions throughout the mountain. The third is my personal recommendation and has the support of Archmage Jennings. The quest will be for Lord Walker to aid our forces in storming the mountain. While Lord Volton looked over the quests, he couldn't help but wonder what these fools were trying to do. There just didn't seem to be a reason for all this fuss. They just finished covering up their mistakes, and here they are scheming again, he thought. Lord Peyton, after reviewing the quest packets, tossed them back down at the table in disgust. Lord York, still ignoring everyone in the room, didn't even bother opening his eyes. His packet sat on his desk, unopened and unread.
Mage Adept Newbanks's eyes panned across the room.
She could see that the council heads were not happy with what they were seeing. As she had only been involved in the creation of one of these plans, she merely raised an eyebrow and stared at the city lord with her patented "I told you so" look. Feeling like it was up to him to voice the obvious, Lord Volton spoke up. "So, let me see if I understand all this," he said, while turning to glare at the city lord and the general. "You two were worried about how Lord Walker feels about his time in our delightful city. Specifically, how you both went out of your way to play games with him and allowed people to try and assassinate him left and right. Then, after he publicly bested you over and over again, he was promoted to unique. A promotion he earned by being so exceptional that General Branson's forces personally filled out the paperwork without bothering to tell him."
Both the general and the city lord were frowning at the not-so-silent rebuke.
Lord Volton smiled at their expressions and continued. "So, now that Lord Walker is a unique and out of your control, you want to manipulate the quest system to have the kingdom pay him off. But you know that you need him, so you can't just give him the reward without getting what you can out of him. So, you two once again got to planning, and are now trying to refocus the entire war effort with him as a figurehead. You think you can maneuver him into believing it all rests on his shoulders, and you hope that he will be influenced enough to go and get himself killed. Am I missing anything?" Lord Bennings, obviously amused at Lord Volton's interpretation of events, replied, "I've tried to tell them that Lord Walker doesn't care about them, but they refuse to believe he isn't harboring some kind of irrational hatred for their previous efforts against him." Lord Volton snorted a bit in laughter. General Branson addressed the room. "The city lord and I share the opinion that Lord Walker is not nearly as forgiving as you all seem to believe. We need to make Lord Walker believe that saving Dorchester is worth his time. We, as a city, can't afford to offer quest rewards nearly as high as what the kingdom can. Therefore, it is only logical to use the quest reward system to the best of our ability, having the kingdom pay him to serve our interests." Mage Adept Newbanks, still standing in the center of the hall, said, "There is something to be said about the clever use of the quest system to aim Lord Walker at your enemies. However, the most basic facts are not in dispute. 1. Lord Walker can do something you need. 2. He's been at odds with the people in this room before. 3. Half of Dorchester is thinking about what it would be like to join him as one of his adherents."
Lord Peyton laughed loudly and shouted, "Who wouldn't want to cut ties with everything and go off on an adventure? No more politics and business deals, just the wide-open path stretching out before you."
"I don't blame them." Mage Adept Newbanks nodded and continued her pitch. "That's why I think it's best to give Lord Walker the adaptability he needs to see this through. Sticking him in the tower and paying him off is all well and good, but it doesn't help us nearly as much as his active participation. But we can't just ask him to rejoin the army. He doesn't trust them. So, that's why I believe giving him a long-term goal with a massive payout is the best option. We can offer incentives for local objectives, but let the kingdom pay for the final victory over the mountain." Lord York finally opened his eyes and looked up from his lap. I agree with the mage. The time for games is over. Lord Walker is a unique now.
We'd be fools to still treat him like a local noble,
he said, his voice barely louder than a whisper. Lord Volton sighed. He just couldn't understand why they thought they had any control of the situation. Has anybody actually spoken to Lord Walker about all of this? He asked. Several people, including the city lord, the general, and Lord Bennings, all shared an uncomfortable look. Lord Volton glared at them all, then said, This right here is why I hate half of you. You scheme and plot, simply for the sake of scheming and plotting. This entire meeting is pointless. Your plans are pointless. I'm not going to agree to anything until we hear from Lord Walker. I agree, shouted Lord Peyton. The young man has made you all look like fools while gaining honor and accolades despite your interference. He obviously has plans of his own, and now he has the clout to see them through.
From what I've heard, he's a warrior of legend in the making. And I, for one, want to see what he can do without anyone interfering in his path.
Surprisingly, Lord Volton saw Lord York and Mage Adept Newbanks nodding along with him while listening to Lord Peyton's outburst. Perhaps we can salvage Dorchester's relationship with the young man after all, he thought with a smile. Nero spun his chair around to face the large living room. Throughout the floor were several couches arranged in small circles around coffee tables. 20 or so mercenaries were spread out enjoying their breakfast. Kathleen, Keening, and Rose were the only ones paying attention to Nero, so they were first to stand up when he started his impromptu court. Stepping up onto his chair in order to more easily be seen, Nero put his hands on his hips and adopted his signature smirk. Okay, everyone, let's all gather around and figure out this whole adherent business, he shouted, just loud enough to get everyone's attention. In quick order, all the mercenaries stood up and organized themselves. Meanwhile, Academian Quincy and Scholar Idrius stood up and took their position on Nero's right, though Nick and Vera remained seated at the table. Nero felt a sliver of disappointment when he saw his friends easily letting themselves be replaced as his advisors, but he recognized why they were allowing it to happen. Things change, responsibilities conflict, and friends move on, he told himself, remembering all the relationships that he'd lost through the vagaries of fate. Easily shrugging off the dour feelings, Nero focused on the present. If the powers that be wanted him to form some kind of personal force, then that's exactly what he'd do. But he'd do it his way. He'd fall back on his many years of management experience. Between his tenure as a store manager and his brief stint in college as an online guild leader, he figured he had this in a bag. Still standing on his chair, Nero looked out over the group of mercenaries. It was both disturbing and oddly satisfying to see them all looking at him with excitement and hope in their eyes. Now that he understood what an adherent meant, he could empathize with them a little. This was a rare and exciting opportunity for them. It was like they were local security guards being given the opportunity to join the CIA or something. They look like adventure junkies, just like me, he thought. So what we're going to do is simple. I'll be conducting interviews with you all, one by one. We'll see how we get along and talk about what you're looking to get out of following me. As we're eventually going to end up working in close quarters, I plan on doing these interviews in the open.
I'm not going to go all noble on you, keeping secrets and hiding things that end up getting you all killed, he said, using his I may be your manager, but I'm still just one of the guys shtick he'd perfected over the years. Before we begin, let me tell you what I'm looking for. I'm putting together a team, an adventuring party. I'm sure that's not news to you, as from what I'm told, this is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. However, the details of how I'm going to run my crew are entirely up to me. So I'll be creating what I'll henceforth be referring to as the Walker Adventuring Company,
he finished with a shout, holding his arms out his side as if he were presenting them with the greatest idea they'd ever heard. Although he was met with confused stares, he didn't care. Eventually, they'd all see what he was planning. It's going to be epic, he thought to himself with a smile.
The WAC will have one primary purpose, and that is to seek out interesting events and places while making money and acquiring knowledge, he said proudly, before pausing for a few seconds and amending his statement.
Okay, so 3 primary purposes? 3 primary aims: adventure, money, and knowledge. Yes, that's what I meant. And that's what we'll do. First, we'll deal with the crap going on here in Dorchester and get the nobles and the kingdom to pay us for our efforts. Then, when everything here is all good, we'll take off and see the rest of the kingdom. We'll fight the fights we want, and when we get ourselves in over our heads, we'll run like hell and live to fight another day. I'm telling you all now so that you won't be surprised in the future when you hear me scream, "Run away!" I have absolutely no intention of dying for a worthy cause. I intend for us all to live, to see things we've only read about in legends.
I want to see all manner of cities, species, and sunsets. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to ride a dragon or two. It will be dangerous, but if we stick together, if we look out for each other, if we dedicate ourselves to the WAC, then we'll get to live lives full of magic and wonder, he declared loudly, holding his arms out in welcome while he tried to channel his inner nerd herder. Everyone was staring at him with varying levels of excitement, so he thought the speech went well enough. Although he doubted he'd instill the die-hard loyalty gaming guilds develop without putting in some effort, he hoped he was off to a good start. He was willing to do whatever it took to create a guild that would follow him blindly into danger, manage his affairs for him, and support his quest for adventure and magic, all while requiring as little personal effort from him as possible. All right, let's go one at a time. Feel free to sit down and take a load off. I doubt I'll be maintaining much discipline outside of combat, so we may as well foster a casual attitude during our downtime. If all goes well, we'll be considering each other family soon enough, he said while stepping down and taking his seat. Gesturing with his hand at Kathleen, he said, "Let's start with the illimitable Kathleen Averett, the deadly femme fatale who hides in plain sight. Step up and introduce yourself. Then tell everyone why you are interested in joining the Walker Adventuring Company." As the mercenaries dragged and rearranged the furniture, Nero looked over and gave Vera and Nick his best smile. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to care about Nero messing up their living room. Shrugging off his failed attempt at annoying Vera, he locked eyes with Kathleen and nodded to her as if giving her permission to begin. Kathleen stood tall, or as tall as a 5 feet 6 inches woman could stand, yet her force of personality was more than enough to quiet the room and gather everyone's attention. As I'm sure many of you know, I am an Averett. I come from a long line of exceptional warriors, from a culture dedicated to the pursuit of martial excellence. We are of the North, where the beasts own the land, and we fight for our right to exist from the moment we open our eyes and see our mothers setting us free by cutting our cord, she said, her tone remaining even and devoid of hubris. Several mercenaries scoffed as if they were mildly offended by Kathleen's understated humble brag. Kathleen didn't seem to notice, or, if she did, she didn't care. It is because of that shared pursuit that I choose to follow Lord Walker. He is young, brash, and equal parts foolish and brave. He lives his entire life as if it were combat. Every action he takes is that of a warrior seeking advantage. I like that, she said, while looking at Nero with a slight expression of pride. Nero had heard her weird opinions before, so he responded with his standard eye roll and indulgent smile.
As I said, he is young. So I have decided to stay with him, to train him, to keep him alive while he learns everything the world is trying to teach him, she said, then looked over at the table and continued. Vera and Nicholas were his first family, but I am his first follower. Whether he is a new lord or a unique, it doesn't matter to me. I'm here for Nero, the future Warblade. Nero smirked at Kathleen's overly dramatic introduction. Clapping lightly, Nero said, "It's very brave to expose your crazy to the world, so let's all thank Kathleen for putting hers out on display for us to enjoy." Nero, chuckling at his joke, stilled as he felt the essence in the room shift. His eyes snapped up to see Kathleen staring at him with the same small smile she used to have before she spent a few hours training him to death.
Her presence seemed to vibrate in the ether, and Nero could feel her desire to get him back in the ring. The smirk died pathetically on his face, and Nero coughed lightly to clear his throat. "Well, of course, Kathleen is my first follower, or my bodyguard, or whatever the hell she wants to be. I, for one, don't plan on giving her any orders," he said, then mumbled under his breath, "Being alive is much better than being in charge." The oppressive feeling in the ether faded away, and Nero managed to offer Kathleen a smile that looked somewhere between apologetic and rueful in return. Moving on. Next, we have Rose Vikander, former teammate with what some would consider a politically complicated past. Is she a young, eager student? A clever spy playing multiple sides? Or maybe she'll surprise us all and let us see the truth behind the lie. "Rose Vikander, come on down," he shouted with a smile. Rose stepped forward, offering Nero a look that could either be indicating her support or her promised retribution. Nero narrowed his eyes at the easy confidence she was displaying. Yet another mask. Is she trying to mimic Kathleen? He wondered. "My name is indeed Rose Vikander. I am a child of the villages. After being apprenticed to a hunter, I followed him to Dorchester. When I met Lord Walker, I knew that he was special. I agreed to join his training unit with the elites at the behest of General Branson. Lord Walker knows about my affiliations and was kind enough to offer me a way out. I have served with him in battle, and I will gladly follow him into many more," she said, her voice carrying smatterings of pride and arrogance. Nero stared at her in shock. This chick is something else. I just can't pin her down. She really is like a chameleon or something. Why is she acting all warrior woman now? Is she trying to ensure her place in the hierarchy or something? Isn't she like barely level 10? Wait a minute. Did she get a pillar and I didn't notice? He thought to himself in panic. Nero's entire being focused on Rose. The desire for answers was almost too much for him. He knew she was beautiful, but he also knew she was conniving. Yet everything about her seemed to draw him in. He really wanted to figure her out, to understand her. While still sitting in his chair, he locked eyes with her. He could see that she was pretending to wait patiently for his verdict, but behind the facade, he could almost see the real her. Between his perception field monitoring her essence field and the rest of his senses working in conjunction to pierce her mask, he got a glimpse of a scared young woman. Like a shaft of sunlight breaking through a canopy and banishing the shadows, Nero saw the real Rose. It was only a moment, but it was enough. She had been trying to survive, that's all. She sided with the general because it got her away from her old life. Now, with Nero no longer under the general's thumb, she figured her best path forward was to follow him. She didn't trust the general, and could now only hope that Nero would prove to be the man she thought he was. Though it was only a second or two of silence, everyone in the room could see that Nero was deep in thought about something. A few people looked back and forth between Rose and Nero, trying to glean some insight from watching their staring contest. A smile broke out on Nero's face, and he said,
That's our Rose. Though you probably all out-level her by a lot, I recommend that you don't provoke her. She is a true hunter. She never attacks from the front. Before you know it, you'll be dead and not even understand the how or why. Offering Rose a look filled with acceptance, Nero continued, She's been with me for a while, so if she wants to sign up, I'll be more than happy to have her. Welcome to the WAC. In response, Rose smiled, and Nero thought for a second that it looked almost genuine. Turning to the woman standing beside her, Nero said, Next is Ms. Keening, I believe. The woman in question stepped forward. Her bearing was a little more military than Nero expected it to be. She was a little under 6 feet tall, lithe, but well-muscled. Her leather armor allowed her upper arms to be shown off, and Nero could see that cool bicep vein fitness people have. Her gray cloak was swept back over her shoulders like a cape, and her weapons and various metal bits were all shining like they'd been recently polished. Her light brown hair was pulled back in braids as if she were cosplaying a Viking, and her eyes were showing nothing but determination and intelligence. Nero remembered her from when Vera had sent her and the others to escort him to the Tower of Law several weeks ago. I wonder where Vera found this woman.
She looks like she was born to lead an adventuring party. Or a CrossFit class.
What was she doing signing up for a mercenary job? He thought to himself. Chapter 184. Dissatisfaction is a universal phenomenon. Natalie Keening had been aware for some time that her growth had stagnated. It had been years since she'd felt the rush of progress, the indescribable sensation of her identity expanding deeper into the world around her. Without that feeling, she'd felt that the world around her had lost some of its luster. It was as if she'd lost her purpose. The moment a person stops fighting to live, they begin to die, she reminded herself as thoughts of the past floated through her mind. So, what do you think, Mom? She heard a voice ask. Turning around, Keening brought her thoughts back to the present. She ran her eyes across the room, noting that everyone was eager to hear what she had to say. The bunkhouse they had been given was larger than necessary.
Considering their entire contingent was only 34 people at the moment, the amount of space they were using was almost wasteful. Yet, considering that Mrs. Salvatore, or now Lady Verana, had intended for their forces to grow, the decision to convert the warehouse into a bunkhouse had made sense at the time. She briefly wondered about what would happen to this place after they left, before quickly dismissing the question as pointless. Steeling herself, she took a deep breath and addressed her troops. What do I think? I think that as far as I'm concerned, nothing has changed. Before she could continue, one of her more impulsive recruits snapped. We're being disbanded before we've even gotten a chance to prove ourselves. Everything has changed. Looking over at the man, she replied, Hudgens, first, shut up. Second, what I meant was that we all took this job because we knew House Walker was a house on the rise. But, more than that, Lord Walker himself was the reason we're all here. Starting to pace, she continued talking as she looked up at the ceiling and thought. Some of you know that I joined Precision Shipping around 10 years ago. Before that, I was everything from a village bounty hunter to a certified monster hunter. But after I had a few rough years, I was looking for a change of pace, a place where I could feel like I belonged. And while I found that with P&S, I also found that security breeds complacency. Pausing her steps, she turned back to address the room directly. I forgot what it meant to push myself, to boldly step out of my comfort zone and face a challenge worth overcoming. That's why I took this job. I wanted to join with a young man like Lord Walker.
You've all heard the stories of the little lord, the smiling blade, Dorchester's chosen. He dropped into our city like a meteor, ruining noble schemes and causing havoc with his every breath.
While we've been training and building this small force, he's been out there in the wilds, fighting monsters and kobolds, despite being raised to the nobility. We're all here because of who we know he will become. A legend. The room sat in silence, digesting her words. One of the few people in the room older than her stepped forward, causing everyone to turn and see what she had to say. Keening looked over and asked, "You have something to say, Nora?" The woman nodded, her face stoic. "No one is unaware of why we're here, and what we hoped to accomplish by serving House Walker. We've had plenty of time to get to know each other. Our reasons for joining up aren't in question. What matters now is what we're going to do now that the house is being disbanded. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm not looking forward to going back to running escort missions and putting up with snotty merchants demanding I help unload their wares."
Are we really just going back to precision shipping without any complaints?
Or are we going to join House Verena and guard Mrs. Salvatore's house as if we were retired soldiers or something? Keening sighed and replied, "No, Nora. I refuse to move backward. I won't rejoin P&S, and I won't be working for Lady Verena any longer." Many people in the room gasped, as the thought of a long-time guard like Keening abandoning her post was more than a little surprising. "So, we're just going to split up before we even got to do anything?" one of the younger troops asked. Keening's brow furrowed in determination as she said, "Lord Walker is now a unique. I'm sure you at least have some idea of what that means. We can no longer be part of his house in Dorchester, because it will no longer exist. But I plan on asking to follow him as an adherent." Once again, gasps of surprise filled the room. The impulsive young man who started all this asked, "And you think he'll just let you join him on his journey across the kingdom? He's a unique, for heaven's sake. You may have the most impressive record of all of us here, but when it comes down to it, you're a nobody, just like us." Keening didn't shy away from the insult and instantly replied, "And a few months ago, Lord Walker was a newly awakened commoner on his way to Dorchester to join the Guard as a criminal recruit. What of it?" Nora, who was still standing somewhat in the middle of the room, said, "Keening is right. We'll never know if we don't ask. This is our opportunity for something more. If we've learned anything in the short time we've joined House Walker, it's that Lord Walker isn't going to be some useless noble that spends his days sitting on his arse and counting his valens. He'll be throwing himself into danger, facing threats to humanity and civilization like a true Oglevakian. I, for one, didn't sign up for a cushy job. I'm here to see if I have what it takes to be more than just some 30 Valen a day guard in the middle of nowhere." Feeling the hope in the room rising, Keening stepped forward and declared, "None of you need follow me. But for those who want something more, those who want to see the kingdom, to follow a legend in the making, then grab your gear and say your goodbyes. We're heading to the Verena estate to see about joining our lord on his new path. And this time, we'll be right beside him when he faces the dangers that we've all been hearing about." Almost the entire room shot to their feet and ran off to go pack. Although Keening had expected a few of the troops to follow her, she was surprised to see how many seemed to share her excitement and desire for this new, unexpected opportunity. Nero watched calmly as Ms. Keening took a deep breath, as if she needed to prepare herself for what was about to happen. The woman looked like she was psyching herself up for an audition or something. Looking Nero in the eye, she said, "As you know, I was hired to lead your house's forces. Mrs. Salvatore offered me— Oh, I meant Lady Verena. No disrespect intended, milady." Nero tried to hide his smirk as he watched Ms. Keening's wide-eyed apology to Vera. Glancing over, he saw Vera wave away the mistake as if she couldn't care less. To Nero,
It was obvious the two had known each other for quite some time. Coughing lightly to clear her throat, Ms. Keening rolled her shoulders and resumed her introduction. What I meant to say was that I took the job to organize, train, and lead House Walker's forces. For many years I'd worked for Lady Verena as a guard captain. Now, that's not to say that I didn't enjoy working for her. It's just that I needed a change. Nero could understand that, which to him was kinda surprising. In fact, everything she was saying was a little surprising.
She wasn't at all what he'd been expecting. For a good 5 minutes, she stood in front of him, giving him a brief but comprehensive overview of her life. He listened as she described her early years, attending one of Dorchester's training academies, her work as a bounty hunter throughout the villages surrounding the city, and her time on what sounded like the civilian version of monster hunting teams. But what really caught Nero's attention was how she talked about her family. Ms. Keening's parents ran a furniture store for Lord York. She had 13 brothers and sisters, none of which she was particularly close to. While her family tended to focus on scholarly and economic pursuits, she had always been more of a wild child. She felt the call of adventure at a young age, and it had distanced her from the rest of her family. As a result of the family drama, she ended up spending a great deal of time away from her home. Yet she eventually became disillusioned with the humdrum life of a local adventurer. So she ended up taking a job as a guard and working her way up to what sounded to Nero like an impressive rank in Precision Shipping's mercenary forces. By the time she was done speaking, Nero was sitting in his chair, frowning. The woman's life story was just so boring. He didn't want to feel that way. And it wasn't like he was looking down on her or anything. It was just that her story reminded him of a typical middle-class woman who'd wasted her life looking for her passion. It was almost so normal that he felt like he'd been cheated or something. The fact that this world, which was full of monsters and magic, could take all of that fantasy and overlay it with something so unoriginal, made Nero feel a little sad. After she finished baring her soul, Nero watched her shoulders sag, as if saying all of that out loud was somehow cathartic for her or something. His voice barely above a whisper, he asked, "So, you're here looking for some excitement?" Shaking her head, she replied, "Not exactly, my lord. It's just that, well, you changed your path. Every week or two you end up on the Link's news feed. You're always facing long odds and coming out victorious. You are an inspiration. I want to follow you so that my path can go a little farther. I want to see more, do more. Does that make sense?" Nero nodded. God damn, this is sounding more and more like a responsibility I don't want to deal with, he thought to himself. When he'd first heard he'd be able to put together an adventuring team, he immediately thought of building a guild full of warriors and heading out to fight the good fight and experience everything this world had to offer. In the abstract, it sounded great. Now, though, this woman's story was forcing him to confront the fact that this world was not just filled with NPCs. These were annoyingly real people.
And real people aren't all that interesting.
Nevertheless, whether he wanted to admit it or not, he sympathized with the woman. Despite having a life filled with memories of fighting monsters and hunting bandits, she was a depressingly ordinary person. She was the kind of person he'd known in his old life. Kind of. He'd never really hung out with middle-aged women who'd fought and killed before, but her tone of voice and perspective seemed close enough for the details not to matter. "All right, Miss Keening, you're in. Welcome to the WAC. We'll have cookies or something soon. We'll get to your paperwork and whatnot after everyone gets a chance to introduce themselves," he said with a warm smile on his face. Seeing the overwhelmingly joyful look on her face, Nero couldn't help but feel a little happy with himself. While he wasn't exactly the nicest person in the world,
He had a soft spot for the average Joe of Joan, just trying to find their place in the world.
Like an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, one after another, the other former guards introduced themselves. And each of their life stories was just as depressing to hear as he worried they'd be. Nora Faulkner was an older woman who was already suffering age creep. At 72, she still looked 40, but apparently she already felt like her time was over. Her kids were grown, and her husband was no longer in the picture. She wanted to rediscover what it meant to face an opponent in battle, and not just spend her days walking next to merchant carts, acting as a glorified bandit deterrent. Oscar Hudgens was a 35-year-old man who still acted like a rebellious teenager. His only redeeming quality was that he was at least a little bit self-aware. He'd spent some time at a training academy before leaving due to his issues with authority. Joining Nero as an adherent was an opportunity for him to reinvent himself. In his own words, he wanted to find something to believe in. On and on it went. 26 people.
26 life stories. They were both filled with fantasy and weird cultural oddities, while also being incredibly boring and predictable. It took longer than he'd liked to listen to every one of their sob stories, but needs must and all that. Standing up from his chair, Nero looked over the room at the hopeful people spread out across the couches and chairs. Some of them were even sitting on the ground so they could be closer to the meeting. If there had been a campfire in the room, he'd have thought he was at a corporate retreat for middle managers. I appreciate you all trusting me with your backstories. While I can't say I understand what you've all been through, I can say that I empathize with the fact that you've been through it. But, like I said in the beginning, the WAC is going to be something special. We're going to be completing quests, felling beasts of legend, and generally going around looking for excitement. It will be hard work, and more than a little dangerous.
You've all made it clear that you're not going to miss the lives you've had here in Dorchester, so I won't be thanking you for your sacrifice or anything. But I will say this. Whatever crappy life you had before today, you'll be carrying around with you until you decide to let it go, he warned. Seeing as how everyone was looking at him with confusion, Nero clarified. What I mean is that regardless of how stupid it sounds, your life is what you make of it. You've already taken a big step by signing up for the WAC, but now comes the hard part. Following through. We'll be training hard, watching out for each other, and trying to survive in whatever dumbass situation I find myself caught up in. So, focus on the here and now, and ignore all the crap that is holding you down. This is the first day of the rest of your life, and all that. Behind him, Nero heard Academian Quincy reverently repeat his words, as though he were committing them to memory. Looking over his shoulder, Nero narrowed his eyes. I swear if that son of a bitch starts making money off the sayings I'm stealing, I'm gonna shove my foot so far up his ass, he promised himself. Turning back to look at his new adherents, he said, For now, let's get some food and work on getting to know each other. Afterward, I'll figure out how to get you all formally signed up, and then put together some kind of organizational chart or something. Sound good? As one, they all immediately replied, Yes, my lord. Nero's eyebrows shot up at their overly serious reply. I'm really going to have to work on sounding and acting more presidential if they're going to keep looking at me like that, he thought to himself. Before long, they'd arranged several tables into a line and created a poor excuse for a dining table. Unsurprisingly, Vera had pointed out that they could have just used one of the various dining rooms within the estate. But Nero wanted the impromptu feeling associated with making them build their meeting hall. As far as he was concerned, this was a team-building exercise. Hell, if they had access to a karaoke machine, he would have forced everyone to sing a ballad or two while getting rip-roaring drunk. Their meal went predictably well.
Everyone seemed to get along, and there was a spirit of camaraderie building quickly among everyone. The ether was almost singing with the shared feeling of excitement and determination. No one was surprised to hear Nero's plans for taking a few quests in Dorchester concerning the kobolds before they left for other cities. He told them all that despite signing up with the WAC, they'd still be spending the next while defending the city they'd been living in for most of their lives. While that tempered some of their enthusiasm, it also seemed to address some of the concerns they'd been repressing. After all, regardless of how much they wanted to move on, they still had ties to the city that weren't easily forgotten. After the meal, Academian Quincy and Vera were kind enough to arrange for the paperwork to be filled out. Nero found the entire thing more amusing than he thought he would. Seeing an entire table full of combat-ready people bent over a table filling out piles of paperwork in silence was almost surreal. The entire time, Vera, Academian Quincy, and Scholar Idrius were walking around, leaning over to help where they were needed, like they were teachers watching over their students taking placement tests. By the time everyone was done signing their lives over to Nero, the reality of the situation was really sinking in for the poor young man. He'd never wanted this kind of responsibility, and he found the situation more than a little intimidating. However, despite looking like a teenager in the throes of puberty, on the inside, he was a middle-aged man with years of leadership experience. Granted, his leadership experience was more geared toward dealing with underachieving potheads and lazy bastards more interested in video games than doing anything with their lives. But he figured it still counted. While they were all working on their paperwork, Nero was busy dealing with his own. He had to pick his house colors, which, after careful consideration and a little help from Vera, ended up being teal and dark grey. Vera had recommended pink and gold, which, according to her, meant loyalty and greatness. Yet, Nero refused to look like an idiot, so he went with teal for tradition and grey for neutrality. While multiple people pointed out that as a new noble he had no traditions, he replied with what he thought was the most logical argument one could make. Teal and dark grey looked a hell of a lot better than anything else they were proposing. Besides, he was planning on figuring out some traditions at some point, so they could all shut the hell up. Next came his house words. Academian Quincy was particularly interested in what core belief Nero wanted to be displayed on his house's crest. Nero, not being the kind of guy who worried overly much about disappointing anyone, quickly decided on stealing one of his favorite taglines from back home. Namely, game, win, repeat. No one had any objections, and Academian Quincy was once again found himself shocked at Nero's wisdom. Finally, Nero was faced with having to decide on a house crest. Although he'd never actually noticed anyone displaying their crest, he was assured that each house had one. Lacking any better ideas, he went with the old standby of the evil smiley face he'd once used as a profile avatar. Unfortunately, that didn't go over nearly as well as his stolen house words. After 10 minutes of Nick showing him various house crests from the city's nobles, explaining in excruciating detail what each part represented, Nero eventually buckled under the pressure and assigned Nick the task of doing it himself. As far as he was concerned, if it was so damn important to choose things that represented his house's founding, then considering the way history was constantly being revised around here, he could always just rebrand himself later. Despite all the paperwork, Nero had to admit it was fun to sit around a table and do his homework with a bunch of new friends. The entire situation reminded him of college, and it brought on a sense of nostalgia that he just couldn't shake. Looking around the table, he thought to himself, I'm in a totally different world.
The people here have lived lives that I can't begin to comprehend.
But at the end of the day, humans are still humans. In a way, it's comforting that people can still annoy me regardless of where I find myself. Chapter 185. Picking up a quest. Feeling refreshed after his shower, Nick walked out of the bathroom while using a towel to dry his hair. He looked over to see Vera doing her nightly routine in front of her mirror. As usual, he could tell by the expression on her face that something was once again bothering her. After hanging up his towel on the drying rack, he asked over his shoulder, "What's on your mind, dear?" Vera replied testily, "Nothing of consequence." Trying to change the subject, she asked, "Have you finished the paperwork I sent you?" Nick rolled his eyes. The moment he'd finished the paperwork validating him as a noble, he'd sent her the confirmation. Furthermore, considering that the only reason the transfer of House Walker's assets went through was because his house was successfully registered as a branch house. So, obviously, she already knew about it. Not taking the bait, he replied, "Yes, dear. It's all been filed and approved. Now stop stalling and tell me what's bothering you." Slamming the brush she was using for her hair down on the table, she spun around to glare at him. "Did you see how Nero ran his acceptance ceremony?" Nick, trying to keep himself from laughing, replied, "Yes, dear. I was sitting right next to you." Continuing on as if Nick hadn't said anything, Vera hissed, "That young man needs to learn some etiquette. He didn't even ask anyone about their levels, skills, abilities, or even their focus. All he seemed to care about was their personal lives. That kind of lazy leadership is going to end up getting him killed. They are not his friends, and a retinue is not a social club."
Can you believe he had them eating with him?
Nick, nodding along with a smile on his face, replied evenly, "Yes, dear. It was quite something." Vera spun back around and roughly picked up her brush, angrily returned to brushing her hair while hissing, "Quite something," he says. "Yes, it was most definitely quite something. He needs to learn how to act in a manner more reflective of his position. People won't respect him, and they certainly won't follow him if he doesn't start taking things seriously." Nick, not bothering to argue, replied, "Of course, dear." Slamming down her brush again, she angrily started dabbing some lotion into her hand, before harshly spreading it over her legs. "And I don't know how I feel about stepping back and letting those evaluators take over his mentorship. It may have been a mistake to let Academian Quincy present himself as Nero's hand. We don't know enough about them to trust them with Nero's life and house," she barked. Nick didn't bother to point out that it was Vera who determined that since they weren't going to be joining Nero as his adherents, and would be remaining in Dorchester, they needed to step back and let others take up supporting positions at Nero's side. Instead, he nodded along and replied, "I couldn't agree more." Huffing as if she expected nothing less, Vera continued, "And don't even get me started on the fact that the young idiot is trying to turn his retinue into some ridiculous adventuring guild. As if this was the northern reaches, and there were necromancers, wraiths, and warlords filling the wilds with castles to be stormed and maidens to be saved. For the sake of all the heavens above, the WAC? Really?" No longer being able to contain his chuckle, Nick laughed while mumbling, "Yeah, that was something all right." Vera glared at him over her shoulder through the mirror, and continued on as if she hadn't heard him. "That young man doesn't know what he's getting into." At least here in Dorchester, as a noble, he had the protection of the system to fall back on. Now, if he goes through with this madness, he'll be throwing himself and those foolish enough to follow him into whatever idiocy he finds fun or interesting. I won't have it, Nicholas. I simply will not have it. We have to do something." Nick, seeing that his wife's wrath was getting a little out of hand, walked over to her and placed his hands on her shoulders to calm her down. Looking her in the eye with an expression filled with as much compassion as he could muster, he asked, "Are you sure this isn't a little more about you than it is him?" Glaring at him in the reflection, she asked, "And what exactly do you mean by that?" Nick's gentle smile didn't waver.
I understand that you're worried about people you don't trust gaining influence over him, not to mention his ignorance of how he should be leading his house.
However, nothing is stopping you from offering your aid other than your strict adherence to social protocols that Nero isn't even aware of. Just because you are now in a subservient position as a branch lord doesn't mean he will no longer listen to your counsel. The fact of the matter is that you refused to give it. Vera sighed heavily.
Nicholas, it's not that simple. Nero is a unique now. He's only been in this world for a few months, and he's already beyond our help. We can't follow him where he is going without abandoning everything we've worked for. Decades of painstaking effort would be wasted if we gave up our lives and followed him. He needs someone to manage his holdings. Without that income, it would take him years to build up his personal house.
Nick nodded, agreeing with her easily. And that's why we're staying here, in Dorchester. Leaning down, he kissed the top of her head before walking away.
Over his shoulder, he added, "For the record, I don't think you're giving Quincy enough credit. That man is dedicated to Nero in a way that could only be defined as fanatical. I wouldn't be surprised if those evaluators formed a personality cult around him." Vera, shocked, whipped her head around to stare at Nick. "You cannot be serious." Nick sat down on his side of the bed while placing his link on the nightstand. Shrugging, he replied, "It's just a feeling I get when they talk about him. But think about it. Why are they being so helpful? Why did they choose to take on such a complicated case? And you weren't there for the evaluation they did at Center Research. They all looked at Nero like he was a divine being gracing this plane with his presence." Vera, not taking Nick's word for it, replied, "Well, we'll just have to see about that." Nero woke up the next morning without issue. Aside from a few uncomfortable dreams filled with kobold chiefs meeting in smoke-filled caves and endless fields of lizards organizing their invasion, Nero had slept surprisingly well. His breakfast was a simple pancake equivalent, along with some blue liquid that tasted remarkably like apple juice, which he shared with Nick, Vera, Academian Quincy, and a few of his new adherents. The conversation was light, and the only thing of note was that Academian Quincy had somehow accepted a meeting with General Branson on his behalf. Considering Nero wanted to get the quest situation sorted out, he didn't bother complaining about it. That naturally led to his current situation, getting out of a cab in front of Gate 20's command center. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Academian Quincy, Scholar Idrius, Kathleen, and Natalie Keening organizing themselves behind him. Nero was, of course, conflicted. One on hand, he was rolling up to the keep with a full-on posse.
But on the other, Nick and Vera had decided not to come along. Nick had begged off, claiming that he needed to look into the current research progress concerning the war, and Vera was busy dealing with the various businesses and interests she was in charge of. Nero, frowning at the feeling of not being able to rely on Vera's guidance, squared his shoulders and started walking. It wasn't as if he didn't realize what they were doing. It was just that he didn't like it. He knew they were trying to get him to learn to stand on his own, as if him now being a unique had somehow pushed up whatever imaginary time frame they had been following concerning his development. No matter what world I'm in, people always equate titles with competence. Stupidity must be one of those universal constants or something, he thought to himself. Before long, he found himself being escorted into a conference room. At the head of the table sat the general, along with two aides Nero vaguely recognized. The room was nothing special for Dorchester. Intricately carved wooden walls, fancy paintings of nature scenes, and sunset training tableaus filled the walls. The overhead essence lighting made the room look like it could have been in any number of buildings he'd been in. Not knowing the protocol, and not really caring, Nero took a seat next to one of the aides and said, "General, good to see you. As you no doubt remember, this is Academian Quincy, Scholar Idrius, his second-in-command, and, of course, you remember Kathleen Averett, my bodyguard who doesn't guard my body. Leaning forward a little, Nero pointed to Natalie Keening, who was just sitting down. And that is Natalie Keening. I don't have a title for her just yet, but she is one of my new adherents. She was chosen by the other recent recruits of the WAC to act as their representative for these talks. The general, caught off guard by Nero acting remotely serious, replied without thinking, "The WAC?" Nero smiled widely and replied, "The Walker Adventuring Company. I intend to use my status as a unique to go around and see the sights while learning magic and killing things that go bump in the night. A few people have opted to join me in my adventures, hence the Walker Adventuring Company." The general sat in stunned silence. His overly large presence at the head of the table seemed to hold the air in the room hostage as he thought through what Nero had just said. Shaking his head quickly, as if he were refusing to contemplate Nero's antics, the general started speaking as if Nero hadn't said anything. "I called you here to express Dorchester's thanks for agreeing to take up quests in defense of her walls. While you are no longer bound by your oaths of citizenship, it speaks to your character that you are willing to defend the cause of humanity while the wilds assault our walls and threaten all that we've built." Nero nodded along, perfectly happy to let the general get through his prepared speech and politicking. The general's rumbling voice carried on. "As your house requested, we've compiled some quests for you to choose from. However you'd be willing to help us, we'd be more than happy to accept. If you have any requests for materials or support, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll do what we can to see you and your companions aptly prepared to face whatever perils you choose to confront on our behalf. Please look through these quests and let me know what you decide on. Feel free to take your time, as I've cleared my schedule for you." One of Nero's eyebrows rose in surprise. The general's entire demeanor had changed now that Nero was a unique. Compared to before, when the general acted like every moment he graced Nero with his presence was a gift, seeing him act like a sycophant was a little off-putting. The aide on the right of the general started handing out little informational packets to Nero and his companions. While the room sat in silence, each of them started to look over what they'd been given. Nero felt a delicate probe on his mind, and he turned to see Academian Quincy looking at him from the seat on his left. Accepting the mental connection, Nero was surprised to feel the man's calm and collected mind. It felt markedly different than Nick's, who was the only other person he'd made this kind of connection with. "What's up?" he asked. Academian Quincy replied, "You looked a little surprised to see the general acting so deferential. I wanted to explain what is happening." Nero interrupted him before he could continue. "Don't bother, I can guess. Me being a unique puts me outside of his control and elevates me to a social position above him. I'm guessing that's why he's pretending to be so helpful all of a sudden." While Nero and Academian Quincy was speaking, neither allowed their expressions to hint that they were having a private conversation. Nero was staring at his packet, pretending to read through the quests he'd been given. Yet Academian Quincy had no problems multitasking. He could converse with Nero while simultaneously evaluating the quests the general had given them. The Academian replied, "It's not just that, Nero. As you know, you were treated rather poorly by the local nobility here in Dorchester. Between their flouting of the royal protections you were given and their strict adherence to the noble trials, they wronged you terribly. By allowing constant threats on your life, they failed in their duty as protectors of their citizenry. Had you been so inclined, you could have asked for my assistance on behalf of the kingdom to redress the slights you've been forced to accept. In fact, you still could if that's what you want." It's for that reason that he, and most likely the rest of the local nobility, will be treating you with the utmost respect going forward. Nero felt his stomach lurch. He had once again underestimated how much his new position had changed the game. Replying quickly, he said,
That's not necessary. I came out all right after it was all said and done. Kicking them when they're down is not really my style. I mean, the city lord killed her kids for God's sake. I think she's paid her dues. And the general not acting like a dickhead is just weird. Let's just choose a quest and get ourselves a job. Feeling Academian Quincy's amusement and pride through the mental connection, Nero felt like the man was misreading something from what Nero was saying. But before he could clarify what he had meant, the man replied, "Very well, my lord." Then he closed the connection.
Speaking out loud, Academian Quincy looked across the table and asked, "Scholar Idrius, what do you think about the Dorchester Council's proposals?" Not looking up from the packet she was reading, the stern-faced woman replied, "The quests are well made, the compensation is more than fair, and the level of danger is completely up to Lord Walker's discretion. He could spend the entire war behind the safety of Dorchester's walls if he so wished, or he could be on the front lines, facing the enemy with the full support of the local army behind him." Nero glanced over to see the general smiling with pride, as if Scholar Idrius's words were some kind of validation for him. Nero tried speed-reading the quests, but they were filled with overly complicated jargon that made incredibly little sense to him. Figuring he'd get a second opinion, or at least an opinion from someone he trusted, he looked past Academian Quincy and asked, "What do you think, Kathleen?" The short woman had somehow already finished reading everything, and was now sitting back in her chair as if the proceedings meant nothing to her. Turning her head to look at Nero, she replied, "Choose the third option. You and your party can act as the spearhead of the Miliaries' thrust into the mountain. With your ability to disrupt their portals, you can systematically shut down their incursion while leading Dorchester's forces to victory. Wasting time pointing out the kobolds' exit tunnels is pointless, and regardless of what forces they have below ground, won't stop us from having to go down there and wipe them out." Nero, not surprised to hear Kathleen advocating for the most violent approach she could find, looked across the table to Natalie. He saw her staring at the packet in her hands with a pronounced frown on her face. "Natalie, what do you think?" he asked. After all, she was going to be risking her life with whatever quest he ended up taking. It was only fair to ask for her opinion on what he should do. Sighing loudly, she replied, I think it might be a little reckless to just have us go storming the mountain without having a single engagement under our belt. I'm not saying that the members we gathered aren't up for it, but neither I nor them have ever been in a battle like this before." Nero could see that the woman was shaken at the idea of participating in a full-blown war with the kobolds. It made sense, as she had spent most of her life as a glorified bandit deterrent. Therefore, he thought there was some wisdom in working up to the endgame quest Kathleen was advocating. Nodding at the decision he'd come to, he said, "Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to join in the battle that's currently going on outside the walls. The general here can add us to his forces as an independent unit, and Kathleen can lead us into getting some experience with actual combat. Afterward, depending on how we do, we can decide where we go from there." The general frowned, apparently unhappy with Nero's decision. "Lord Walker, we don't currently have a quest that allows for that. Perhaps we could—" Academian Quincy interrupted the general, his voice calm but edged with steel. "Then you can make one. I'll be more than happy to fill one out for your council to accept. A series of quests is just as likely to save your city as a singular one. You wouldn't want Lord Walker and his forces to get in over their heads, would you?" The general's overbearing presence shrank, his shoulders sagging in defeat. "Of course not, Academian Quincy. Lord Walker's help will be appreciated in whatever form it is offered." Nodding quickly, Academian Quincy stood up and replied, "Very good, General. Then we'll be in touch." Looking down at Nero, he waited patiently for him to stand up and lead them out. Nero, smirking with amusement at the Academian's attitude, stood up and said, Thank you for your understanding, General. The WAC will do everything in its power to aid Dorchester in its time of need.
Giving each of his companions a glance, he gestured for everyone to follow him out. Without even looking back, he led them out of the room and through the command center's halls. By the time they got to the front of the building, Nero had processed everything that had happened during the short but intense meeting. Looking over at Academian Quincy, he said,
Thank you for your help. I don't think that would have gone nearly as smoothly if it weren't for your presence acting as a subtle threat to the man.
Academian Quincy smiled, seemingly pleased with himself.
Not a problem, my lord. It shows a great deal of wisdom to refrain from rushing recklessly into combat without the requisite experience behind you. I'm sure that you and the members of the WAC
will perform admirably during your first foray into combat. Nero thought for a moment, then replied, Wackos. We're going to be calling ourselves wackos. You know, likey wacky, but like a person. It takes a certain level of insanity to go out looking for trouble, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Academian Quincy looked down at Nero with a befuddled but intense expression on his face. Yes, I suppose it does. Forcing yourself to face uncomfortable situations and stress is contrary to the peace that everyone strives for in their heart. To face the unknown without fear, to stride courageously into battle and force yourself to become more than you were to survive, to set aside the desire for safety and stability, for the rush of combat and uncertainty, and the rewards that come along with it. That is both insane and necessary to progress further along the path. By the time he was done speaking, he'd turned to stare off glassily into the horizon, as if he were declaring something profound into the heavens. Nero looked up at him while they were waiting for their cab to show up. Uh-huh. Not to change the subject or anything, but have you ever given any thought to public speaking? I think you'd be great at it. You've got a whole vibe about you that just screams self-help guru. Academian Quincy came out of the trance his words had caused him to suffer and looked back at Nero with a confused expression on his face. Self-help guru. Chapter 186. Faking it till you make it. Archmage Jennings knew there were lessons that a person never truly learned. Lessons like, the easy way is rarely the best way, or to never underestimate an opponent. Even something as simple as remembering to avoid spicy foods before bed was something he couldn't seem to remember until after he was suffering the annoyance of late-night indigestion. Nevertheless, he tried his best to learn from his mistakes. So, as a result of his recent missteps, he was paying careful attention to the local happenings in Dorchester. He would not be caught unaware again. Or, at least, not anytime soon. Probably. While part of his mind was focused on giving himself a pep talk, his other mental partitions were observing the anomaly through a scry and sorting through the various reports he could find through abusing his access to Dorchester's local thought hub. He was both surprised and concerned at how quickly Lord Walker had embraced his new rank as a unique. Based on his limited understanding of the young man, he would have thought he would have struggled with his new title and responsibilities a little more. But through his scry, he could see the young man building up his personal forces, arranging for financial support by essentially buying the loyalty of the Verinas, and co-opting the evaluators into his personal house. The thought of the evaluators sent a ripple through his mental plane. As the head of the Mage Council, he knew the evaluators assigned to Lord Walker shouldn't be here. They were assigned a deep cover mission to infiltrate and watch over the Royal Academy. Them being in here, in Dorchester, fawning over the anomaly like sycophants, arranging for their future as his personal adherents. It was troubling, to say the least. What was more disturbing was the fact they had somehow been able to completely erase any record of their mission in the Tower of Magic's archives. As far as he could tell, they succeeded in hiding any actionable link they had to the Tower of Magic. As a result, when they completed their evaluation and filed their paperwork, they'd be legally free to join the anomaly's personal house without consequence. Troubling indeed, he thought to himself while stroking his chin. With their help, which was shamelessly being abused by the anomaly, they'd taken care of his legal troubles concerning his finances, irrevocably tied House Verena to him, and mitigated his troubles with the local nobility through quiet threats and subterfuge. He'd even seen evidence of them subtly steering public opinion through local link commentators and faction leaders. The amount of support they were giving Lord Walker was baffling, and more than a little concerning. Just what are they planning? He wondered. Sitting in his chair, he sipped his tea as his mind deftly manipulated multiple screens and managed his communication links, all while keeping a close eye on the anomaly's incredibly confusing actions. Despite his many years of experience, he couldn't understand why the young man was so set on charging into danger and recruiting his wackos. While cleverly descriptive, calling his retinue that is more than a little juvenile, he thought to himself with a frown. A few days ago, when he'd gone out of his way to explain to the young man why he needed to stay in Dorchester, he'd never expected this level of recklessness. He'd even worked quickly to influence the quests being offered by Dorchester's Council of Leadership to allow him to stay in the Tower of Magic, abusing his natural affinity to perceive essence to support the army from afar. Between the availability of magic tombs and the safety of the assignment, he'd estimated a 93% chance that the anomaly would have leapt at the chance to avoid being on the front lines. Had something influenced events that he hadn't noticed? The memory of the young man's decision to join in the noble war came unbidden to his mind. He recalled flashes of the multiple times the little bastard had professed his desire to be an all-powerful mage, free to manipulate reality at his whim. The memory of him proclaiming his idiotic and absurd desire to seek out adventure and magic while ignoring everything around him caused the Archmage to physically flinch with annoyance. Perhaps the personality model I built for him could do with a little adjusting, he thought to himself sourly. Yet, when it was all said and done, he'd gotten what he wanted, hadn't he? The young man was set to solve this little issue with the kobolds, and he'd more than likely stick around long enough to deal with the density shift and subsequent beast tides, wouldn't he? As long as Dorchester survived, the Tower of Fate would be proven incompetent, and his plans for social restructuring would continue without disruption. Even better, as long as the young man survived, he'd probably go through a massive level of growth with all the experience he'd be getting with events and situations he'd never encountered before. Perhaps the Archmage would be able to glean something from watching how the young man interacted with the ether in a more direct manner than he had been up until now. The anomaly was special, an untapped resource of amazing potential. Who knows how much the Archmage could learn from just watching him? All it would take is some subtle manipulations to keep the reckless young man alive. That couldn't be too difficult, could it? Nero stared at the poster-sized printout with an expression of disbelief on his face. Has Nick somehow developed a sense of humor when I wasn't looking? He wondered. Filling the entire sheet was the house crest Nick was proposing for House Walker. Within a white circle with a stylized edge, there was a large gray wall, complete with battlements and a gate. Nero could only assume it was supposed to represent the walls of Dorchester. Above the wall, in extravagant teal lettering, was the House of Walker, and below it were the house words he'd chosen: game, win, repeat. Then, inside the gate, there was an open book, tilted back so that a ball of orange and yellow light hovered above its pages. But what Nero found truly disturbing was the fact that the little ball of light had black lines forming the evil smiley face he'd arbitrarily proposed. To Nero, this didn't look anything like a house crest. Of course, he hadn't seen what passed for one in this world, so he shouldn't have been so surprised. but still he found it extremely off-putting. Nick, seeing Nero was having trouble deciding how he felt about the crest, helpfully added, "As you can see, I incorporated your house's colors and words. The Gate of Dorchester protects a book representing your desire for magic, and the flame of your essence is fueled by its contents."
Nero looked up from the overly fancy, while utterly boring picture, and asked, "And this isn't going to get me laughed at by every noble who sees it?" Nick frowned in offense, while Academian Quincy chimed in, "Not at all. The lettering is quite well done. I believe the base language Lord Verena used is rooted in Bansite, if I'm not mistaken, and the imagery conveys your attitude and beliefs quite well, I think." Apparently, it was now Nero's turn to frown, as he looked back at the large poster and bit back the numerous insults that came to mind. Treating an evil smiley face as anything other than an attempt at mockery just seems wrong, he decided. The crest was, all in all, incredibly detailed. He almost wanted to lean closer to see if he could recognize what was written on the pages of the book. The lettering for his house's name and words were bordered and shaded, and the outline of the circle reminded him of the Celtic tattoos he used to see on douchebags coming into his store for gaming phones. Even the wall and its gate were detailed and shaded, as if they were a picture rather than stock art. Yet he couldn't stop staring at the ball of flame in the middle, which continued to stubbornly glare back at him. Tearing his eyes away, he said, "I guess it's fine. It's not like I'll be seeing it all that much." Nick, looking about as furious as Nero had ever seen him, replied,